Queechy by Susan Warner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Queechy Chapter 1. A single cloud on a sunny day, when all the rest of heaven is clear, a frown upon the atmosphere that hath no business to appear, when skies are blue and earth is gay. Bryan. "Come, dear grandpa, the old mare and the wagon are at the gate already." "Well, dear," responded a cheerful, hearty voice, "they must wait a bit. I haven't got my hat yet." "Oh, I'll get it." And the little speaker, a girl of some 10 or 11 years old, dashed past the old gentleman, and running along the narrow passage which led to his room, soon returned with the hat in her hand. "Yes, dear, but that ain't all. I must put on my great coat, and I must look and see if I can find any money." "Oh, yes, for the post office. It's a beautiful day, grandpa. Cynthy, won't you come and help grandpa on with his great coat? And I'll go out and keep watch of the old mare till you're ready." A needless caution, for the old mare, though spirited enough for her years, had seen some 14 or 15 of them, and was in no sort of danger of running away. She stood in what was called the back meadow, just without the little paling fence that enclosed a small courtyard round the house. Around this courtyard rich pasture fields lay on every side, the high road cutting through them not more than 100 or 2 feet from the house. The little girl planted herself on the outside of the paling, and setting her back to it eyed the old mare with great contentment, for, besides other grounds for security as to her quiet behaviour, one of the men employed about the farm, who had harnessed the equipage, was at the moment busied in putting some clean straw in the bottom of the vehicle. "Watkins," said the child presently to this person, "here is a strap that is just ready to come unbuckled." "What do you know about straps and buckles?" said the man rather grumly, but he came round, however, to see what she meant, and while he drew the one and fastened the other, took special good care not to let Fleda know that her watchful eyes had probably saved the whole riding party from ruin, as the losing of the strap would of necessity have brought on a trial of the old mare's nerves, which not all her philosophy could have been expected to meet. Fleda was satisfied to see the buckle made fast, and that Watkins, roused by her hint or by the cause of it, afterwards took a somewhat careful look over the whole establishment. In high glee, then, she climbed to her seat in the little wagon, and her grandfather coming out coated and hatted, with some difficulty mounted to his place beside her. "I think Watkins might have taken the trouble to wash the wagon without hurting himself," said Fleda. "It is all specked with mud since last time." "Hadn't he washed it?" said the old gentleman in a tone of displeasure. "Watkins!" "Well?" "Why didn't you wash the old wagon as I told you?" "I did." "It's all over slosh." "That's Mr. Didenhover's work. He had it out day 'fore yesterday, and if you want it cleaned, Mr. Ringgan, you must speak to him about it. Mr. Didenhover may file his own doings. It's more than I'm a going to." The old gentleman made no answer, except to acquaint the mare with the fact of his being in readiness to set out. A shade of annoyance and displeasure for a moment was upon his face, but the gate opening from the meadow upon the high road had hardly swung back upon its hinges after letting them out when he recovered the calm sweetness of demeanour that was habitual with him, and seemed, as well as his little granddaughter, to have given care the go-by for the time. Fleda had before this found out another fault in the harness, or rather in Mr. Didenhover, which, like a wise little child, she kept to herself. A broken place which her grandfather had ordered to be properly mended was still tied up with a piece of rope which had offended her eyes the last time they had driven out. But she said not a word of it, because it would only worry grandpa for nothing, and forgetting it almost immediately, she moved on with him in a state of joyous happiness that no mud-stained wagon nor untidy rope-bound harness could stir for an instant. Her spirit was like a clear, still-running stream, which quietly and surely deposits every defiling and obscuring admixture it may receive from its contact with the grosser elements around. The stream might for a moment be clouded, but a little while and it would run as clear as ever. Neither Fleda nor her grandfather cared a jot for the want of elegancies, which one despised, and the other, if she had ever known, had well nigh forgotten. What mattered it to her that the little old green wagon was rusty and worn, or that years and service had robbed the old mare of all the jauntiness she had ever possessed, so long as the sun shone and the birds sang? And Mr. Ringgan, in any imaginary comparison, might be pardoned for thinking that he was the proud man, and that his poor little equipage carried such a treasure as many a coach and four went without. "Where are we going first, grandpa? To the post office?" "Just there." "How pleasant it is to go there always, isn't it, grandpa? You have the paper to get, and I don't very often get a letter, but I have always the hope of getting one, and that's something. Maybe I'll have one to day, grandpa?" "We'll see. It's time those cousins of yours wrote to you." "Oh, they don't write to me. It's only Aunt Lucy. I never had a letter from a single one of them except one from little Hugh. Don't you remember, grandpa? I should think he must be a very nice little boy, shouldn't you?" "Little boy? Why, I guess he is about as big as you are, Fleda. He is 11 years old, ain't he?" "Yes, but I am past 11, you know, grandpa, and I am a little girl." This reasoning being unanswerable, Mr. Ringgan only bade the old mare trot on. It was a pleasant day in autumn. Fleda thought it particularly pleasant for riding, for the sun was veiled with thin hazy clouds, the air was mild and still, and the woods, like brave men, putting the best face upon falling fortunes. Some trees were already dropping their leaves, the greater part standing in all the varied splendour which the late frost had given them. The road, an excellent one, sloped gently up and down across a wide arable country in a state of high cultivation, and now showing all the rich variety of autumn. The reddish buckwheat patches and fine wood tints of the fields where other grain had been, the bright green of young rye or winter wheat, then soberer coloured pasture or meadow lands, and ever and anon a tuft of gay woods crowning a rising ground, or a knot of the everlasting pines looking sedately and steadfastly upon the fleeting glories of the world around them. These were mingled and interchanged and succeeded each other in ever varying fresh combinations. With its high picturesque beauty, the whole scene had a look of thrift and plenty and promise which made it eminently cheerful. So Mr. Ringgan and his little granddaughter both felt it to be. For some distance the grounds on either hand the road were part of the old gentleman's farm, and many a remark was exchanged between him and Fleda as to the excellence or hopefulness of this or that crop or piece of soil. Fleda, entering into all his enthusiasm and reasoning of clover lays and cockle, and the proper harvesting of Indian corn and other like matters, with no lack of interest or intelligence. "Oh, grandpa," she exclaimed suddenly, "won't you stop a minute and let me get out? I want to get some of that beautiful bittersweet." "What do you want that for?" said he. "You can't get out very well." "Oh yes I can. Please, grandpa, I want some of it very much. Just 1 minute." He stopped, and Fleda got out and went to the roadside, where a bittersweet vine had climbed into a young pine tree and hung it as it were with red coral. But her 1 minute was at least 4 before she had succeeded in breaking off as much as she could carry of the splendid creeper, for not until then could Fleda persuade herself to leave it. She came back and worked her way up into the wagon, with one hand full as it could hold of her brilliant trophies. "Now what good'll that do you?" inquired Mr. Ringgan good humouredly, as he lent Fleda what help he could to her seat. "Why, grandpa, I wanted to put with cedar and pine in a jar at home, It will keep for ever so long, and look beautiful. Isn't that handsome? Only it was a pity to break it." "Why, yes, it's handsome enough," said Mr. Ringgan, "but you've got something just by the front door there at home that would do just as well. What do you call it? That naming thing there?" "What, my burning bush? Oh, grandpa, I wouldn't cut that for anything in the world. It's the only pretty thing about the house, and besides," said Fleda, looking up with a softened mien, "you said that it was planted by my mother. Oh, grandpa, I wouldn't cut that for anything." Mr. Ringgan laughed a pleased laugh. "Well, dear," said he, "it shall grow till it's as big as the house if it will." "It won't do that," said Fleda, "but I am very glad I have got this bittersweet. This is just what I wanted. Now if I can only find some holly." "We'll come across some, I guess, by and by," said Mr. Ringgan, and Fleda settled herself again to enjoy the trees, the fields, the roads, and all the small handiwork of nature, for which her eyes had a curious intelligence. But this was not fated to be a ride of unbroken pleasure. "Why, what are those bars down for?" she said, as they came up with a field of winter grain. "Somebody's been in here with a wagon. Oh, grandpa, Mr. Didenhover has let the Shakers have my butternuts! The butternuts that you told him they mustn't have." The old gentleman drew up his horse. "So he has," said he. Their eyes were upon the far end of the deep lot, where at the edge of one of the pieces of woodland spoken of, a picturesque group of men and boys in frocks and broad brimmed white hats were busied in filling their wagon under a clump of now thin and yellow leaved butternut trees. "The scoundrel!" said Mr. Ringgan under his breath. "Would it be any use, grandpa, for me to jump down and run and tell them you don't want them to take the butternuts? I shall have so few." "No, dear, no," said her grandfather. "They have got 'em about all by this time. The mischief's done. Didenhover meant to let 'em have 'em, unknown to me, and pocket the pay himself. Get up!" Fleda drew a long breath and gave a hard look at the distant wagon where her butternuts were going in by handfuls. She said no more. It was but a few fields further on that the old gentleman came to a sudden stop again. "Ain't there some of my sheep over yonder there, Fleda, along with Squire Thornton's?" "I don't know, grandpa," said Fleda. "I can't see. Yes, I do see. Yes, they are, grandpa. I see the mark." "I thought so," said Mr. Ringgan bitterly. "I told Didenhover only 3 days ago that if he didn't make up that fence the sheep would be out, or Squire Thornton's would be in. Only 3 days ago. Ah, well," he said, shaking the reins to make the mare move on again, "it's all of a piece. Everything goes. I can't help it." "Why do you keep him, grandpa, if he don't behave right?" Fleda ventured to ask gently. "'Cause I can't get rid of him, dear," Mr. Ringgan answered rather shortly. Until they got to the post office he seemed in a disagreeable kind of muse, which Fleda did not choose to break in upon. So the mile and a half was driven in sober silence. "Shall I get out and go in, grandpa?" said Fleda, when he drew up before the house. "No, dearie," he said in his usual kind tone, "you sit still. Holloa there! Good day, Mr. Sampion. Have you got anything for me?" The man disappeared and came out again. "There's your paper, grandpa," said Fleda. "Ah, and something else," said Mr. Ringgan. "I declare! Miss Fleda Ringgan, care of E. Ringgan, Esq. There, dear, there it is." "Paris!" exclaimed Fleda, as she clasped the letter and both her hands together. The butternuts and Mr. Didenhover were forgotten at last. The letter could not be read in the jolting of the wagon, but, as Fleda said, it was all the pleasanter, for she had the expectation of it the whole way home. "Where are we going now, grandpa?" "To Queechy Run." "That will give us a nice long ride. I am very glad. This has been a good day. With my letter and my bittersweet I have got enough, haven't I, grandpa?" Queechy Run was a little village, a very little village, about half a mile from Mr. Ringgan's house. It boasted, however, a decent brick church of some size, a schoolhouse, a lawyer's office, a grocery store, a dozen or two of dwelling houses, and a post office. though for some reason or other Mr. Ringgan always chose to have his letters come through the Slattersville post office, a mile and a half further off. At the door of the lawyer's office Mr. Ringgan again stopped and again shouted, "Halloa! Good day, sir. Is Mr. Jolly within?" "He is, sir." "Will you ask him to be so good as to step here a moment? I cannot very well get out." Mr. Jolly was a comfortable-looking little man, smooth and sleek, pleasant and plausible, reasonably honest too, as the world goes, a nice man to have to do with. The world went so easy with his affairs that you were sure he would make no unnecessary rubs in your own. He came now fresh and brisk to the side of the wagon, with that uncommon hilarity which people sometimes assume when they have a disagreeable matter on hand that must be spoken of. "Good morning, sir. Fine day, Mr. Jolly." "Beautiful day, sir. Splendid season. How do you do, Mr. Ringgan?" "Why, sir, I never was better in my life. Barring this lameness, that disables me very much, I can't go about and see to things any more as I used to. However, we must expect evils at my time of life. I don't complain. I have a great deal to be thankful for." "Yes, sir, we have a great deal to be thankful for," said Mr. Jolly, rather abstractedly, and patting the old mare with kind attention. "Have you seen that fellow McGowan?" said Mr. Ringgan abruptly, and in a lower tone. "I have seen him," said Mr. Jolly, coming back from the old mare to business. "He's a hard customer, I guess, ain't he?" "He's as ugly a cur as ever was whelped." "What does he say?" "Says he must leave it." "Did you tell him what I told you?" "I told him, sir, that you had not got the returns from your farm that you expected this year, owing to one thing and another, and that you couldn't make up the cash for him all at once, and that he would have to wait a spell, but that he'd be sure to get it in the long run." "Nobody ever suffered by Mr. Ringgan yet, as I told him." "Well?" "Well, sir, he was altogether refractable. He's as pig-headed a fellow as I ever see." "What did he say?" "He gave me names, and swore he wouldn't wait a day longer. Said he'd waited already 6 months." "He has so. I couldn't meet the last payment. There's a year's rent due now. I can't help it. There needn't have been an hour, if I could go about and attend to things myself. I have been altogether disappointed in that Didenhover." "I expect you have." "What do you suppose he'll do, Mr. Jolly? McGowan, I mean." "I expect he'll do what the law'll let him, Mr. Ringgan. I don't know what'll hinder him." "It's a worse turn than I thought my infirmities would ever play me," said the old gentleman after a short pause. "First to lose the property altogether, and then not to be permitted to wear out what is left of life in the old place. There won't be much." "So I told him, Mr. Ringgan. I put it to him, says I, 'Mr. McGowan, it's a cruel hard business. There ain't a man in town that wouldn't leave Mr. Ringgan the shelter of his own roof as long as he wants any, and think it a pleasure, if the rent was anyhow.'" "Well, well," said the old gentleman with a mixture of dignity and bitterness, "it doesn't much matter. My head will find a shelter somehow, above ground or under it. The Lord will provide. Whew! Stand still, can't ye? What ails the fool? The creature's seen years enough to be steady," he added with a miserable attempt at his usual cheerful laugh. Fleda had turned away her head and tried not to hear when the lowered tones of the speakers seemed to say that she was one too many in the company. But she could not help catching a few bits of the conversation, and a few bits were generally enough for Fleda's wit to work upon. She had a singular knack at putting loose ends of talk together. If more had been wanting, the tones of her grandfather's voice would have filled up every gap in the meaning of the scattered words that came to her ear. Her heart sank fast as the dialogue went on, and she needed no commentary or explanation to interpret the bitter little laugh with which it closed. It was a chill upon all the rosy joys and hopes of a most joyful and hopeful little nature. The old mare was in motion again, but Fleda no longer cared or had the curiosity to ask where they were going. The bittersweet lay listlessly in her lap, her letter, clasped to her breast, was not thought of, and tears were quietly running one after the other down her cheeks and falling on her sleeve. She dared not lift her handkerchief nor turn her face towards her grandfather, lest they should catch his eye. Her grandfather! Could it be possible that he must be turned out of his old home in his old age? Could it be possible? Mr. Jolly seemed to think it might be, and her grandfather seemed to think it must. Leave the old house! But where would he go? Son or daughter, he had none left. Resources he could have none, or this need not happen. Work he could not. Be dependent upon the charity of any kin or friend she knew he would never. She remembered hearing him once say he could better bear to go to the almshouse than do any such thing. And then, if they went, he would have his pleasant room no more where the sun shone in so cheerfully, and they must leave the dear old kitchen where they had been so happy, and the meadows and hills would belong to somebody else, and she would gather her stores of buttercups and chestnuts under the loved old trees never again. But these things were nothing, though the image of them made the tears come hot and fast. These were nothing in her mind to the knowledge or the dread of the effect the change would have upon Mr. Ringgan. Fleda knew him, and knew it would not be slight. Wider his head could not be, more bowed it well might, and her own bowed in anticipation as her childish fears and imaginings ran on into the possible future. Of McGowan's tender mercies she had no hope. She had seen him once, and being unconsciously even more of a physiognomist than most children are, that one side of him was enough to verify all Mr. Jolly had said. The remembrance of his hard sinister face sealed her fears. Nothing but evil could come of having to do with such a man. It was, however, still not so much any foreboding of the future that moved Fleda's tears as the sense of her grandfather's present pain, the quick answer of her gentle nature to every sorrow that touched him. His griefs were doubly hers, both from his openness of character and her penetration. They could rarely be felt unshared, and she shared them always in more than due measure. In beautiful harmony, while the child had forgotten herself in keen sympathy with her grandfather's sorrows, he, on the other hand, had lost sight of them in caring for her. Again, and this time not before any house, but in a wild piece of woodland, the little wagon came to a stop. "Ain't there some holly berries that I see yonder?" said Mr. Ringgan. "There, through those white birch stems. That's what you were wanting, Fleda, ain't it? Give your bittersweet to me while you go get some. And here, take this knife, dear, you can't break it. Don't cut yourself." Fleda's eyes were too dim to see white birch or holly, and she had no longer the least desire to have the latter. But with that infallible tact which assuredly is the gift of nature and no other, she answered in a voice that she forced to be clear, "Oh yes, thank you, grandpa," and stealthily dashing away the tears, clambered down from the rickety little wagon, and plunged with a cheerful step at least through trees and underbrush to the clump of holly. But if anybody had seen Fleda's face, while she seemed to be busied in cutting as large a quantity as possible of the rich shining leaves and bright berries, her grandfather's kindness and her effort to meet it had wrung her heart. She hardly knew what she was doing as she cut off sprig after sprig and threw them down at her feet. She was crying sadly, with even audible sobs. She made a long job of her bunch of holly, but when at last it must come to an end, she choked back her tears, smoothed her face, and came back to Mr. Ringgan, smiling and springing over the stones and shrubs in her way, and exclaiming at the beauty of her vegetable stores. If her cheeks were red, he thought it was the flush of pleasure and exercise, and she did not let him get a good look at her eyes. "Why, you've got enough to dress up the front room chimney," said he. "That'll be the best thing you can do with them, won't it?" "The front room chimney! No indeed I won't, grandpa. I don't want 'em where nobody can see them, and you know we are never in there now it is cold weather." "Well, dear, anyhow you like to have it. But you haven't a jar in the house big enough for them, have you?" "Oh, I'll manage. I've got an old broken pitcher without a handle, grandpa. That'll do very well." "A broken pitcher! That isn't a very elegant vase," said he. "Oh, you wouldn't know it is a pitcher when I have fixed it. I'll cover up all the broken part with green, you know. Are we going home now, grandpa?" "No, I want to stop a minute at uncle Joshua's." Uncle Joshua was a brother-in-law of Mr. Ringgan, a substantial farmer, and very well to do in the world. He was found not in the house but abroad in the field with his men, loading an enormous basket wagon with corn stalks. At Mr. Ringgan's shout he got over the fence and came to the wagon side. His face showed sense and shrewdness, but nothing of the open nobility of mien which nature had stamped upon that of his brother. "Fine morning, eh?" said he. "I'm getting in my corn stalks." "So I see," said Mr. Ringgan. "How do you find the new way of curing them answer?" "Fine as ever you see, sweet as a nut. The cattle are mad after them. How are you going to be off for fodder this winter?" "It's more than I can tell you," said Mr. Ringgan. "There ought to be more than plenty, but Didenhover contrives to bring everything out at the wrong end. I wish I was rid of him." "He'll never get a berth with me, I can tell you," said uncle Joshua, laughing. "Brother," said Mr. Ringgan, lowering his tone again, "have you any loose cash you could let me have for 6 months or so?" Uncle Joshua took a meditative look down the road, turned a quid of tobacco in his cheek, and finally brought his eyes again to Mr. Ringgan and answered, "Well, I don't see as I can," said he. "You see Josh is just a going to set up for himself at Kenton, and he'll want some help of me, and I expect that I'll be about as much as I can manage to lay my hands on." "Do you know who has any that he would be likely to lend?" said Mr. Ringgan. "No, I don't. Money is rather scarce. For your rent, eh?" "Yes, for my rent. The farm brings me in nothing but my living. That Didenhover is ruining me, brother Joshua." "He's feathering his own nest, I reckon." "You may swear to that. There wasn't as many bushels of grain, by 1/4, when they were threshed out last year as I had calculated there would be in the field. I don't know what on earth he could have done with it. I suppose it'll be the same thing over this year." "Maybe he has served you as Deacon Travis was served by one of his help last season. The rascal bored holes in the granary floor and let out the corn so, and Travis couldn't contrive how his grain went till the floor was empty next spring, and then he see how it was." "Ha! Did he catch the fellow?" "Not he. He made tracks before that. A word in your ear, I wouldn't let Didenhover see much of his salary till you know how he will come out at the end." "He has got it already," said Mr. Ringgan with a nervous twitch at the old mare's head. "He wheedled me out of several little sums on one pretence and another. He had a brother in New York that he wanted to send some to, and goods that he wanted to get out of pawn, and so on, and I let him have it. Then there was one of those fatting steers that he proposed to me to let him have on account, and I thought it was as good a way of paying him as any, and that made up pretty near the half of what was due to him. I warrant you his'n was the fattest of the whole lot. Well, keep a tight hold of the other half, brother Elzevir, that's my advice to you." "The other half he was to make upon shares." "Whew, I wish you well rid of him, and don't make such another bargain again. Good day to ye." It was with a keen pang that little Fleda saw the down-hearted look of her grandfather as again he paved the old mare notice to move on. A few minutes passed in deep thought on both sides. "Grandpa," said Fleda, "wouldn't Mr. Jolly perhaps know of somebody that might have some money to lend?" "I declare," said the old gentleman after a moment, "that's not a bad thought. I wonder I didn't have it myself." They turned about, and without any more words measured back their way to Queechy Run. Mr. Jolly came out again, brisk and alert as ever, but after seeming to rack his brains in search of any actual or possible money lender, was obliged to confess that it was in vain. He could not think of one. "But I'll tell you what, Mr. Ringgan," he concluded, "I'll turn it over in my mind to night and see if I can think of anything that'll do, and if I can I'll let you know. If we hadn't such another millstone to deal with, it would be easy enough to work it somehow." So they set forth homewards again. "Cheer up, dear," said the old gentleman heartily, laying one hand on his little granddaughter's lap. "It will be arranged somehow. Don't you worry your little head with business. God will take care of us." "Yes, grandpa," said the little girl, looking up with an instant sense of relief at these words, and then looking down again immediately to burst into tears. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Queechy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Queechy by Susan Warner. Chapter 2. Things loom out dimly through the smoke. Have you seen but a bright lily grow before rude hands have touched it? Ha' you marked but the fall o' the snow before the soil hath smutched it? Ben Jonson. Where a ray of light can enter the future, a child's hope can find a way that nothing less airy and spiritual can travel. By the time they reached their own door, Fleda's spirits were at par again. "I am very glad we've got home, aren't you, grandpa?" she said as she jumped down. "I'm so hungry. I guess we're both of us ready for supper, don't you think so?" She hurried upstairs to take off her wrappings, and then came down to the kitchen, where, standing on the broad hearth and warming herself at the blaze, with all the old associations of comfort settling upon her heart, it occurred to her that foundations so established could not be shaken. The blazing fire seemed to welcome her home and bid her dismiss fear. The kettle, singing on its accustomed hook, looked as if quietly ridiculing the idea that they could be parted company. Her grandfather was in his cushioned chair at the corner of the hearth, reading the newspaper as she had seen him 1,000 times, just in the same position, with that collected air of grave enjoyment, one leg crossed over the other, settled back in his chair but upright, and scanning the columns with an intent but most uncareful face. A face it was that always had a rare union of fineness and placidness. The table stood spread in the usual place, warmth and comfort filled every corner of the room, and Fleda began to feel as if she had been in an uncomfortable dream, which was very absurd, but from which she was very glad she had awoke. "What have you got in this pitcher, Cynthy?" said she. "Muffins! Oh, let me bake them, will you? I'll bake them." "Now, Fleda," said Cynthy, "just you be quiet. There ain't no place where you can bake 'em. I'm just going to clap 'em in the reflector. That's the shortest way I can take to do 'em. You just keep yourself out of muss." "They won't be muffins if you bake 'em in the reflector, Cynthy. They aren't half so good. Oh, do let me. I won't make a bit of muss." "Where'll you do 'em?" "In grandpa's room. If you'll just clean off the top of the stove for me. Now do, Cynthy. I'll do 'em beautifully, and you won't have a bit of trouble. Come." "It'll make an awful smoke, Flidda. You'll fill your grandpa's room with the smoke, and he won't like that, I guess." "Oh, he won't mind it," said Fleda. "Will you, grandpa?" "What, dear?" said Mr. Ringgan, looking up at her from his paper with a relaxing face, which indeed promised to take nothing amiss she might do. "Will you mind if I fill your room with smoke?" "No, dear," said he, the strong heartiness of his acquiescence almost reaching a laugh. "No, dear, fill it with anything you like." There was nothing more to be said, and while Fleda in triumph put on an apron and made her preparations, Cynthia on her part, and with a very good grace, went to get ready the stove, which, being a wood stove made of sheet iron with a smooth even top, afforded in Fleda's opinion the very best possible field for muffins to come to their perfection. Now Fleda cared little in comparison for the eating part of the business. Her delight was by the help of her own skill and the stove top to bring the muffins to this state of perfection. Her greatest pleasure in them was over when they were baked. A little while had passed. Mr. Ringgan was still busy with his newspaper, Miss Cynthia Gall going in and out on various errands, Fleda shut up in the distant room with the muffins and the smoke, when there came a knock at the door, and Mr. Ringgan's "Come in" was followed by the entrance of 2 strangers, young, well dressed, and comely. They wore the usual badges of seekers after game, but their guns were left outside. The old gentleman's look of grave expectancy told his want of enlightening. "I fear you do not remember me, Mr. Ringgan," said the foremost of the 2 coming up to him. "My name is Rossitur, Charlton Rossitur, a cousin of your little granddaughter. I have only—" "Oh, I know you now," said Mr. Ringgan, rising and grasping his hand heartily. "You are very welcome, sir. How do you do? I recollect you perfectly, but you took me by surprise. How do you do, sir? Sit down, sit down." And the old gentleman had extended his frank welcome to the second of his visitors almost before the first one had time to utter, "My friend, Mr. Carleton." "I couldn't imagine what was coming upon me," said Mr. Ringgan cheerfully, "for you weren't anywhere very near my thoughts, and I don't often see much of the gay world that is passing me by. You've grown since I last saw you, Mr. Rossitur. You're studying at West Point, I believe?" "No, sir, I was studying there, but I had the pleasure of bringing that to an end last June." "Ah! Well, where are you now? Not a cadet any longer, I suppose?" "No, sir, we hatch out of that shell lieutenants." And do you intend to remain in the army?" "Certainly, sir, that is my purpose and hope." "Your mother would not like that, I should judge. I do not understand how she ever made up her mind to let you become that thing which hatches out into a lieutenant. Gentle creatures she and her sister both were. How was it, Mr. Rossitur? Were you a wild young gentleman that wanted training?" "I have had it, sir, whether I wanted it or no." "How is he, Mr. Carleton? Sober enough to command men?" "I've not seen him tried, sir," said this gentleman smiling, "but from the inconsistency of the orders he issues to dogs, I doubt it exceedingly." "Why, Carleton would have no orders issued to them at all, I believe," said young Rossitur. "He's been saying 'hush' to me all day." The old gentleman laughed in a way that indicated intelligence with one of the speakers, which appeared not. "So you've been following the dogs to day," said he. "Been successful?" "Not a bit of it," said Rossitur. "Whether we got on in the wrong grounds, or didn't get on the right ones, or the dogs didn't mind their business, or there was nothing to fire at, I don't know; but we lost our patience and got nothing in exchange." "Speak for yourself," said the other. "I assure you I was sensible of no ground of impatience while going over such a superb country as this." "It is a fine country," said Mr. Ringgan, "all this tract, and I ought to know it, for I've hunted every mile of it for many a mile round. There used to be more game than partridges in these hills when I was a young man. Bears and wolves and deer, and now and then a panther, to say nothing of rattlesnakes." "That last mentioned is an irregular sort of game, is it not?" said Mr. Carleton, smiling. "Well, game is what you choose to make it," said the old gentleman. "I've seen worse days' sport than I saw once when we were out after rattlesnakes and nothing else. There was a cave, sir, down under a mountain a few miles to the south of this, right at the foot of a bluff some 400 or 500 feet sheer down. It was known to be a resort of those creatures, and a party of us went out, it's many years ago now, to see if we couldn't destroy the nest, exterminate the whole horde. We had one dog with us, a little dog, a kind of spaniel, a little white and yellow fellow, and he did the work. Well, sir, how many of those vermin do you guess that little creature made a finish of that day? Of large and small, sir, there were 212. He must have been a gallant little fellow. You never saw a creature, sir, take to sport better. He just dashed in among 'em, from one to another. He'd catch a snake by the neck, and give it a shake, and throw it down, and rush at another. Poor fellow, it was his last day's sport. He died almost as soon as it was over. He must have received a great many bites. The place is known as the Rattlesnake's Den to this day, though there are none there now, I believe." "My little cousin is well, I hope?" said Mr. Rossitur. "She? Yes, bless her, she is always well. Where is she? Fairy, where are you? Cynthy, just call Elfieda here." "She's just in the thick of the muffins, Mr. Ringgan." "Let the muffins burn. Call her." Miss Cynthia accordingly opened a little way the door of the passage, from which a blue stifling smoke immediately made its way into the room, and called out to Fleda, whose voice was heard faintly responding from the distance. "It's a wonder she can hear through all that smoke," remarked Cynthia. "She!" said Mr. Ringgan, laughing. "She's playing cook or housekeeper in yonder, getting something ready for tea. She's a busy little spirit, if ever there was one. Ah, there she is. Come here, Fleda, here's your cousin Rossitur from West Point, and Mr. Carleton." Fleda made her appearance, flushed with the heat of the stove and the excitement of turning the muffins, and the little iron spatula she used for that purpose still in her hand, and a fresh and larger puff of the unsavoury blue smoke accompanied her entrance. She came forward, however, gravely and without the slightest embarrassment, to receive her cousin's somewhat unceremonious "How do, Fleda?" and keeping the spatula still in one hand, shook hands with him with the other. But at the very different manner in which Mr. Carleton rose and greeted her, the flush on Fleda's cheek deepened, and she cast down her eyes and stepped back to her grandfather's side with the demureness of a young lady just undergoing the ceremony of presentation. "You come upon us out of a cloud, Fleda," said her cousin. "Is that the way you have acquired a right to the name of Fairy?" "I am sure no," said Mr. Carleton. Fleda did not lift up her eyes, but her mounting colour shewed that she understood both speeches. "Because if you are in general such a misty personage," Mr. Rossitur went on half laughing, "I would humbly recommend a choice of incense." "Oh, I forgot to open the windows!" exclaimed Fleda ingenuously. "Cynthy, won't you please go and do it, and take this with you," said she, holding out the spatula. "She's as good a fairy as I want to see," said her grandfather, passing his arm fondly around her. "She carries a ray of sunshine in her right hand, and that's as magic working as a wand as any fairy ever wielded. Eh, Mr. Carleton?" Mr. Carleton bowed. But whether the sunshine of affection in Fleda's glance and the smile at her grandfather made him feel that she was above a compliment, or whether it put the words out of his head, certain it is that he uttered none. "So you've had bad success to day," continued Mr. Ringgan. "Where have you been, and what after? Partridges?" "No, sir," said Mr. Carleton. "My friend Rossitur promised me a rare bag of woodcock, which I understand to be the best of American feathered game, and in pursuance of his promise led me over a large extent of meadow and swamp land this morning, with which in the course of several hours I became extremely familiar, without flushing a single bird." "Meadow and swamp land?" said the old gentleman. "Whereabouts?" "A mile or more beyond the little village over here where we left our horses," said Rossitur. "We beat the ground well, but there were no signs of them." "We had not the right kind of dog," said Mr. Carleton. "We had the kind that is always used here," said Rossitur. "Nobody knows anything about a cocker in America." "Ah, it was too wet," said Mr. Ringgan. "I could have told you that. There's been too much rain. You won't find a woodcock in that swamp after such a day as we had a few days ago. But speaking of game, Mr. Rossitur, I don't know anything in America equal to the grouse. It's far before woodcock. I remember, many years back, going a grouse shooting, and I had a friend down in Pennsylvania. We went 2 or 3 days running, and the birds we got were worth a whole season of woodcock. But, gentlemen, if you're not discouraged with your day's experience and want to try again, I'll put you in the way to get as many woodcock as will satisfy you. If you come here to morrow morning I'll go out with you far enough to show you the way to the best ground I know for shooting that game in all this country. You'll have a good chance for partridges too in the course of the day, and that ain't bad eating when you can't get better, is it, Fairy?" he said with a sudden smiling appeal to the little girl at his side. Her answer again was only an intelligent glance. The young sportsmen both thanked him and promised to take advantage of his kind offer. Fleda seized the opportunity to steal another look at the strangers, but meeting Mr. Carleton's eyes fixed on her with a remarkably soft and gentle expression, she withdrew her own again as fast as possible, and came to the conclusion that the only safe place for them was the floor. "I wish I was a little younger, and I'd take my gun and go along with you myself," said the old gentleman pleasantly. "But," he added sighing, "there is a time for everything, and my time for sporting is past." "You have no right to complain, sir," said Mr. Carleton, with a meaning glance and smile which the old gentleman took in excellent good part. "Well," said he, looking half proudly, half tenderly upon the little demure figure at his side, "I don't say that I have. I hope I thank God for his mercies and am happy. But in this world, Mr. Carleton, there is hardly a blessing but what draws a care after it. Well, well, these things will be arranged for us." It was plain, however, even to a stranger, that there was some subject of care, not vague nor undefined, pressing upon Mr. Ringgan's mind as he said this. "Have you heard from my mother lately, Fleda?" said her cousin. "Why yes," said Mr. Ringgan, "she had a letter from her only to day. You ha'n't read it yet, have you, Fleda?" "No, grandpa," said the little girl. "You know I've been busy." "Ay," said the old gentleman, "why couldn't you let Cynthia bake the cakes, and not roast yourself over the stove till you're as red as a turkey cock?" "This morning I was like a chicken," said Fleda laughing, "and now like a turkey cock." "Shall I tell mamma, Fleda," said young Rossitur, "that you put off reading her letter to bake muffins?" Fleda answered without looking up. Yes, if he pleased.
What do you suppose she'll think?
I don't know.
She'll think you love muffins better than her.
No, said Fleda quietly but firmly, she will not think that, because it isn't true.
The gentleman laughed, but Mr. Carleton declared that Fleda's reasoning was unanswerable. "Well, I'll see you again to morrow," said Mr. Rossitur, "after you have read the letter, for I suppose you will read it some time. You should have had it before. It came enclosed to me, but I forgot unaccountably to mail it to you until a few days ago." "It will be just as good now, sir," said Mr. Ringgan. "There is a matter in it though," said Rossitur, "about which my mother has given me a charge. We will see you to morrow. It was for that partly we turned out of our way this evening." "I am very glad you did," said Mr. Ringgan. "I hope your way will bring you here often. Won't you stay and try some of these same muffins before you go?" But this was declined, and the gentlemen departed. Fleda, it must be confessed, seeing nothing in the whole leave taking but Mr. Carleton's look and smile. The muffins were a very tame affair after it. When supper was over she sat down fairly to her letter, and read it twice through before she folded it up. By this time the room was clear of both the tea equipage and Cynthia's presence, and Fleda and her grandfather were alone in the darkening twilight with the blazing wood fire, he in his usual place at the side, and she on the hearth directly before it, both silent, both thinking, for some time. At length Mr. Ringgan spoke, breaking as it were the silence and his seriousness with the same effort. "Well, dear," said he cheerfully, "what does she say?" "O she says a great many things, grandpa. Shall I read you the letter?" "No, dear, I don't care to hear it, only tell me what she says." "She says they are going to stay in Paris yet a good while longer." "Hum," said Mr. Ringgan. "Well, that ain't the wisest thing I should like to hear of her doing." "Oh, but it's because uncle Rossitur likes to stay there, I suppose, isn't it, grandpa?" "I don't know, dear, maybe your aunt's caught the French fever. She used to be a good sensible woman, but when people will go into a whirligig I think some of their wits get blown away before they come out. Well, what else?" "I'm sure she's very kind," said Fleda. "She wants to have me go out there and live with her very much. She says I shall have everything I like and do just as I please, and she'll make a pet of me and give me all sorts of pleasant things. She says she'll take as good care of me as ever I took of the kittens, and there's a long piece to tell you about it that I'll give you to read as soon as we have a light. It is very good of her, isn't it, grandpa? I love aunt Lucy very much." "Well," said Mr. Ringgan after a pause, "how does she propose to get you there?" "Why," said Fleda, "isn't it curious? She says there is a Mrs. Carleton here who is a friend of hers, and she is going to Paris in a little while, and aunt Lucy asked her if she wouldn't bring me if you would let me go, and she said she would with the greatest pleasure, and aunt Lucy wants me to come out with her." "Carleton! Hum," said Mr. Ringgan. "That must be this young man's mother?" "Yes, aunt Lucy says she's here with her son. At least she says they were coming." "A very gentlemanly young man indeed," said Mr. Ringgan. There was a grave silence. The old gentleman sat looking at the floor. Fleda sat looking into the fire with all her might. "Well?" said Mr. Ringgan after a while. "How would you like it, Fleda?" "What, grandpa?" "To go out to Paris to your aunt with this Mrs. Carleton." "I shouldn't like it at all," said Fleda, smiling, and letting her eyes go back to the fire. But looking after the pause of a minute or two again to her grandfather's face, she was struck with its expression of stern anxiety. She rose instantly, and coming to him and laying one hand gently on his knee, said in tones that fell as light on the ear as the touch of a moonbeam on water, "You do not want me to go, do you, grandpa?" "No, dear," said the old gentleman, letting his hand fall upon hers. "No, dear, that is the last thing I want." But Fleda's keen ear discerned not only the deep affection but something of regret in the voice, which troubled her. She stood anxious and fearing, while her grandfather lifted his hand again and again let it fall gently upon hers, and amid all the fondness of the action Fleda somehow seemed to feel in it the same regret. "You'll not let aunt Lucy nor anybody else take me away from you, will you, grandpa?" said she after a while, leaning both arms affectionately on his knee and looking up into his face. "No indeed, dear," said he, with an attempt at his usual heartiness, "not as long as I have a place to keep you. While I have a roof to put my head under, it shall cover yours." To Fleda's hope that would have said enough, but her grandfather's face was so moved from its wonted expression of calm dignity that it was plain his hope was tasting bitter things. Fleda watched in silent grief and amazement the watering eye and unnerved lip, till her grandfather, indignantly dashing away a tear or two, drew her close to his breast and kissed her. But she well guessed that the reason why he did not for a minute or two say anything was because he could not. Neither could she. She was fighting with her woman's nature to keep it down, learning the lesson early. "Ah well," said Mr. Ringgan at length, in a kind of tone that might indicate the giving up a struggle which he had no means of carrying on, or the endeavour to conceal it from the too keen wrought feelings of his little granddaughter, "there will be a way opened for us somehow. We must let our Heavenly Father take care of us." "And he will, grandpa," whispered Fleda. "Yes, dear, we are selfish creatures. Your father's and mother's child will not be forgotten." "Nor you either, dear grandpa," said the little girl, laying her soft cheek alongside of his, and speaking by dint of a great effort. "No," said he, clasping her more tenderly, "no, it would be wicked in me to doubt it. He has blessed me all my life long with a great many more blessings than I deserved, and if he chooses to take away the sunshine of my last days, I will bow my head to his will, and believe that he does all things well, though I cannot see it." "Don't, dear grandpa," said Fleda, stealing her other arm round his neck and hiding her face there, "please don't." He very much regretted that he had said too much. He did not, however, know exactly how to mend it. He kissed her and stroked her soft hair, but that and the manner of it only made it more difficult for Fleda to recover herself, which she was struggling to do; and when he tried to speak in accents of cheering his voice trembled. Fleda's heart was breaking, but she felt that she was making matters worse, and she had already concluded on a mature review of the circumstances that it was her duty to be cheerful. So after a few heartfelt tears which she could not help, she raised her head and smiled, even while she wiped the traces of them away. "After all, grandpa," said she, "perhaps Mr. Jolly will come here in the morning with some good news, and then we should be troubling ourselves just for nothing." "Perhaps he will," said Mr. Ringgan, in a way that sounded much more like "perhaps he won't." But Fleda was determined now not to seem discouraged again. She thought the best way was to change the conversation. "It is very kind in aunt Lucy, isn't it, grandpa, what she has written to me?" "Why no," said Mr. Ringgan decidedly, "I can't say that I think it is any very extraordinary manifestation of kindness in anybody to want you." Fleda smiled her thanks for this compliment. "It might be a kindness in me to give you to her." "It wouldn't be a kindness to me, grandpa." "I don't know about that," said he gravely. They were getting back to the old subject. Fleda made another great effort at a diversion. "Grandpa, was my father like my uncle Rossitur in anything?" The diversion was effected. "Not he, dear," said Mr. Ringgan. "Your father had 10 times the man in him that ever your uncle was." "Why, what kind of man is uncle Rossitur, grandpa?" "Oh dear, I can't tell. I ha'n't seen much of him. I wouldn't judge a man without knowing more of him than I do of Mr. Rossitur. He seemed an amiable kind of man, but no one would ever have thought of looking at him, no more than at a shadow, when your father was by." The diversion took effect on Fleda herself now. She looked up pleased. "You remember your father, Fleda?" "Yes, grandpa, but not very well always. I remember a great many things about him, but I can't remember exactly how he looked, except once or twice." "Ay, and he wa'n't well the last time you remember him; but he was a noble looking man, in form and face too, and his looks were the worst part of him. He seemed made of different stuff from all the people around," said Mr. Ringgan, sighing, "and they felt it too, I used to notice, without knowing it. when his cousins were Sam and Johnny and Bill, he was always, that is, after he grew up, Mr. Walter. I believe they were a little feared of him, and with all his bravery and fire he could be as gentle as a woman." "I know that," said Fleda, whose eyes were dropping soft tears and glittering at the same time with gratified feeling. "What made him be a soldier, grandpa?" "Oh, I don't know, dear. He was too good to make a farmer of, or his high spirit wanted to rise in the world. He couldn't rest without trying to be something more than other folks. I don't know whether people are any happier for it." "Did he go to West Point, grandpa?" "No, dear. He started without having so much of a push as that. But he was one of those that don't need any pushing. He would have worked his way up, put him anywhere you would, and he did, over the heads of West Pointers and all, and he would have gone to the top, I verily believe, if he had lived long enough. He was as fine a fellow as there was in all the army. I don't believe there's the like of him left in it." "He had been a major a good while, hadn't he, grandpa?" "Yes, it was just after he was made captain that he went to Albany, and there he saw your mother. She and her sister, your aunt Lucy, were wards of the patroon. I was in Albany, in the legislature that winter, and I knew them both very well. But your aunt Lucy had been married some years before. She was staying there that winter without her husband. He was abroad somewhere." Fleda was no stranger to these details, and had learned long ago what was meant by wards and the patroon. "Your father was made a major some years afterwards," Mr. Ringgan went on, "for his fine behaviour out there at the West, what's the name of that place? I forget it just now, fighting the Indians. There never was anything finer done." "He was brave, wasn't he, grandpa?" "Brave! He had a heart of iron sometimes, for as soft as it was at others. And he had an eye, when he was roused, that I never saw anything would stand against. But your father had a better sort of courage than the common sort. He had enough of that. But this is a rarer thing. He was never afraid to do what in his conscience he thought was right. Moral courage, I call it, and it's one of the very noblest qualities a man can have, I believe." "That's the kind of courage a woman may have," said Fleda. "Yes, you may have that, and I guess it's the only kind of courage you'll ever be troubled with," said her grandfather, looking laughingly at her. "However, any man may walk up to the cannon's mouth, but it is only one here and there that will walk out again against men's opinions because he thinks it's right. That was one of the things I admired most in your father." "Didn't my mother have it too?" asked Fleda. "I don't know. She had about everything that was good. A sweet pretty creature she was, as ever I saw." "Was she like aunt Lucy?" "No, not much. She was a deal handsomer than your aunt is or ever could have been. She was the handsomest woman, I think, that ever I set eyes upon, and a sweet, gentle, lovely creature. You'll never match her," said Mr. Ringgan, with a curious twist of his head and a sly laughing twist of his eyes at Fleda. "You may be as good as she was, but you'll never be as good looking." Fleda laughed, nowise displeased. "You've got her hazel eyes, though," remarked Mr. Ringgan after a minute or two, viewing his little granddaughter with sufficiently satisfied expression of countenance. "Grandpa," said she, "don't you think Mr. Carleton has handsome eyes?" "Mr. Carleton? I don't know. I didn't look at his eyes. A very well looking young man, though. Very gentlemanly too." Fleda had heard all this and much more about her parents some dozens of times before, but she and her grandfather were never tired of going it over. If the conversation that recalled his lost treasures had of necessity a character of sadness and tenderness, it yet bespoke not more regret that he had lost them, than exulting pride and delight in what they had been, and perhaps not so much. And Fleda delighted to go back and feed her imagination with stories of the mother whom she could not remember, and of the father whose fair bright image stood in her memory as the embodiment of all that is high and noble and pure. A kind of guardian angel that image was to little Fleda. These ideal likenesses of her father and mother, the one drawn from history and recollection, and the other from history only, had been her preservative from all the untoward influences and unfortunate examples which had surrounded her since her father's death, some 3 or 4 years before, had left her almost alone in her grandfather's house. They had created in her mind a standard of the true and beautiful in character, which nothing she saw around her, after of course her grandfather and one other exception, seemed it all to meet, and partly from her own innate fineness of nature, and partly from this pure ideal always present with her, she had shrunk almost instinctively from the few varieties of human nature the country side presented to her, and was in fact a very isolated little being, living in a world of her own, and clinging with all her strong outgoings of affection to her grandfather only, granting to but one other person any considerable share in her regard or esteem. Little Fleda was not in the least misanthropical; she gave her kindly sympathies to all who came in her way, on whom they could possibly be bestowed, but these people were nothing to her. Her spirit fell off from them; even in their presence there was no affinity. She was in truth what her grandfather had affirmed of her father, made of different stuff from the rest of the world. There was no tincture of pride in all this. There was no conscious feeling of superiority. She could merely have told you that she did not care to hear these people talk, that she did not love to be with them, though she would have said so to no earthly creature but her grandfather, if even to him. "It must be pleasant," said Fleda, after looking for some minutes thoughtfully into the fire, "it must be a pleasant thing to have a father and mother." "Yes, dear," said her grandfather, sighing, "you have lost a great deal. But there is your aunt Lucy. You're not dependent altogether on me." "Oh, grandpa," said the little girl, laying one hand again pleadingly on his knee, "I didn't mean I was speaking in general. I wasn't thinking of myself in particular." "I know, dear," said he, as before, taking the little hand in his own and moving it softly up and down on his knee. But the action was sad, and there was the same look of sorrowful stern anxiety. Fleda got up and put her arm over his shoulder, speaking from a heart filled too full. "I don't want aunt Lucy. I don't care about aunt Lucy. I don't want anything but you, grandpa. I wish you wouldn't talk so." "Ah well, dear," said he, without looking at her, he couldn't bear to look at her, "it's well it is so. I sha'n't last a great while, it isn't likely, and I'm glad to know there is some one you can fall back upon when I am gone." Fleda's next words were scarcely audible, but they contained a reproach to him for speaking so. "We may as well look at it, dear," he said gravely. "It must come to that, sooner or later, but you mustn't distress yourself about it beforehand. Don't cry, don't, dear," said he, tenderly kissing her. "I didn't mean to trouble you so. There, there, look up, dear, let's take the good we have and be thankful for it. God will arrange the rest in his own good way. Fleda, I wouldn't have said a word if I'd thought it would have worried you so." He would not indeed, but he had spoken as men so often speak, out of the depths of their own passion or bitterness, forgetting that they are ringing the chords of a delicate harp, and not knowing what mischief they have done till they find the instrument all out of tune, more often not knowing it ever. It is pity, for how frequently a discord is left that jars all life long, and how much more frequently still the harp, though retaining its sweetness and truth of tone to the end, is gradually unstrung. Poor Fleda could hardly hold up her head for a long time, and recalling bitterly her unlucky innocent remark which had led to all this trouble, she almost made up her mind with a certain heroine of Miss Edgeworth's, that "it is best never to mention things." Mr. Ringgan, now thoroughly alive to the wounds he had been inflicting, held his little pet in his arms, pillowed her head on his breast, and by every tender and soothing action and word endeavoured to undo what he had done. And after a while the agony was over, the wet eyelashes were lifted up, and the meek sorrowful little face lay quietly upon Mr. Ringgan's breast, gazing out into the fire as gravely as if the panorama of life were there. She little heeded at first her grandfather's cheering talk. She knew it was for a purpose. "Ain't it most time for you to go to bed?" whispered Mr. Ringgan, when he thought the purpose was effected. "Shall I tell Cynthy to get you your milk, grandpa?" said the little girl, rousing herself. "Yes, dear. Stop, what if you and me was to have some roast apples? Wouldn't you like it?" "Well, yes, I should, grandpa," said Fleda, understanding perfectly why he wished it, and wishing it herself for that same reason and no other. "Cynthy, let's have some of those roast apples," said Mr. Ringgan, "and a couple of bowls of milk here." "No, I'll get the apples myself, Cynthy," said Fleda. "And you needn't take any of the cream off, Cynthy," said Mr. Ringgan. One corner of the kitchen table was hauled up to the fire to be comfortable, Fleda said, and she and her grandfather sat down on opposite sides of it to do honour to the apples and milk, each with the simple intent of keeping up appearances and cheating the other into cheerfulness. There is, however, deny it who can, an exhilarating effect in good wholesome food taken when one is in some need of it, and Fleda at least found the supper relish exceedingly well. Every one furthermore knows the relief of a hearty flow of tears when a secret weight has been pressing on the mind. She was just ready for anything reviving. After the third mouthful she began to talk, and before the bottom of the bowl was reached she had smiled more than once. So her grandfather thought no harm was done, and went to bed quite comforted, and Fleda climbed the steep stairs that led from his door to her little chamber just over his head. It was small and mean, immediately under the roof, with only one window. There were plenty of better rooms in the house, but Fleda liked this because it kept her near her grandfather, and indeed she had always had it ever since her father's death, and never thought of taking any other. She had a fashion, this child, in whom the simplicity of practical life and the poetry of imaginative life were curiously blended. She had a fashion of going to her window every night when the moon or stars were shining to look out for a minute or two before she went to bed, and sometimes the minutes were more than any good grandmother or aunt would have considered wholesome for little Fleda in the fresh night air. But there was no one to watch or reprimand, and whatever it was that Fleda read in the earth or sky, the charm which held her one bright night was sure to bring her to her window the next. This evening a faint young moon lighted up but dimly the meadow that was called the East Hill, over against which the window in question looked. The air was calm and mild, there was no frost to night, the stillness was entire, and the stars shone in a cloudless sky. Fleda set open the window and looked out with a face that again bore tokens of the experiences of that day. She wanted the soothing speech of nature's voice, and child as she was she could hear it. She did not know, in her simplicity, what it was that comforted and soothed her, but she stood at her window enjoying. It was so perfectly still, her fancy presently went to all those people who had hushed their various work and were now resting, or soon would be, in the unconsciousness and the helplessness of sleep. The helplessness, and then that eye that never sleeps, that hand that keeps them all, that is never idle, that is the safety and the strength alike of all the earth and of all them that wake or sleep upon it. And if he takes care of them all, will he not take care of poor little me? Thought Fleda. Oh, how glad I am I know there is a God! How glad I am I know he is such a God, that I can trust him, that he will make everything go right. How I forget this sometimes! But Jesus does not forget his children. Oh, I am a happy little girl. Grandpa's saying what he did don't make it so. Perhaps I shall die the first, but I hope not, for what would become of him? But this and everything will all be arranged right, and I have nothing to do with it but to obey God and please him, and he will take care of the rest. He has forbidden us to be careful about it too." With grateful tears of relief, Fleda shut the window and began to undress herself, her heart so lightened of its burden that her thoughts presently took leave to go out again upon pleasure excursions in various directions. And one of the last things in Fleda's mind before sleep surprised her, was what a nice thing it was for any one to bow and smile so as Mr. Carleton did. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Queechy by Susan Werner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 3. You amuse me, and I'll amuse you. Dingle or bushy dell of this wild wood, and every bosky bourne from side to side, my daily walks and ancient neighbourhood. Milton. Fleda and her grandfather had but just risen from a tolerably early breakfast the next morning, when the two young sportsmen entered the room. "Ha!" said Mr. Ringgan, "I declare you're stirring betimes. Come 5 or 6 miles this morning a'ready. Well, that's the stuff to make sportsmen of. Off for the woodcock, eh? And I was to go with you and show you the ground. I declare I don't know how in the world I can do it this morning. I'm so very stiff. 10 times as bad as I was yesterday. I had a window open in my room last night. I expect that must have been the cause. I don't see how I could have overlooked it, but I never gave it a thought, till this morning. I found myself so lame I could hardly get out of bed. I am very sorry, upon my word." "I am very sorry we must lose your company, sir," said the young Englishman, "and for such a cause; but as to the rest, I dare say your directions will guide us sufficiently." "I don't know about that," said the old gentleman. "It is pretty hard to steer by a chart that is only laid down in the imagination. I set out once to go in New York from one side of the city over into the other, and the first thing I knew I found myself travelling along half a mile out of town. I had to get in a stage and ride back and take a fresh start. Out at the West they say when you are in the woods you can tell which is north by the moss growing on that side of the trees. But if you're lost, you'll be pretty apt to find the moss grows on all sides of the trees. I couldn't make out any waymarks at all, in such a labyrinth of brick corners. Well, let us see. If I tell you now, it is so easy to mistake one hill for another. Fleda, child, you put on your sunbonnet, and take these gentlemen back to the 20-acre lot, and from there you can tell 'em how to go, so I guess they won't mistake it." "By no means," said Mr. Carleton. "We cannot give her so much trouble. It would be buying our pleasure at much too dear a rate." "Tut, tut," said the old gentleman, "she thinks nothing of trouble, and the walk'll do her good. She'd like to be out all day, I believe, if she had any one to go along with; but I'm rather a stupid companion for such a spry little pair of feet. Fleda, look here. When they get to the lot they can find their own way after that. You know where the place is, where your cousin Seth shot so many woodcock last year, over in Mr. Hurlbut's land. When you get to the big lot you must tell these gentlemen to go straight over the hill, not Squire Thornton's hill, but mine, at the back of the lot. They must go straight over it till they come to cleared land on the other side. Then they must keep along by the edge of the wood to the right, till they come to the brook. They must cross the brook and follow up the opposite bank, and they'll know the ground when they come to it, or they don't deserve to. Do you understand? Now run get your hat, for they ought to be off." Fleda went, but neither her step nor her look showed any great willingness to the business. "I am sure, Mr. Ringgan," said Mr. Carleton, "your little granddaughter has some reason for not wishing to take such a long walk this morning. Pray allow us to go without her." "Foo, foo," said the old gentleman, "she wants to go." "I guess she's skeered of the guns," said Cynthy, happy to get a chance to edge in a word before such a company. "It's that ails her." "Well, well, she must get used to it," said Mr. Ringgan. "Here she is." Fleda had it in her mind to whisper to him a word of hope about Mr. Jolly, but she recollected that it was at best an uncertain hope, and that if her grandfather's thoughts were off the subject it was better to leave them so. She only kissed him for good bye, and went out with the two gentlemen. As they took up their guns Mr. Carleton caught the timid shunning glance her eye gave at them. "Do you dislike the company of these noisy friends of ours, Miss Fleda?" said he. Fleda hesitated, and finally she said she didn't much like to be very near them when they were fired. "Put that fear away," said he, "for they shall keep a respectful silence so long as they have the honour to be in your company. If the woodcock come about us as tame as quails, our guns shall not be provoked to say anything till your departure gives them leave." Fleda smiled her thanks and set forward, privately much confirmed in her opinion that Mr. Carleton had handsome eyes. At a little distance from the house Fleda left the meadow for an old apple orchard at the left, lying on a steep side hill. Up this hillside they toiled, and then found themselves on a ridge of table land, stretching back for some distance along the edge of a little valley or bottom of perfectly flat, smooth pasture ground. The valley was very narrow, only divided into fields by fences running from side to side. The table land might be 100 feet or more above the level of the bottom, with a steep face towards it, A little way back from the edge the woods began; between them and the brow of the hill the ground was smooth and green, planted as if by art with flourishing young silver pines, and once in a while a hemlock, some standing in all their luxuriance alone, and some in groups, with now and then a smooth grey rock or large boulder stone which had somehow inexplicably stopped on the brow of the hill, instead of rolling down into what, at some former time no doubt, was a bed of water. All this open strip of the table land might have stood with very little coaxing for a piece of gentleman's pleasure ground. On the opposite side of the little valley was a low rocky height, covered with wood, now in the splendour of varied red and green, and purple and brown and gold. Between, at their feet, lay the soft quiet green meadow, and off to the left, beyond the far end of the valley, was the glory of the autumn woods again, softened in the distance. A true October sky seemed to pervade all, mildly blue, transparently pure, with that clearness of atmosphere that no other month gives us; a sky that would have conferred a patent of nobility on any landscape. The scene was certainly contracted, and nowise remarkable in any of its features, but nature had shaken out all her colours over the land, and drawn a veil from the sky, and breathed through the woods and over the hillside the very breath of health, enjoyment, and vigour. When they were about over against the middle of the valley, Mr. Carleton suddenly made a pause, and stood for some minutes silently looking. His two companions came to a halt on either side of him, one not a little pleased, the other a little impatient. "Beautiful," Mr. Carleton said at length. "Yes," said Fleda gravely, "I think it's a pretty place. I like it up here." "We shan't catch many woodcock among these pines," said young Rossitur. "I wonder," said Mr. Carleton presently, "how any one should have called these melancholy days." "Who has?" said Rossitur. "A countryman of yours," said his friend glancing at him. "If he had been a countryman of mine there would have been less marvel. But here is none of the sadness of decay, none of the withering. If the tokens of old age are seen at all, it is in the majestic honours that crowns a glorious life, the graces of a matured and ripened character. This has nothing in common, Rossitur, with those dull moralists who are always dinning decay and death into one's ears. This speaks of life. Instead of freezing all one's hopes and energies, it quickens the pulse with the desire to do. The saddest of the year Bryant was wrong." "Bryant! Oh," said young Rossitur, "I didn't know who you were speaking of." "I believe now I think of it, he was writing of a somewhat later time of the year. I don't know how all this will look in November." "I think it is very pleasant in November," said little Fleda sedately. "Don't you know Bryant's Death of the Flowers, Rossitur?" said his friend smiling. "What have you been doing all your life?" "Not studying the fine arts at West Point, Mr. Carleton." "Then sit down here and let me mend that place in your education. Sit down, and I'll give you something better than woodcock. You keep a game bag for thoughts, don't you?" Mr. Rossitur wished Mr. Carleton didn't. But he sat down however and listened with an unedified face, while his friend, more to please himself it must be confessed, than for any other reason, and perhaps with half a notion to try Fleda, repeated the beautiful words. He presently saw they were not lost upon one of his hearers. She listened intently. "It is very pretty," said Rossitur when he had done. "I believe I have seen it before somewhere." "There is no smoky light to day," said Fleda. "No," said Mr. Carleton, smiling to himself, "nothing but that could improve the beauty of all this, Miss Fleda." "I like it better as it is," said Fleda. "I am surprised at that," said young Rossitur. "I thought you lived on smoke." There was nothing in the words, but the tone was not exactly polite. Fleda granted him neither smile nor look. "I am glad you like it up here," she went on gravely, doing the honours of the place. I came this way because we shouldn't have so many fences to climb." "You are the best little guide possible, and I have no doubt would always lead one the right way," said Mr. Carleton. Again the same gentle, kind, appreciating look. Fleda unconsciously drew a step nearer. There was a certain undefined confidence established between them. "There's a little brook down there in spring," said she, pointing to a small grass grown watercourse in the meadow, hardly discernible from the height. "But there's no water in it now. It runs quite full for a while after the snow breaks up, but it dries away by June or July." "What are those trees so beautifully tinged with red and orange, down there by the fence in the meadow?" "I'm not woodsman enough to inform you," replied Rossitur. "Those are maples," said Fleda, "sugar maples. The one all orange is a hickory." "How do you know?" said Mr. Carleton, turning to her. "By your wit as a fairy?" "I know by the colour," said Fleda modestly, "and by the shape too." "Fairy," said Mr. Rossitur, "if you have any of the stuff about you, I wish you would knock this gentleman over the head with your wand, and put the spirit of moving into him. He is going to sit dreaming here all day." "Not at all," said his friend springing up. "I am ready for you. But I want other game than woodcock just now, I confess." They walked along in silence, and had near reached the extremity of the table land, which towards the end of the valley descended into ground of a lower level covered with woods, when Mr. Carleton, who was a little ahead, was startled by Fleda's voice, exclaiming in a tone of distress, "Oh, not the robins!" and turning about perceived Mr. Rossitur standing still with levelled gun and just in the act to shoot. Fleda had stopped her ears. In the same instant Mr. Carleton had thrown up the gun, demanding of Rossitur with a singular change of expression what he meant. "Mean!" said the young gentleman, meeting with an astonished face the indignant fire of his companion's eyes. "Why I mean not to meddle with other people's guns, Mr. Carleton. What do you mean?" "Nothing but to protect myself." "Protect yourself!" said Rossitur, heating as the other cooled. "From what, in the name of wonder?" "Only from having my word blown away by your fire," said Carleton smiling. "Come, Rossitur, recollect yourself. Remember our compact." "Compact! One isn't bound to keep compacts with unearthly personages," said Rossitur, half sulkily and half angrily. "And besides, I made none." Mr. Carleton turned from him very coolly and walked on. They left the table land and the wood, entered the valley again, and passed through a large orchard, the last of the succession of fields which stretched along it. Beyond this orchard the ground rose suddenly, and on the steep hillside there had been a large plantation of Indian corn. The corn was harvested, but the ground was still covered with numberless little stacks of the corn stalks. Half way up the hill stood 3 ancient chestnut trees. Veritable patriarchs of the nut tribe they were, and respected and esteemed as patriarchs should be. "There are no dropping nuts to day either," said Fleda, to whom the sight of her forest friends in the distance probably suggested the thought, for she had not spoken for some time. "I suppose there hasn't been frost enough yet." "Why you have a good memory, Fairy," said Mr. Carleton. "Do you give the nuts leave to fall of themselves?" "Oh sometimes grandpa and I go nutting," said the little girl, getting lightly over the fence, "but we haven't been this year." "Then it is a pleasure to come yet?" "No," said Fleda quietly. "The trees near the house have been stripped, and the only other nice place there is for us to go to, Mr. Didenhover let the Shakers have the nuts. I shan't get any this year." "Live in the woods and not get any nuts! That won't do, Fairy. Here are some fine chestnuts we are coming to. What would hinder our reaping a good harvest from them?" "I don't think there will be any on them," said Fleda. "Mr. Didenhover has been here lately with the men getting in the coin. I guess they have cleared the trees." "Who is Mr. Didenhover?" "He is grandpa's man." "Why didn't you bid Mr. Didenhover let the nuts alone?" "Oh he wouldn't mind if he was told," said Fleda. "He does everything just as he has a mind to. and nobody can hinder him. Yes, they've cleared the trees. I thought so." "Don't you know of any other trees that are out of this Mr. Didenhover's way?" "Yes," said Fleda, "I know a place where there used to be beautiful hickory trees, and some chestnuts too, I think, but it is too far off for grandpa, and I couldn't go there alone. This is the 20-acre lot," said she, looking though she did not say it. "Here I leave you." "I am glad to hear it," said her cousin. "Now give us our directions, Fleda, and thank you for your services." "Stop a minute," said Mr. Carleton. "What if you and I should try to find those same hickory trees, Miss Fleda? Will you take me with you, or is it too long a walk?" "For me? Oh no," said Fleda, with a face of awakening hope. "But," she added timidly, "you were going a shooting, sir." "What on earth are you thinking of, Carleton?" said young Rossitur. "Let the nuts and Fleda alone, do." "By your leave, Mr. Rossitur," said Carleton, "my murderous intents have all left me. Miss Fleda, I suppose your wand has been playing about me, and I should like nothing better than to go with you over the hills this morning. I have been nutting many a time in my own woods at home, and I want to try it for once in the New World. Will you take me?" "Oh thank you, sir," said Fleda, "but we have passed the turning a long way. We must go back ever so far the same way we came to get to the place where we turn off to go up the mountain." "I don't wish for a prettier way, if it isn't so fair as to tire you, Fairy." "Oh it won't tire me," said Fleda, overjoyed. "Carleton!" exclaimed young Rossitur, "can you be so absurd? Lose this splendid day for the woodcock when we may not have another while we are here." "You are not a true sportsman, Mr. Rossitur," said the other coolly, "or you would know what it is to have some sympathy with the sports of others. But you will have the day for the woodcock, and bring us home a great many, I hope. Miss Fleda, suppose you give this impatient young gentleman his orders and dispatch him." "I thought you were more of a sportsman," said the vexed West Pointer, "or your sympathy would be with me." "I tell you the sporting mania was never stronger on me," said the other carelessly. "Something less than a rifle, however, will do to bring down the game I am after. We will rendezvous at the little village over yonder, unless I go home before you, which I think is more probable. Au revoir." With careless gracefulness he saluted his disconcerted companion, who moved off with ungraceful displeasure. Fleda and Mr. Carleton then began to follow back the road they had come, in the highest good humour both. Her sparkling face told him with even greater emphasis than her words, "I am so much obliged to you, sir." "How you go over fences!" said he. "Like a spirit, as you are." "Oh I have climbed a great many," said Fleda, accepting, however, again with that infallible instinct, the help which she did not need. "I shall be so glad to get some nuts, for I thought I wasn't going to have any this year, and it is so pleasant to have them to crack in the long winter evenings." "You must find them long evenings indeed, I should think." "Oh no, we don't," said Fleda. "I didn't mean they were long in that way. Grandpa cracks the nuts, and I pick them out, and he tells me stories, and then you know he likes to go to bed early. The evenings never seem long." "But you are not always cracking nuts?" "Oh no, to be sure not; but there are plenty of other pleasant things to do. I dare say grandpa would have bought some nuts, but I had a great deal rather have those we get ourselves, and then the fun of getting them besides is the best part." Fleda was tramping over the ground at a furious rate. "How many do you count upon securing to day?" said Mr. Carleton gravely. "I don't know," said Fleda with a business face. "There are a good many trees, and fine large ones, and I don't believe anybody has found them out. They are so far out of the way. There ought to be a good parcel of nuts." "But," said Mr. Carleton with perfect gravity, "if we should be lucky enough to find a supply for your winter's store, it would be too much for you and me to bring home, Miss Fleda, unless you have a broomstick in the service of fairydom." "A broomstick!" said Fleda. "Yes, Did you never hear of the man who had a broomstick that would fetch pails of water at his bidding?" "No," said Fleda laughing. "What a convenient broomstick! I wish we had one. But I know what I can do, Mr. Carleton. If there should be too many nuts for us to bring home, I can take Cynthy afterwards and get the rest of them. Cynthy and I could go. Grandpa couldn't, even if he was as well as usual, for the trees are all in a hollow away over on the other side of the mountain. It's a beautiful place." "Well," said Mr. Carleton, smiling curiously to himself, "in that case I shall be even of more use than I had hoped. But sha'n't we want a basket, Miss Fleda?" "Yes indeed," said Fleda, "a good large one. I am going to run down to the house for it, as soon as we get to the turning off place. If you'll be so good as to sit down and wait for me, sir, I won't be long after it." "No," said he, "I will walk with you, and leave my gun in safe quarters. You had better not travel so fast, or I am afraid you will never reach the hickory trees." Fleda smiled and said there was no danger, but she slackened her pace, and they proceeded at a more reasonable rate till they reached the house. Mr. Carleton would not go in, placing his gun in an outer shelter. Fleda dashed into the kitchen, and after a few minutes' delay came out again with a huge basket, which Mr. Carleton took from her without suffering his inward amusement to reach his face, and a little tin pail which she kept under her own guardianship. In vain Mr. Carleton offered to take it with the basket, or even put it in the basket, where he showed her it would go very well. It must not go anywhere but in Fleda's own hand. Fleda was in restless haste till they had passed over the already twice trodden ground and entered upon the mountain road. It was hardly a road. In some places a beaten track was visible, in others Mr. Carleton wondered how his little companion found her way, where nothing but fresh fallen leaves and scattered rocks and stones could be seen, covering the whole surface. But her foot never faltered, her eye read waymarks where his saw none. She went on, he did not doubt, unerringly, over the leaf strewn and rock strewn way, over ridge and hollow, with a steady light swiftness that he could not help admiring. Once they came to a little brawling stream of spring water, hardly 3 inches deep anywhere, but making quite a wide bed for itself in its bright way to the lowlands. Mr. Carleton was considering how he should contrive to get his little guide over it in safety, when quick over the little round stones which lifted their heads above the surface of the water, on the tips of her toes, Fleda tripped across before he had done thinking about it. He told her he had no doubt now that she was a fairy, and had powers of walking that did not belong to other people. Fleda laughed, and on her little demure figure went, picking out the way, always with that little tin pail hanging at her side, like Mr. Carleton busied himself in finding out similes for her. It wasn't very easy. For a long distance their way was through a thick woodland, clear of underbrush, and very pleasant walking, but permitting no look at the distant country. They wound about, now uphill and now down, till at last they began to ascend in good earnest. The road became better marked, and Mr. Carleton came up with his guide again. Both were obliged to walk more slowly. He had overcome a good deal of Fleda's reserve, and she talked to him now quite freely, without however losing the grace of a most exquisite modesty in everything she said or did. "What do you suppose I have been amusing myself with all this while, Miss Fleda?" said he, after walking for some time alongside of her in silence. "I have been trying to fancy what you looked like as you travelled on before me with that mysterious tin pail." "Well, what did I look like?" said Fleda laughing. "Little Red Riding Hood the first thing, carrying her grandmother and the pot of butter." "Ah, but I haven't got any butter in this, as it happens," said Fleda. "And I hope you are not anything like the wolf, Mr. Carleton." "I hope not," said he laughing. "Well, then I thought you might be one of those young ladies the fairy stories tell of, who set out over the world to seek their fortune. That might hold, you know, a little provision to last for a day or two till you found it." "No," said Fleda, "I should never go to seek my fortune." "Why not, pray?" I don't think I should find it any the sooner." Mr. Carleton looked at her and could not make up his mind whether or not she spoke wittingly. "Well, but after all, are we not seeking our fortune?" said he. "We are doing something very like it. Now up here on the mountain top perhaps we shall find only empty trees, perhaps trees with a harvest of nuts on them." "Yes, but that wouldn't be like finding a fortune," said Fleda. "If we were to come to a great heap of nuts all picked out ready for us to carry away, that would be a fortune. But now if we find the trees full we have got to knock them down and gather them up and shuck them." "Make our own fortunes, eh?" said Mr. Carleton smiling. "Well, people do say those are the sweetest nuts. I don't know how it may be." "Ah, that is fine. What an atmosphere!" They had reached a height of the mountain that cleared them a view, and over the tops of the trees they looked abroad to a very wide extent of country, undulating with hill and vale, hill and valley alike far below at their feet. Fair and rich, the gently swelling hills, one beyond another, in the patchwork dress of their many coloured fields, the gay hues of the woodland softened and melted into a rich autumn glow, and far away, beyond even where this glow was, sobered and lost in the distance, the faint blue line of the Catskill, faint but clear and distinct through the transparent air. Such a sky, of such etherealized purity, as if made for spirits to travel in, and tempting them to rise and free themselves from the soil, and the stillness like nature's hand laid upon the soul, bidding it think. In view of all the vastness and grandeur, man's littleness does bespeak itself. And yet for every one the voice of the scene is not more humbling to pride than rousing to all that is really noble and strong in character, not only what thou art, but what thou mayest be, what place thou oughtest to fill, what work thou hast to do, in this magnificent world. A very extended landscape, however genial, is also sober in its effect on the mind. One seems to emerge from the narrowness of individual existence, and take a larger view of life as well as of creation. Perhaps Mr. Carleton felt it so, for after his first expression of pleasure he stood silently and gravely looking for a long time. Little Fleda's eye loved it too, but she looked her fill, and then sat down on a stone to await her companion's pleasure, glancing now and then up at his face, which gave her no encouragement to interrupt him. It was gravely and even gloomily thoughtful. He stood so long without stirring that poor Fleda began to have sad thoughts of the possibility of gathering all the nuts from the hickory trees, and she heaved a very gentle sigh once or twice; but the dark blue eyes, which she with reason admired, remained fixed on the broad scene below, as if it were reading or trying to read there a difficult lesson. And when at last he turned and began to go up the path again, he kept the same face, and went moodily swinging his arm up and down as if in disturbed thought. Fleda was too happy to be moving to care for her companion's silence. She would have compounded for no more conversation, so they might but reach the nut trees. But before they had got quite so far Mr. Carleton broke the silence, speaking in precisely the same tone and manner he had used the last time. "Look here, Fairy," said he, pointing to a small heap of chestnut burrs piled at the foot of a tree, "here's a little fortune for you already." "That's a squirrel," said Fleda, looking at the place very attentively. "There has been nobody else here. He has put them together ready to be carried off to his nest." "We'll save him that trouble," said Mr. Carleton. "Little rascal, he's a Didenhover in miniature." "Oh no," said Fleda, "he has as good a right to the nuts I am sure as we have, poor fellow. Mr. Carleton!" Mr. Carleton was throwing the nuts into the basket. At the anxious and undecided tone in which his name was pronounced he stopped and looked up at a very wistful face. "Mightn't we leave these nuts till we come back? If we find the trees over here full we shan't want them, and if we don't, these would be only a handful." "And the squirrel would be disappointed?" said Mr. Carleton smiling. "You would rather we should leave them to him?" Fleda said yes, with a relieved face; and Mr. Carleton, still smiling, emptied his basket of the few nuts he had put in, and they walked on. In a hollow, rather a deep hollow, behind the crest of the hill, as Fleda had said, they came at last to a noble group of large hickory trees with one or two chestnuts standing in attendance on the outskirts. And also, as Fleda had said, or hoped, the place was so far from convenient access that nobody had visited them. They were thick hung with fruit. If the spirit of the game had been wanting or failing in Mr. Carleton, it must have roused again into full life at the joyous heartiness of Fleda's exclamations. At any rate, no boy could have taken to the business better. He cut, with her permission, a stout long pole in the woods, and swinging himself lightly into one of the trees, showed that he was a master in the art of whipping them. Fleda was delighted, but not surprised, for from the first moment of Mr. Carleton's proposing to go with her, she had been privately sure that he would not prove an inactive or inefficient ally. By whatever slight tokens she might read this, in whatsoever fine characters of the eye, or speech or manner, she knew it, and knew it just as well before they reached the hickory trees as she did afterwards. When one of the trees was well stripped, the young gentleman mounted into another, while Fleda set herself to hull and gather up the nuts under the one first beaten. She could make but little headway, however, compared with her companion. The nuts fell a great deal faster than she could put them in her basket. The trees were heavy laden, and Mr. Carleton seemed determined to have the whole crop. From the second tree he went to the third. Fleda was bewildered with her happiness. This was doing business in style. She tried to calculate what the whole quantity would be, but it went beyond her. One basketful would not take it, nor two, not three. It wouldn't begin to, Fleda said to herself. She went on hulling and gathering with all possible industry. After the third tree was finished, Mr. Carleton threw down his pole, and resting himself upon the ground at the foot, told Fleda he would wait a few moments before he began again. Fleda thereupon left off her work too, and going for her little tin pail, presently offered it to him, temptingly stocked with pieces of apple pie. When he had smilingly taken one, she next brought him a sheet of white paper with slices of young cheese. "No, thank you," said he. "Cheese is very good with apple pie," said Fleda competently. "Is it?" said he laughing. "Well, upon that, I think you would teach me a good many things, Miss Fleda, if I were to stay here long enough." "I wish you would stay and try, sir," said Fleda, who did not know exactly what to make of the shade of seriousness which crossed his face. It was gone almost instantly. "I think anything is better eaten out in the woods than it is at home," said Fleda. "Well, I don't know," said her friend. "I have no doubt that is the case with cheese and apple pie, and especially under hickory trees, which one has been contending with pretty sharply. If a touch of your wand, fairy, could transform one of these shells into a goblet of Lafitte or Amontillado, we should have nothing to wish for." Amontillado was Hebrew to Fleda, but goblet was intelligible. "I am sorry," she said, "I don't know where there is any spring up here, but we shall come to one going down the mountain." "Do you know where all the springs are?" "No, not all, I suppose," said Fleda, "but I know a good many. I have gone about through the woods so much, and I always look for springs." "And who roams about through the woods with you?" "Oh, nobody but grandpa," said Fleda. "He used to be out with me a great deal, but he can't go much now, this year or two." "Don't you go to school?" "Oh no," said Fleda smiling. "Then your grandfather teaches you at home?" "No," said Fleda, "father used to teach me. Grandpa doesn't teach me much." "What do you do with yourself all day long?" "Oh plenty of things," said Fleda smiling again. I read and talk to grandpa, and go riding, and do a great many things." "Has your home always been here, Fairy?" said Mr. Carleton after a few minutes' pause. Fleda said, "No, sir," and there stopped, and then seeming to think that politeness called upon her to say more, she added, "I have lived with grandpa ever since father left me here when he was going away among the Indians. I used to be always with him before." "And how long ago is that?" "It is 4 years, sir, more, I believe. He was sick when he came back, and we never went away from Queechy again." Mr. Carleton looked again silently at the child, who had given him these pieces of information with a singular grave propriety of manner, and even as it were, reluctantly. "And what do you read, Fairy?" he said, after a minute. "Stories of fairyland?" "No," said Fleda, "I haven't any. We haven't a great many books. There are only a few up in the cupboard, and the encyclopedia. Father had some books, but they are locked up in a chest. But there is a great deal in the encyclopedia." "The encyclopedia!" said Mr. Carleton. "What do you read in that? What can you find to like there?" "I like all about the insects and birds and animals, and about flowers, and lives of people, and curious things. There are a great many in it." "And what are the other books in the cupboard which you read?" "There's Quentin Durward," said Fleda, "and Rob Roy, and Guy Mannering in 2 little bits of volumes, and the Knickerbocker, and the Christian's Magazine, and an odd volume of Redgauntlet, and the Beauties of Scotland." "And have you read all these, Miss Fleda?" said her companion, commanding his countenance with difficulty. "I haven't read quite all of the Christian's Magazine, nor all of the Beauties of Scotland." "All the rest?" "Oh yes," said Fleda, "and 2 or 3 times over. And there are 3 great red volumes besides, Robertson's History of something, I believe. I haven't read that either." "And which of them all do you like the best?" "I don't know," said Fleda. "I don't know but I like to read the encyclopedia as well as any of them. And then I have the newspapers to read too." "I think, Miss Fleda," said Mr. Carleton, a minute after, "you had better let me take you with my mother over the sea, when we go back again to Paris." "Why, sir?" "You know," he said half smiling, "your aunt wants you, and has engaged my mother to bring you with her if she can." "I know it," said Fleda, "but I'm not going." It was spoken not rudely, but in a tone of quiet determination. "Aren't you too tired, sir?" said she gently, when she saw Mr. Carleton preparing to launch into the remaining hickory trees. "Not I," said he. "I am not tired till I have done, Fairy. And besides, cheese is workingmen's fare, you know, isn't it?" "No," said Fleda gravely, "I don't think it is." "What then?" said Mr. Carleton, stopping as he was about to spring into the tree and looking at her with a face of comical amusement. "It isn't what our men live on," said Fleda, demurely eyeing the fallen nuts, with a head full of business. They set both to work again with renewed energy, and rested not till the treasures of the trees had been all brought to the ground, and as large a portion of them as could be coaxed and shaken into Fleda's basket had been cleared from the holes and bestowed there. But there remained a vast quantity. These, with a good deal of labour, Mr. Carleton and Fleda gathered into a large heap in rather a sheltered place by the side of a rock, and took what measures they might to conceal them. This was entirely at Fleda's insistence. "You and your maid Cynthia will have to make a good many journeys, Miss Fleda, to get all these home, unless you can muster a larger basket." "Oh that's nothing," said Fleda. "It will be all fun. I don't care how many times we have to come. You are very good, Mr. Carleton." "Do you think so?" said he. "I wish I did. I wish you would make your wand rest on me, Fairy." "My wand?" said Fleda. "Yes. You know your grandfather says you are a fairy and carry a wand. What does he say that for, Miss Fleda?" Fleda said she supposed it was because he loved her so much, but the rosy smile with which she said it would have let her hearer, if he had needed enlightening, far more into the secret than she was herself. And if the simplicity in her face had not been equal to the wit, Mr. Carleton would never have ventured the look of admiration he bestowed on her. He knew it was safe. Approbation she saw, and it made her smile the rosier. But the admiration was a step beyond her. Fleda could make nothing of it. They descended the mountain now with a hasty step, for the day was wearing well on. At the spot where he had stood so long when they went up, Mr. Carleton paused again for a minute. In mountain scenery every hour makes a change. The sun was lower now, the lights and shadows more strongly contrasted, the sky of a yet calmer blue, cool and clear towards the horizon. The scene said still the same that it had said a few hours before, with a touch of sadness. It seemed to whisper, all things have an end. Thy time may not be forever. Do what thou wouldest do. While ye have light, believe in the light, that ye may be children of the light. Whether Mr. Carleton read it so or not, he stood for a minute, motionless, and went down the mountain, looking so grave that Fleda did not venture to speak to him, till they reached the neighbourhood of the spring. "What are you searching for, Miss Fleda?" said her friend. She was making a busy quest here and there by the side of the little stream. "I was looking to see if I could find a mullein leaf," said Fleda. "A mullein leaf! What do you want it for?" "I want it to make a drinking cup of," said Fleda, her intent bright eyes peering keenly about in every direction. "A mullein leaf! That is too rough. One of these golden leaves, what are they? Will do better, won't it?" "That is hickory," said Fleda. "No, the mullein leaf is the best because it holds the water so nicely. Here it is." And folding up one of the largest leaves into a most artistic like cup, she presented it to Mr. Carleton. "For me was all that trouble?" said he. "I don't deserve it." "You wanted something, sir," said Fleda. "The water is very cold and nice." He stooped to the bright little stream and filled his rural goblet several times. "I never knew what it was to have a fairy for my cupbearer before," said he. "That was better than anything Bordeaux or Xeres ever sent forth." He seemed to have swallowed his seriousness, or thrown it away with the mullein leaf. It was quite gone. "This is the best spring in all grandpa's ground," said Fleda. "The water is as good as can be." "How came you to be such a wood and water spirit? You must live out of doors. Do the trees ever talk to you? I sometimes think they do to me." "I don't know. I think I talk to them," said Fleda. "It's the same thing," said her companion smiling. "Such beautiful woods." "Were you never in the country before in the fall, sir?" "Not here. In my own country often enough. But the woods in England do not put on such a gay face, Miss Fleda, when they are going to be stripped of their summer dress. They look sober upon it. The leaves wither and grow brown, and the woods have a dull russet colour. Your trees are true Yankees. They never say die." "Why, are the Americans more obstinate than the English?" said Fleda. "It is difficult to compare unknown quantities," said Mr. Carleton, laughing and shaking his head. "I see you have good ears for the keynote of patriotism." Fleda looked a little hard at him, but he did not explain. And indeed they were hurrying along too much for talking, leaping from stone to stone and running down the smooth orchard slope. When they reached the last fence, but a little way from the house, Fleda made a resolute pause. "Mr. Carleton," said she. Mr. Carleton put down the basket and looked in some surprise at the hesitating, anxious little face that looked up at him. "Won't you please not say anything to grandpa about my going away?" "Why not, Fairy?" said he kindly. "Because I don't think I ought to go." "But may it not be possible," said he, "that your grandfather can judge better in the matter than you can do?" "No," said Fleda, "I don't think he can. He would do anything he thought would be most for my happiness, but it wouldn't be for my happiness," she said with an unsteady lip. "I don't know what he would do if I went." "You think he would have no sunshine if your wand didn't touch him?" said Mr. Carleton smiling. "No, sir," said Fleda gravely, "I don't think that. But won't you please, Mr. Carleton, not to speak about it?" "But are you sure?" he said, sitting down on a stone hard by and taking one of her hands. "Are you sure that you would not like to go with us? I wish you would change your mind about it. My mother will love you very much, and I will take the especial charge of you till we give you to your aunt in Paris. If the wind blows a little too rough, I will always put myself between it and you," he added smiling. Fleda smiled faintly, but immediately begged Mr. Carleton not to say anything to put it into her grandfather's head. "It must be there already, I think, Miss Fleda; but at any rate you know my mother must perform her promise to your aunt Mrs. Rossitur, and she would not do that without letting your grandfather know how glad she would be to take you." Fleda stood silent a moment, and then with a touching look of waiting patience in her sweet face, suffered Mr. Carleton to help her over the fence, and they went home. To Fleda's unspeakable surprise it was found to be past 4 o'clock, and Cynthy had supper ready. Mr. Ringgan, with great cordiality, invited Mr. Carleton to stay with them, but he could not. His mother would expect him to dinner. "Where is your mother?" "At Montepoole, sir. We have been to Niagara, and came this way on our return, partly that my mother might fulfil the promise she made Mrs. Rossitur, to let you know, sir, with how much pleasure she will take charge of your little granddaughter and convey her to her friends in Paris, if you can think it best to let her go." She is very kind," said Mr. Ringgan, with a look of grave and not unmoved consideration which Fleda did not in the least like. "How long will you stay at Montepoole, sir?" "It might be several days," Mr. Carleton said. You have given up this day to Fleda, Mr. Carleton. Suppose you take to morrow for the game, and come here and try our country fair when you have got through shooting, you and young Mr. Rossitur, and I'll think over this question and let you know about it." Fleda was delighted to see that her friend accepted this invitation with apparent pleasure. "You will be kind enough to give my respects to your mother," Mr. Ringgan went on, "and thanks for her kind offer. I may, perhaps, I don't know, avail myself of it. If anything should bring Mrs. Carleton this way we should like to see her. I am glad to see my friends," he said, shaking the young gentleman's hand, "as long as I have a house to ask 'em to." "That will be for many years, I trust," said Mr. Carleton respectfully, struck with something in the old gentleman's manner. "I don't know, sir," said Mr. Ringgan, with again the dignified look of trouble. "It may not be. I wish you good day, sir." CHAPTer 4.
of Queechy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Queechy by Susan Warner. Chapter 4. Aunt Miriam. A mind that in a calm angelic mood of happy wisdom, meditating good, beholds, from all her highest powers required, much done, and much designed, and more desired. Wordsworth. "I've had such a delicious day, dear grandpa," said little Fleda as they sat at supper. "You can't think how kind Mr. Carleton has been." "Has he? Well, dear, I'm glad on't. He seems a very nice young man." "He's a smart looking feller," said Cynthy, who was pouring out the tea. "And we have got the greatest quantity of nuts," Fleda went on, "enough for all winter. Cynthy and I will have to make ever so many journeys to fetch 'em all, and they are splendid big ones. Don't you say anything to Mr. Didenhover, Cynthy." "I don't desire to meddle with Mr. Didenhofer unless I've got to," said Cynthy with an expression of considerable disgust. "You needn't give no charges to me." "But you'll go with me, Cynthy?" "I s'pose I'll have to," said Miss Gall dryly, after a short interval of sipping tea and helping herself to sweetmeats. This lady had a pervading acidity of face and temper, but it was no more. To take her name as standing for a fair setting forth of her character would be highly injurious to a really respectable composition, which the world's neglect, there was no other imaginable cause, had soured a little. Almost Fleda's first thought on coming home had been about Mr. Jolly, but she knew very well without asking that he had not been there. She would not touch the subject. "I haven't had such a fine day of nutting in a great while, grandpa," she said again, "and you never saw such a good hand as Mr. Carleton is at whipping the trees." "How came he to go with you?" "I don't know. I suppose it was to please me in the first place, but I am sure he enjoyed it himself. And he liked the pie and cheese too, Cynthy." "Where did your cousin go?" "Oh, he went off after the woodcock. I hope he didn't find any." "What do you think of those two young men, Fairy?" "In what way, grandpa?" "I mean, which of them do you like the best?" "Mr. Carleton." "But t'other one's your cousin," said Mr. Ringgan, bending forward and examining his little daughter's face with a curious pleased look, as he often did when expecting an answer from her. "Yes," said Fleda, "but he isn't so much of a gentleman." "How do you know that?" "I don't think he is," said Fleda quietly. "But why? Fairy?" "He doesn't know how to keep his word as well, grandpa." "Ay, ay? Let's hear about that," said Mr. Ringgan. A little reluctantly, for Cynthia was present, Fleda told the story of the robins, and how Mr. Carleton would not let the gun be fired. "Wa'n't your cousin a little put out by that?" "They were both put out," said Fleda. "Mr. Carleton was very angry for a minute, and then Mr. Rossitur was angry, but I think he could have been angrier if he had chosen." Mr. Ringgan laughed, and then seemed in a sort of amused triumph about something. "Well, dear," he remarked after a while, "you'll never buy wooden nutmegs, I expect." Fleda laughed and hoped not, and asked him why he said so, but he didn't tell her. "Mr. Ringgan," said Cynthy, "hadn't I better run up the hill after supper and ask Mis' Plumfield to come down and help to morrow? I s'pose you'll want considerable of a set out; if both them young men comes you'll want some more help to entertain them than I can possibly give you, it's likely." "Do so," said the old gentleman. "Tell her who I expect, and ask her if she can come and help you, and me too." "Oh, and I'll go with you, Cynthy," said Fleda. "I'll get aunt Miriam to come, I know." "I should think you'd be run off your legs already, Flidda," said Miss Cynthia. "What ails you to want to be going again?" But this remonstrance availed nothing. Supper was hurried through, and leaving the table standing, Cynthia and Fleda set off to run up the hill. They were hardly a few steps from the gate when they heard the clatter of horses' hoofs behind them, and the two young gentlemen came riding hurriedly past, having joined company and taken their horses at Queechy Run. Rossitur did not seem to see his little cousin and her companion, but the doffed cap and low inclination of the other rider as they flew by called up a smile and blush of pleasure to Fleda's face, and the sound of their horses' hoofs had died away in the distance before the light had faded from her cheeks, or she was quite at home to Cynthia's observations. She was possessed with a feeling, what a delightful thing it was to have people do things in such a manner. "That was your cousin, wa'n't it?" said Cynthy when the spell was off. "No," said Fleda, "the other one was my cousin." "Well, I mean one of them fellers that went by. He's a soldier, ain't he?" "An officer," said Fleda. "Well, it does give a man an elegant look to be in the militie, don't it? I should admire to have a cousin like that. It's dreadful becoming to have that, what is it they call it? To let the beard grow over the mouth. I s'pose they can't do that without they be in the army, can they?" "I don't know," said Fleda. "I hope not. I think it is very ugly." "Do you? Oh, I admire it. It makes a man look so spry." A few hundred yards from Mr. Ringgan's gate the road began to wind up a very long heavy hill. Just at the hill's foot it crossed by a rude bridge the bed of a noisy brook that came roaring down from the higher grounds, turning sundry mill and factory wheels on its way. About half way up the hill one of these was placed, belonging to a mill for sawing boards. The little building stood alone, no other in sight, with a dark background of wood rising behind it on the other side of the brook, the stream itself running smoothly for a small space above the mill, and leaping down madly below, as if it disdained its bed and would clear at a bound every impediment on its way to the sea. When the mill was not going, the quantity of water that found its way down the hill was indeed very small, enough to keep up a pleasant chattering with the stones; but as soon as the stream was allowed to gather all its force and run free, its loquacity was such that it would prevent a traveller from suspecting his approach to the mill until, very near, the monotonous hum of its saw could be heard. This was a place Fleda dearly loved. The wild sound of the waters, and the lonely keeping of the scene, with the delicious smell of the new sawn boards, and the fascination of seeing the great logs of wood walk up to the relentless, tireless, up and down going steel, as the generations of men in turn present themselves to the course of those sharp events which are the teeth of time's saw, until all of a sudden the master spirit, the man regulator of this machinery, would perform some conjuration on lever and wheel, and at once, as the touch of an enchanter, the log would be still, and the saw stay its work. The business of life came to a stand, and the romance of the little brook sprang up again. Fleda never tired of it, never. She would watch the saw play and stop and go on again; she would have her ears dinned with the hoarse clang of the machinery, and then listen to the laugh of the mill stream. She would see with untiring patience one board after another cut and cast aside, and log succeed log, and never turned weary away from that mysterious image of time's doings. Fleda had besides, without knowing it, the eye of a painter. In the lonely hillside, the odd shaped little mill with its accompaniments of wood and water, and the great logs of timber lying about the ground in all directions and varieties of position, there was a picturesque charm for her, where the country people saw nothing but business, and a place fit for it. Their hands grew hard where her mind was refining; where they made dollars and cents, she was growing rich in stores of thought and associations of beauty. How many purposes the same thing serves! "That had ought to be your grandpa's mill this minute," observed Cynthy. "I wish it was," sighed Fleda. "Who's got it now, Cynthy?" "O it's that chap McGowan, I expect. He's got pretty much the hull of everything. I told Mr. Ringgan I wouldn't let him have it if it was me, at the time. Your grandpa'd be glad to get it back now, I guess." Fleda guessed so too, but also guessed that Miss Gall was probably very far from being possessed of the whole rationale of the matter, so she made her no answer. After reaching the brow of the hill the road continued on a very gentle ascent towards a little settlement half a quarter of a mile off, passing now and then a few scattered cottages, or an occasional mill or turner's shop. Several mills and factories, with a store and a very few dwelling houses, were all the settlement; not enough to entitle it to the name of a village. Beyond these and the mill ponds, of which in the course of the road there were 3 or 4, and with a brief intervening space of cultivated fields, a single farmhouse stood alone, just upon the borders of a large and very fair sheet of water from which all the others had their supply; so large and fair that nobody cavilled at its taking the style of a lake and giving it its own pretty name of Deepwater, both to the settlement and the farm that half embraced it. This farm was Seth Plumfield's. At the garden gate Fleda quitted Cynthy and rushed forward to meet her aunt, whom she saw coming round the corner of the house with her gown pinned up behind her from attending to some domestic concern among the pigs, the cows, or the poultry. "Oh, aunt Miriam," said Fleda eagerly, "we are going to have company to tea to morrow. Won't you come and help us?" Aunt Miriam laid her hands upon Fleda's shoulders and looked at Cynthy. "I came up to see if you wouldn't come down to morrow, Mis' Plumfield," said that personage with her usual dry business tone, always a little on the wrong side of sweet. "Your brother has taken a notion to ask 2 young fellers from the Pool to supper, and they're grand folks I s'pose, and have got to have a fuss made for 'em. I don't know what Mr. Ringgan was thinking of, or whether he thinks I've got anything to do or not; but anyhow they're a coming. I s'pose I must have something to eat, and I thought the best thing I could do would be to come and get you into the works if I could. I should feel a little queer to have nobody but me to say nothing to them at the table." "Ah, do come, aunt Miriam," said Fleda. "It would be twice as pleasant if you do.
And besides, we want to have everything very nice, you know." Aunt Miriam smiled at Fleda, and inquired of Miss Gall what she had in the house. "Why, I don't know, Miss Plumfield," said the lady, while Fleda threw her arms around her aunt and thanked her. "There ain't nothin' particular, pork and beef and the old story. I've got some first rate pickles. I calculated to make some sort of cake in the morning." "Any of those small hams left?" "Not a bone of 'em. These 6 weeks I don't see how they've gone, for my part. I'd lay any wager there were 2 in the smoke house when I took the last one out. If Mr. Didenhover was a little more like a weasel I should think he'd been in." "Have you cooked that roaster I sent down?" "No, Miss Plumfield, I ha'n't. It's such a plaguey sight of trouble," said Cynthy with a little apologetic giggle. "I was keeping it for some day when I hadn't much to do." "I'll take the trouble of it. I'll be down bright and early in the morning, and we'll see what's the best to do. How's your churning, Cynthy?" "Well, I guess it's pretty middlin', Miss Plumfield." "'Tisn't anything very remarkable, aunt Miriam," said Fleda, shaking her head. "Well, well," said Mrs. Plumfield smiling, "run away down home now, and I'll come to morrow, and I guess we'll fix it. But who is it that grandpa has asked?" Fleda and Cynthy both opened at once. "One of them is my cousin, aunt Miriam, that was at West Point, and the other is the nicest English gentleman you ever saw. You'll like him very much. He has been with me getting nuts all to day." "They're a smart enough couple of chaps," said Cynthia. "They look as if they lived where money was plenty." "Well, I'll come to morrow," repeated Mrs. Plumfield, "and we'll see about it. Good night, dear." She took Fleda's head in both her hands and gave her the most affectionate kiss, and the 2 petitioners set off homewards again. Aunt Miriam was not at all like her brother in feature, though the moral characteristics suited the relationship sufficiently well. There was the expression of strong sense and great benevolence, the unbending uprightness of mind and body at once, and the dignity of an essentially noble character, not the same as Mr. Ringgan's, but such as well became his sister. She had been brought up among the Quakers, and though now and for many years a staunch Presbyterian, she still retained a tincture of the calm efficient gentleness of mind and manner that belongs so inexplicably to them. More womanly sweetness than was in Mr. Ringgan's blue eye a woman need not wish to have, and perhaps his sisters had not so much. There was no want of it in her heart, nor in her manner, but the many and singular excellencies of her character were a little overshadowed by super excellent housekeeping. Not a taint of the littleness that sometimes grows therefrom, not a trace of the narrowness of mind that over attention to such pursuits is too apt to bring. On every important occasion aunt Miriam would come out free and unshackled from all the cobweb entanglements of housewifery. She would have tossed housewifery to the winds if need were, but it never was, for in a new sense she always contrived to make both ends meet. It was only in the unbroken everyday course of affairs that aunt Miriam's face showed any tokens of that incessant train of small cares which had never left their impertinent footprints upon the broad high brow of her brother. Mr. Ringgan had no affinity with small cares. Deep serious matters received his deep and serious consideration, but he had as dignified a disdain of trifling annoyances or concernments as any great mastiff or Newfoundlander had ever for the yelping of a little cur. Chapter 5
of Queechy by Susan Warner. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 5 As to whether a flower can grow in the woods. In London city was I born, of parents of great note. My father did a noble arms emblazon on his coat. Chatterton. In the snuggest and best private room of the house at Montepoole, a party of ladies and gentlemen were gathered, awaiting the return of the sportsmen. The room had been made as comfortable as any place could be in a house built for the season, after the season was past. A splendid fire of hickory logs was burning brilliantly, and making amends for many deficiencies. The closed wooden shutters gave the reality, if not the look of warmth, for though the days might be fine and mild, the mornings and evenings were always very cool up there among the mountains, and a table stood at the last point of readiness for having dinner served. They only waited for the lingering woodcock hunters. It was rather an elderly party, with the exception of one young man, whose age might match that of the absent two. He was walking up and down the room with somewhat the air of having nothing to do with himself. Another gentleman, much older, stood warming his back at the fire, feeling about his jaws and chin with one hand and looking at the dinner table in a sort of expectant reverie. The rest, 3 ladies, sat quietly chatting. All these persons were extremely different from one another in individual characteristics, and all had the unmistakable mark of the habit of good society. As difficult to locate and as easy to recognize as the sense of freshness which some ladies have the secret of diffusing around themselves, no definable sweetness, nothing in particular, but making a very agreeable impression. One of these ladies, the mother of the perambulating young officer, he was a classmate of Rossitur's, was extremely plain in feature, even more than ordinary. This plainness was not however devoid of sense, and it was relieved by an uncommon amount of good nature and kindness of heart. In her son the sense deepened into acuteness, and the kindness of heart retreated, it is to be hoped, into some hidden recess of his nature, for it very rarely showed itself in open expression. That is, to an eye keen in reading the natural signs of emotion, for it cannot be said that his manner had any want of amenity or politeness. The second lady, the wife of the gentleman on the hearth rug, or rather on the spot where the hearth rug should have been, was a strong contrast to this mother and son. Remarkably pretty, delicate, and even lovely, with a black eye, however, that, though in general soft, could show a mischievous sparkle upon occasion. Still young, and one of those women who always were and always will be pretty and delicate at any age. The third had been very handsome, and was still a very elegant woman, but her face had seen more of the world's wear and tear. It had never known placidity of expression beyond what the habitual command of good breeding imposed. She looked exactly what she was, a perfect woman of the world. A very good specimen, for Mrs. Carleton had sense and cultivation and even feeling enough to play the part very gracefully, yet her mind was bound in the shackles of the world's tyrannical forging and had never been free, and her heart bowed submissively to the same authority. "Here they are! Welcome home!" exclaimed this lady, as her son and his friend at length made their appearance. "Welcome home! We are all famishing, and I don't know why in the world we waited for you, for I am sure you don't deserve it. What success, Mr. Rossitur?" "Faith, ma'am, there's little enough to boast of, as far as I'm concerned. Mr. Carleton may speak for himself." "I am very sorry, ma'am, you waited for me," said that gentleman. "I am a delinquent, I acknowledge. The day came to an end before I was at all aware of it." "It would not do to flatter you so far as to tell you why we waited," said Mrs. Evelyn's soft voice; and then perceiving that the gentleman at whom she was looking gave her no answer, she turned to the other. "How many woodcock, Mr. Rossitur?" "Nothing to show, ma'am," he replied. "Didn't see a solitary one. I heard some partridges, but I didn't mean to have room in my bag for them." "Did you find the right ground, Rossitur?" "I had a confounded long tramp after it if I didn't," said the discomfited sportsman, who did not seem to have yet recovered his good humour. "Were you not together?" said Mrs. Carleton. "Where were you, Guy?" "Following the sport another way, ma'am. I had very good success too." "What's the total?" said Mr. Evelyn. "How much game did you bag?" "Really, sir, I didn't count. I can only answer for a bagful." "Ladies and gentlemen," cried Rossitur, bursting forth, "what will you say when I tell you that Mr. Carleton deserted me and the sport in a most unceremonious manner, and that he, the cynical philosopher, the reserved English gentleman, the gay man of the world, you are all of 'em by turns, aren't you, Carleton? He has gone and made a very cavaliero servante of himself to a piece of rusticity, and spent all to day in helping a little girl pick chestnuts." "Mr. Carleton would be a better man if he were to spend a good many more days in the same manner," said that gentleman dryly enough. But the entrance of dinner put a stop to both laughter and questioning for a time, all of the party being well disposed to their meat. When the pickerel from the lakes and the poultry and half kept joints had had their share of attention, and a pair of fine wild ducks were set on the table, the tongues of the party found something to do besides eating. "We have had a very satisfactory day among the Shakers, Guy," said Mrs. Carleton, "and we have arranged to drive to Kenton to morrow. I suppose you will go with us?" "With pleasure, mother, but that I am engaged to dinner about 5 or 6 miles in the opposite direction." "Engaged to dinner! What, with this old gentleman where you went last night? And you too, Mr. Rossitur?" "I made no promise, ma'am, but I take it I must go." "Vexatious! Is the little girl going with us, Guy?" "I don't know yet. I half apprehend, yes. There seems to be a doubt in her grandfather's mind, not whether he can let her go, but whether he can keep her, and that looks like it." "Is it your little cousin who proved the successful rival of the woodcock to day, Carleton?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "What is she?" "I don't know, ma'am, upon my word. I presume Carleton will tell you she is something uncommon and quite remarkable." "Is she, Mr. Carleton?" "What, ma'am?" "Uncommon." "Very." "Come, that is something from you," said Rossitur's brother officer, Lieutenant Thorn. "What's the uncommonness?" said Mrs. Thorn, addressing herself rather to Mr. Rossitur as she saw Mr. Carleton's averted eye. "Is she handsome, Mr. Rossitur?" "I can't tell you, I am sure, ma'am. I saw nothing but a nice child enough, in a calico frock, just such as one would see in any farmhouse. She rushed into the room, when she was first called to see us, from somewhere in distant regions, with an immense iron ladle afoot and a half long in her hand with which she had been performing unknown feats of housewifery, and they had left her head still encircled with a halo of kitchen smoke. If, as they say, coming events cast their shadows before, she was the shadow of supper." "Oh Carleton, Carleton!" said Mrs. Evelyn, but in a tone of very gentle and laughing reproof. "For shame! What a picture! And of your cousin!" "Is she a pretty child, Guy?" said Mrs. Carleton, who did not relish her son's grave face. "No, ma'am, something more than that." "How old?" "About 10 or 11." "That's an ugly age." "She will never be at an ugly age." "What style of beauty?" "The highest. That degree of mould and finish which belongs only to the finest material." "That is hardly the kind of beauty one would expect to see in such a place," said Mrs. Carleton. "From one side of her family, to be sure, she has a right to it." "I have seen very few examples of it anywhere," said her son. "Who were her parents?" asked Mrs. Evelyn. "Her mother was Mrs. Rossitur's sister. Her father—" "Amy Carleton!" exclaimed Mrs. Evelyn. "O, I knew her. Was Amy Carleton her mother? Oh, I didn't know whom you were talking of. She was one of my dearest friends. Her daughter may well be handsome. She was one of the most lovely persons I ever knew, in body and mind both. Oh, I loved Amy Carleton very much. I must see this child." "I don't know who her father was," Mrs. Carleton went on. "Oh, her father was Major Ringgan," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I never saw him, but I have heard him spoken of in very high terms. I always heard that Amy married very well." "Major Ringgan!" said Mrs. Thorn. "His name is very well known. He was very distinguished." "He was a self made man entirely," said Mrs. Evelyn in a tone that conveyed a good deal more than the simple fact. "Yes, he was a self made man," said Mrs. Thorn, But I should never think of that, where a man distinguishes himself so much. He was very distinguished." "Yes, and for more than officer like qualities," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I have heard his personal accomplishments as a gentleman highly praised." "So that little Miss Ringgan's right to be a beauty may be considered clearly made out," said Mr. Thorn. "It is one of those singular cases," said Mr. Carleton, "where purity of blood proves itself, and one has no need to go back to past generations to make any inquiry concerning it." "Hear him!" cried Rossitur, "and for the life of me I could see nothing of all this wonder. Her face is not at all striking." "The wonder is not so much in what it is as in what it indicates," said Mr. Carleton. "What does it indicate?" said his mother. "Suppose you were to ask me to count the shades of colour in a rainbow," answered he. "Hear him!" cried Thorn again. "Well, I hope she will go with us, and we shall have a chance of seeing her," said Mrs. Carleton. "If she were only a few years older it is my belief you would see enough of her, ma'am," said young Rossitur. The haughty coldness of Mr. Carleton's look at this speech could not be surpassed. "But she has beauty of feature too, has she not?" Mrs. Carleton asked again of her son. "Yes, in very high degree. The contour of the eye and brow I never saw finer." "It is a little odd," said Mrs. Evelyn, with the slightest touch of a piqued air. She had some daughters at home. "That is a kind of beauty one is apt to associate with high breeding, and certainly you very rarely see it anywhere else. And Major Ringgan, however distinguished and estimable, as I have no doubt he was, and this child must have been brought up with no advantages here in the country." "My dear madam," said Mr. Carleton smiling a little, "this high breeding is a very fine thing, but it can neither be given nor bequeathed, and we cannot entail it." "But it can be taught, can't it?" "If it could be taught it is to be hoped it would be oftener learned," said the young man dryly. "But what do we mean then when we talk of the high breeding of certain classes and families? And why are we not disappointed when we look to find it in connection with certain names and positions in society?" "I do not know," said Mr. Carleton. "You don't mean to say, I suppose, Mr. Carleton," said Thorn, bridling a little, "that it is a thing independent of circumstances, and that there is no value in blood?" "Very nearly answering the question as you understand it." "May I ask how you understand it?" "As you do, sir." "Is there no high breeding then in the world?" asked good natured Mrs. Thorn, who could be touched on this point of family. "There is very little of it. What is commonly current under the name is merely counterfeit notes which pass from hand to hand of those who are bankrupt in the article." "And to what serve then," said Mrs. Evelyn colouring, "the long lists of good old names which even you, Mr. Carleton, I know, do not disdain?" "To endorse the counterfeit notes," said Mr. Carleton smiling. "Guy, you are absurd," said his mother. "I will not sit at the table and listen to you, if you talk such stuff. What do you mean?" "I beg your pardon, mother, you have misunderstood me," said he seriously. "Mind, I have been talking, not of ordinary conformity to what the world requires, but of that fine perfection of mental and moral constitution which in its own natural necessary acting leaves nothing to be desired, in every occasion or circumstance of life. It is the pure gold, and it knows no tarnish. It is the true coin, and it gives what it proffers to give. It is the living plant ever blossoming, and not the cut and art arranged flowers. It is a thing of the mind altogether, and where nature has not curiously prepared the soil it is in vain to try to make it grow. This is not very often met with?" "No indeed," said Mrs. Carleton, "but you are so fastidiously nice in all your notions. At this rate nothing will ever satisfy you." "I don't think it is so very uncommon," said Mrs. Thorn. It seems to me one sees as much of it as can be expected, Mr. Carleton." Mr. Carleton pared his apple with an engrossed air. "Oh no, Mrs. Thorn," said Mrs. Evelyn, "I don't agree with you. I don't think you often see such a combination as Mr. Carleton has been speaking of, very rarely. But, Mr. Carleton, don't you think it is generally found in that class of society where the habits of life are constantly the most polished and refined?" "Possibly," answered he, diving into the core of his apple. "No, but tell me. I want to know what you think." "Cultivation and refinement have taught people to recognize and analyze and imitate it. The counterfeits are most current in that society. But as to the reality, I don't know. It is nature's work, and she is a little freaky about it." "But, Guy," said his mother impatiently, "this is not selling, but giving away one's birthright. Where is the advantage of birth if breeding is not supposed to go along with it? Where the parents have had intelligence and refinement, do we not constantly see them inherited by the children, and in an increasing degree from generation to generation?" "Very extraordinary!" said Mrs. Thorn. "I do not undervalue the blessings of inheritance, mother, believe me, nor deny the general doctrine, though intelligence does not always descend and manners die out, and that invaluable legacy, a name, may be thrown away. But this delicate thing we are speaking of is not intelligence nor refinement, but comes rather from a happy combination of qualities, together with a peculiarly fine nervous constitution. The essence of it may consist with an omission, even with an awkwardness, and with a sad ignorance of conventionalities." "But even if that be so, do you think it can ever reach its full development but in the circumstances that are favourable to it?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Probably not often. The diamond in some instances wants the engraver, but it is the diamond. Nature seems now and then to have taken a princess's child and dropped it in some odd corner of the kingdom, while she has left the clown in the palace." "From all this I understand," said Mr. Thorn, "that this little chestnut girl is a princess in disguise." "Really, Carleton," Rossitur began. Mrs. Evelyn leaned back in her chair, and quietly eating a piece of apple eyed Mr. Carleton with a look half amused and half discontented, and behind all that keenly attentive. "Take for example those two miniatures you were looking at last night, Mrs. Evelyn," the young man went on, "Louis XVI. and Marie Antoinette. What would you have more unrefined, more heavy, more animal than the face of that descendant of a line of kings?" Mrs. Evelyn bowed her head acquiescingly, and seemed to enjoy her apple. "He had a pretty bad lot of inheritance, sure enough, take it all together," said Rossitur. "Well," said Thorn, "is this little stray princess as well looking as the other miniature?" "Better, in some respects," said Mr. Carleton coolly. "Better!" cried Mrs. Carleton. "Not in the brilliance of her beauty, but in some of its characteristics. Better in its promise." "Make yourself intelligible for the sake of my nerves, Guy," said his mother. "Better looking than Marie Antoinette?" "My unhappy cousin is said to be a fairy, ma'am," said Mr. Rossitur, "and I presume all this may be referred to enchantment." "The face of Marie Antoinette's," said Mr. Carleton smiling, "is an undisciplined one, uneducated." "Uneducated!" exclaimed Mrs. Carleton. "Don't mistake me, mother, I do not mean that it shews any want of reading or writing, but it does indicate an untrained character, a mind unprepared for the exigencies of life." "She met those exigencies indifferent well too," observed Mr. Thorn. "Ay, but pride and the dignity of rank, undoubtedly some of the finer qualities of a woman's nature, might suffice for that, and yet leave her utterly unfitted to play wisely and gracefully a part in ordinary life." "Well, she had no such part to play," said Mrs. Carleton. "Certainly, mother, but I am comparing faces." "Well, the other face?" "It has the same style of refined beauty of feature, but to compare them in a word, Marie Antoinette looks to me like a superb exotic that has come to its brilliant perfection of bloom in a hothouse. It would lose its beauty in the strong free air; it would change and droop if it lacked careful waiting upon and constant artificial excitement. The other," said Mr. Carleton musingly, "is a flower of the woods, raising its head above frost and snow and the rugged soil where fortune has placed it, with an air of quiet patient endurance. A storm wind may bring it to the ground easily, but if its gentle nature be not broken, it will look up again unchanged and bide its time in unrequited beauty and sweetness to the end." "The exotic for me!" cried Rossitur. "If I only had a place for her! I don't like pale elegancies." "I'd make a piece of poetry of that if I was you, Carleton," said Mr. Thorn. "Mr. Carleton has done that already," said Mrs. Evelyn smoothly. "I never heard you talk so before, Guy," said his mother looking at him. His eyes had grown dark with intensity of expression while he was speaking, gazing at visionary flowers or beauties through the dinner table mahogany. He looked up and laughed as she addressed him, and rising turned off lightly with his usual "sir." "I congratulate you, Mrs. Carleton," Mrs. Evelyn whispered as they went from the table, "that this little beauty is not a few years older." "Why?" said Mrs. Carleton. "If she is all that Guy says, I would give anything in the world to see him married." "Time enough," said Mrs. Evelyn with a knowing smile. "I don't know," said Mrs. Carleton. "I think he would be happier. He is a restless spirit; nothing satisfies him, nothing fixes him. He cannot rest at home, he abhors politics. He flits away from country to country, and doesn't remain long anywhere." "And you with him." "And I with him. I should like to see if a wife could not persuade him to stay at home." "I guess you have petted him too much," said Mrs. Evelyn slyly. "I could not have petted him too much, for he has never disappointed me." "No, of course not; but it seems you find it difficult to lead him." "No one ever succeeded in doing that," said Mrs. Carleton with a smile that was anything but an ungratified one. "He never wanted driving, and to lead him is impossible. You may try it, and while you think you are going to gain your end, if he thinks it worth while, you will suddenly find that he is leading you. It is so with everybody, in some inexplicable way." Mrs. Evelyn thought the mystery was very easily explicable as far as the mother was concerned, and changed the conversation. Chapter 6.
of Queechy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Queechy by Susan Warner. Chapter 6. Queechy at Dinner. To them life was a simple art Of duties to be done, a game where each man took his part, a race where all must run, a battle whose great scheme and scope they little cared to know, content as men at arms to cope with each his fronting foe. Milne. On so great and uncommon an occasion as Mr. Ringgan's giving a dinner party, the disused front parlour was opened and set in order, the women folks, as he called them, wanting the whole back part of the house for their operations. So when the visitors arrived, in good time they were ushered into a large square bare looking room, a strong contrast even to their dining room at the Poolwich, which gave them nothing of the welcome of the pleasant farmhouse kitchen, and where nothing of the comfort of the kitchen found its way but a very strong smell of roast pig. There was the cheerless air of a place where nobody lives or thinks of living. The very chairs looked as if they had made up their minds to be forsaken for a term of months. It was impossible to imagine that a cheerful supper had ever been laid upon the stiff cold looking table that stood with its leaves down so primly against the wall. All that a blazing fire could do to make amends for deficiencies it did, but the wintry wind that swept round the house shook the paper window shades in a remorseless way, and the utmost efforts of said fire could not prevent it from coming in and giving disagreeable impertinent whispers at the ears of everybody. Mr. Ringgan's welcome, however, was and would have been the same thing anywhere. Genial, frank, and dignified, neither he nor it could be changed by circumstances. Mr. Carleton admired anew, as he came forward, the fine presence and noble look of his old host, a look that it was plain had never needed to seek the ground, a brow that in large or small things had never been crossed by a shadow of shame. And to a discerning eye the face was not a surer index of a lofty than of a peaceful and pure mind, too peace loving and pure perhaps for the best good of his affairs in the conflict with a selfish and unscrupulous world. At least now, in the time of his old age and infirmity. In former days his straightforward wisdom, backed by an indomitable courage and strength, had made Mr. Ringgan no safe subject for either braving or overreaching. Fleda's keen-sighted affection was heartily gratified by the manner in which her grandfather was greeted by at least one of his guests, and that the one about whose opinion she cared the most. Mr. Carleton seemed as little sensible of the cold room as Mr. Ringgan himself. Fleda felt sure that her grandfather was appreciated, and she would have sat delightedly listening to what the one and the other were presently saying, if she had not taken notice that her cousin looked astray. He was eyeing the fire with a profound air, and she fancied he thought it poor amusement. Little as Fleda in secret really cared about that, with an instant sacrifice of her own pleasure she quietly changed her position for one from which she could more readily bring to bear upon Mr. Rossitur's distraction the very light artillery of her conversation, and attacked him on the subject of the game he had brought home. Her motive and her manner both must have been lost upon the young gentleman. He forthwith set about amusing himself in a way his little entertainer had not counted upon, namely, with giving a chase to her wits, partly to pass away the time, and partly to gratify his curiosity, as he said, to see what Fleda was made of. By a curious system of involved, startling, or absurd questions, he endeavoured to puzzle or confound or entrap her. Fleda, however, steadily presented a grave front to the enemy, and would every now and then surprise him with an unexpected turn or clever doubling, and sometimes, when he thought he had her in a corner, jump over the fence and laugh at him from the other side. Mr. Rossitur's respect for his little adversary gradually increased, and finding that she had rather the best of the game he at last gave it up, just as Mr. Ringgan was asking Mr. Carleton if he was a judge of stock. Mr. Carleton saying with a smile nobody hoped Mr. Ringgan would give him his first lesson, the old gentleman immediately arose with that alacrity of manner he always wore when he had a visitor that pleased him, and taking his hat and cane led the way out, choosing, with a man's true carelessness of housewifery etiquette, the kitchen route of all others. Not even admonished by the sight of the bright Dutch oven before the fire that he was introducing his visitors somewhat too early to the pig, he led the whole party through. Cynthia scuttling away in haste across the kitchen with something that must not be seen, while aunt Miriam looked out at the company through the crack of the pantry door, at which Fleda ventured a sly glance of intelligence. It was a fine though a windy and cold afternoon. The lights and shadows were driving across the broad upland and meadows. "This is fine arable country," remarked Mr. Carleton. "Capital, sir, capital for many miles round, if we were not so far from a market. I was one of the first that broke ground in this township, one of the very first settlers. I've seen the rough and the smooth of it, and I never had but one mind about it from the first. All this, as far as you can see, I cleared myself, most of it with my own hand." "That recollection must attach you strongly to the place, I should think, sir." Perhaps I cared too much for it," he replied, "for it is taken away from me. Well, it don't matter now." "Is it not yours?" "No sir. It was mine, a great many years, but I was obliged to part with it 2 years ago to a scoundrel of a fellow, Mr. Gowan up here. He got an advantage over me. I can't take care of myself any more as I used to do, and I don't find that other people deal by me just as I could wish." He was silent for a moment, and then went on. "Yes, sir, when I first set myself down here, or a little further that way my first house was, a pretty rough house too, there wa'n't 2 settlers beside within something like 10 miles round. I've seen the whole of it cleared, from the cutting of the first forest trees till this day." "You have seen the nation itself spring up within that time," remarked his guest. "Not exactly. That question of our nationality was settled a little before I came here. I was born rather too late to see the whole of that play. I saw the best of it, though. Boys were men in those days. My father was in the thick of it from beginning to end." "In the army, was he?" "Oh yes, sir. He and every child that wasn't a girl. There wasn't a man of the name that wa'n't on the right side. I was in the army myself when I was 15. I was nothing but a fifer, but I tell you, sir, there wasn't a general officer in the country that played his part with a prouder heart than I did mine." "And what was the general spirit of the ranks?" "Not altogether," replied the old gentleman, passing his hand several times abstractedly over his white hair, a favourite gesture with him. "Not exactly that. There was a good deal of mixture of different materials, especially in this state, and where the feeling wasn't pretty strong it was no wonder if it got tired out; but the real stuff, the true Yankee blood, was pretty firm. Ay, and some of the rest. There was a good deal to try men in those days. Sir, I've seen many a time when I had nothing to dine upon but my fife, and it was more than that could do to keep me from feeling very empty." "But was this a common case? Did this happen often?" said Mr. Carleton. Pretty often sometimes," answered the old gentleman. "Things were very much out of order, you see, and in some parts of the country it was almost impossible to get the supplies the men needed. Nothing would have kept them together, nothing under heaven, but the love and confidence they had in one name. Their love of right and independence wouldn't have been strong enough, and besides, a good many of them got disheartened. A hungry stomach is a pretty stout augur against abstract questions. I have seen my father crying like a child for the wants and sufferings he was obliged to see and couldn't relieve." "And then you used to relieve yourselves, grandpa," said Fleda. "How was that, Fairy?" Fleda looked at her grandfather, who gave a little preparatory laugh and passed his hand over his head again. "Why yes," said he, "we used to think the Tories, King George's men, you know, were fair game, and when we happened to be in the neighbourhood of some of them that we knew were going to give all the help they could to the enemy, we used to let them cook our dinners for us once in a while." "How did you manage that, sir?" "Why, they used to have little bake ovens to cook their meats and so on, standing some way out from the house. Did you never see one of them? Raised on 4 little heaps of stone; the bottom of the oven is one large flat stone, and the arch built over it. They look like a great beehive. Well, we used to watch till we saw the good woman of the house get her oven cleverly heated, and put in her batch of bread, or her meat pie, or her pumpkin and apple pies, whichever it was; there didn't any of 'em come much amiss; and when we guessed they were pretty nigh done, 3 or 4 of us would creep in and whip off the whole, oven and all, to a safe place. I tell you," said he, with a knowing nod of his head at the laughing Fleda, "those were first rate pies." "And then did you put the oven back again afterwards, grandpa?" "I guess not often, dear," replied the old gentleman. "What do you think of such lawless proceedings, Miss Fleda?" said Mr. Carleton, laughing at or with her. "O I like it," said Fleda. "You liked those pies all the better, didn't you, grandpa, because you'd got them from the Tories?" "That we did. If we hadn't got them, maybe King George's men would in some shape; but we weren't always so lucky as to get hold of an oven full. I remember one time several of us had been out on a foraging expedition. There, sir, what do you think of that for a 2 1/2-year-old?" They had come up with the chief favourite of his barnyard, a fine deep coloured Devon bull. "I don't know what one might see in Devonshire," he remarked pleasantly, "but I know this country can't show the like of him." A discussion followed of the various beauties and excellencies of the animal, a discussion in which Mr. Carleton certainly took little part, while Mr. Ringgan descanted enthusiastically upon hide and brisket and bone, and Rossitur stood in an abstraction, it might be scornful, it might be mazed. Little Fleda quietly listening and looking at the beautiful creature, which from being such a treasure to her grandfather was in a sort one to her. More than half understood them all, but Mr. Ringgan was too well satisfied with the attention of one of his guests to miss that of the other. "That fellow doesn't look as if he had ever known short commons," was Rossitur's single remark as they turned away. "You did not give us the result of your foraging expedition, sir," said Mr. Carleton in a different manner. "Do, grandpa," said Fleda softly. "Ha! Oh, it's not worth telling," said the old gentleman, looking gratified. "Fleda has heard my stories till she knows them by heart. She could tell it as well herself. What was it? 'Bout the pig? We'd been out several of us one afternoon to try and get up a supper, or a dinner, for we had had none, and we caught a pig. It happened that I was the only one of the party that had a cloak, and so the pig was given to me to carry home, because I could hide it the best. Well, sir, we were coming home and had our mouths set for a prime supper, and just when we were within a few rods of our shanty, who should come along but our captain. My heart sank, as it never has done, at the thought of a supper before or since, I believe. I held my cloak together as well as I could, and kept myself back a little, so that if the pig shewed a cloven foot behind me the captain might not see it. But I almost gave all up for lost when I saw the captain going into the hut with us. There was a kind of rude bedstead standing there, and I set myself down on the side of it and gently worked and eased my pig off under my cloak till I got him to roll down behind the bed. I knew," said Mr. Ringgan laughing, "I knew by the captain's eye as well as I knew anything that he smelt a rat, that he kept our counsel as well as his own, and when he was gone we took the pig out into the woods behind the shanty and roasted him finely, and we sent and asked Captain Sears to supper, and he came and helped us eat the pig with a great deal of appetite, and never asked no questions how we came by him." "I wonder your stout heartedness did not fail in the course of so long a time," said Mr. Carleton. "Never, sir," said the old man. "I never doubted for a moment what the end would be. My father never doubted for a moment. We trusted in God and in Washington." "Did you see actual service yourself?" "No, sir, I never did. I wish I had. I should have liked to have had the honour of striking one blow at the rascals. However, they were hit pretty well. I ought to be contented. My father saw enough of fighting. He was colonel of a regiment. He was at the affair of Bourgogne. That gave us a lift in good time. What rejoicing there was everywhere when that news came! I could have fifed all day upon an empty stomach and felt satisfied. People reckoned everywhere that the matter was settled when that great piece of good fortune was given us. And so it was, wa'n't it, dear?" said the old gentleman with one of those fond, pleased, sympathetic looks to Fleda, with which he often brought up what he was saying. "General Gates commanded there?" said Mr. Carleton. "Yes, sir. Gates was a poor stick. I never thought much of him. That fellow Arnold distinguished himself in the actions before Bourgogne's surrender. He fought like a brave man. It seems strange that so mean a scamp should have had so much blood in him." "Why, are great fighters generally good men, grandpa?" said Fleda. "Not exactly, dear," replied her grandfather, "but such little minded rascality is not just the vice one would expect to find in a gallant soldier." "Those were times that made men," said Mr. Carleton musingly. "Yes," answered the old gentleman gravely, "they were times that called for men, and God raised them up; but Washington was the soul of the country, sir." "Well, the time made him," said Mr. Carleton. "I beg your pardon," said the old gentleman with a very decided little turn of his head, "but I think he made the time. I don't know what it would have been, sir, or what it would have come to, but for him. After all, it is rather that the things which try people show what is in them. I hope there are men enough in the country yet, though they haven't as good a chance to show what they are." "Either way," said his guest smiling, "it is a happiness, Mr. Ringgan, to have lived at a time when there was something worth living for." "Well, I don't know," said the old gentleman. "Those times would make the prettiest figure in a story or romance, I suppose, but I've tried both, and on the whole," said he with another of his looks at Fleda, "I think I like these times the best." Fleda smiled her acquiescence. His guest could not help thinking to himself that however pacific might be Mr. Ringgan's temper, no man in those days that tried men could have brought to the issue more stern inflexibility and gallant fortitude of bearing. His frame bore evidence of great personal strength, and his eye, with all its mildness, had an unflinching dignity that could never have quailed before danger or duty. And now, while he was recalling with great animation and pleasure the scenes of his more active life, and his blue eye was shining with the fire of other days, his manner had the self-possession and quiet sedateness of triumph that bespeak a man always more ready to do than to say. Perhaps the contemplation of the noble Roman-like old figure before him did not tend to lessen the feeling, even the sigh of regret, with which the young man said, "There was something then for a man to do." "There is always that," said the old gentleman quietly. "God has given every man his work to do, and 'tain't difficult for him to find out what. No man is put here to be idle." "But," said his companion, with a look in which not a little haughty reserve was mingled with a desire to speak out his thoughts, "half the world are busy about humdrum concerns, and the other half doing nothing, or worse." "I don't know about that," said Mr. Ringgan. "That depends upon the way you take things. 'Tain't always the men that make the most noise that are the most good in the world. Humdrum affairs needn't be humdrum in the doing of 'em. It is my maxim," said the old gentleman, looking at his companion with a singularly open pleasant smile, "that a man may be great about almost anything, chopping wood if he happens to be in that line. I used to go upon that plan, sir. Whatever I have set my hand to do, I have done it as well as I knew how to; and if you follow that rule out, you'll not be idle, nor humdrum neither. Many's the time that I have mowed what would be a day's work for another man, before breakfast." Rossitur's smile was not meant to be seen, but Mr. Carleton's, to the credit of his politeness and his understanding both, was frank as the old gentleman's own, as he answered with a good humoured shake of his head, "I can readily believe it, sir, and honour both your maxim and your practice, but I am not exactly in that line." "Why don't you try the army?" said Mr. Ringgan, with a look of interest. "There is not a cause worth fighting for," said the young man, his brow changing again. "It is only to add weight to the oppressor's hand, or throw away a life in the vain endeavour to avert it. I will do neither." "But all the world is open before such a young man as you," said Mr. Ringgan. "A large world," said Mr. Carleton, with his former mixture of expression, "but there isn't much in it." "Politics?" said Mr. Ringgan. "It is to lose oneself in a seething pot, where the scum is the most apparent thing." "But there is society," said Rossitur. "Nothing better or more noble than the succession of motes that flit through a sunbeam into oblivion." "Well, why not then sit down quietly on one's estates and enjoy them, one who has enough?" "And be a worm in the heart of an apple." "Well then," said Rossitur laughing, though not knowing exactly how far he might venture, "there is nothing left for you, as I don't suppose you would take to any of the learned professions, but to strike out some new path for yourself, hit upon some grand invention for benefiting the human race and distinguishing your own name at once." But while he spoke his companion's face had gone back to its usual look of imperturbable coolness. The dark eye was even haughtily unmoved, till it met Fleda's inquiring and somewhat anxious glance. He smiled. "The nearest approach I ever made to that," said he, "was when I went chestnutting the other day. Can't you find some more work for me, Fairy?" Taking Fleda's hand with his wonted graceful lightness of manner, he walked on with her, leaving the other two to follow together. "You would like to know perhaps," observed Mr. Rossitur in a rather low tone, "that Mr. Carleton is an Englishman." "Ay, ay," said Mr. Ringgan, "an Englishman, is he? Well, sir, what is it that I would like to know?" "That," said Rossitur, "I would have told you before if I could. I supposed you might not choose to speak quite so freely perhaps on American affairs before him." "I haven't two ways of speaking, sir, on anything," said the old gentleman a little dryly. "Is your friend very tender on that chapter?" "Oh not that I know of at all," said Rossitur, "but you know there is a great deal of feeling still among the English about it. They have never forgiven us heartily for whipping them, and I know Carleton is related to the nobility and all that, you know, so I thought" "Ah well," said the old gentleman, We don't know much about nobility and such gimcracks in this country. I'm not much of a courtier. I'm pretty much accustomed to speak my mind as I think it. He's wealthy, I suppose?" "He's more than that, sir. Enormous estates. He's the finest fellow in the world. One of the first young men in England." "You have been there yourself, and know?" said Mr. Ringgan, glancing at his companion. "I have not, sir. Others have told me that do." "Ah well," said Mr. Ringgan placidly, "we sha'n't quarrel, I guess. What did he come out here for, eh?" "Only to amuse himself. They are going back again in a few weeks, and I intend to accompany them to join my mother in Paris. Will my little cousin be of the party?" They were sauntering along towards the house. A loud calling of her name the minute before had summoned Fleda thither at the top of her speed, and Mr. Carleton turned to repeat the same question. The old gentleman stopped, and striking his stick 2 or 3 times against the ground looked sorrowfully undetermined. "Well, I don't know," he said at last. "It's a pretty hard matter. She'd break her heart about it, I suppose." "I dare urge nothing, sir," said Mr. Carleton. "I will only assure you that if you entrust your treasure to us, she shall be cherished as you would wish, till we place her in the hands of her aunt." "I know that, sir. I do not doubt it," said Mr. Ringgan. "But I'll tell you by and by what I conclude upon," he said with evident relief of manner as Fleda came bounding back to them. "Mr. Rossitur, have you made your peace with Fleda?" "I was not aware that I had any to make, sir," replied the young gentleman. "But I will do it with pleasure if my little cousin will tell me how. But she looks as if she needed enlightening as much as myself." "She has something against you, I can tell you," said the old gentleman, looking amused, and speaking as if Fleda were a curious little piece of human mechanism which could hear its performances talked of with all the insensibility of any other toy. "She gives it as her judgment that Mr. Carleton is the most of a gentleman, because he keeps his promise." "Oh grandpa!" Poor Fleda's cheek was hot with a distressful blush. Rossitur coloured with anger. Mr. Carleton's smile had a very different expression. "If Fleda will have the goodness to recollect," said Rossitur, "I cannot be charged with breaking a promise, for I made none." "But Mr. Carleton did," said Fleda. "She is right, Mr. Rossitur, she is right," said that gentleman. "A fallacy might as well elude Ithuriel's spear as the sense of a pure spirit. There is no need of written codes. Make your apologies, man, and confess yourself in the wrong." "Pooh, pooh," said the old gentleman, "she don't take it very much to heart. I guess I ought to be the one to make apologies," he added, looking at Fleda's face. But Fleda commanded herself with difficulty, and announced that dinner was ready. "Mr. Rossitur tells me, Mr. Carleton, you are an Englishman," said his host. "I have some notion of that's passing through my head before, but somehow I had entirely lost sight of it when I was speaking so freely to you a little while ago about our national quarrel. I know some of your countrymen owe us a grudge yet." "Not I assure you," said the young Englishman. "I am ashamed of them for it. I congratulate you on being Washington's countryman, and a sharer in his grand struggle for the right against the wrong." Mr. Ringgan shook his guest's hand, looking very much pleased; and having by this time arrived at the house, the young gentlemen were formally introduced at once to the kitchen, their dinner, and aunt Miriam. It is not too much to say that the entertainment gave perfect satisfaction to everybody; better fate than attends most entertainments. Even Mr. Rossitur's ruffled spirit felt the soothing influence of good cheer, to which he happened to be peculiarly sensible, and came back to its average condition of amenity. Doubtless that was a most informal table, spread according to no rules that for many generations at least have been known in the refined world, an anomaly in the eyes of certainly one of the company. Yet the board had a character of its own, very far removed from vulgarity, and suiting remarkably well with the condition and demeanour of those who presided over it; a comfortable, well to do, substantial look, that could afford to dispense with minor graces; a self respect that was not afraid of criticism. Aunt Miriam's successful efforts deserved to be celebrated. In the middle of the table the polished amber of the pig's arched back elevated itself, a striking object, but worthy of the place he filled, as the honours paid him by everybody abundantly testified. Aunt Miriam had sent down a basket of her own bread, made out of the new flour, brown and white, both as sweet and fine as it is possible for bread to be. The piled up slices were really beautiful. The superb butter had come from aunt Miriam's dairy too, for on such an occasion she would not trust to the very doubtful excellence of Miss Cynthia's doings. Every spare place on the table was filled with dishes of potatoes and pickles and sweetmeats, that left nothing to be desired in their respective kinds. The cake was a delicious presentiment of the finest of material, and the pies, pumpkin pies such as only aunt Miriam could make, rich compounds of everything but pumpkin, with enough of that to give them a name. Fleda smiled to think how pleased aunt Miriam must secretly be to see the homage paid her through them. And most happily Mrs. Plumfield had discovered that the last tea Mr. Ringgan had brought from the little Queechy store was not very good, and there was no time to send up on the hill for more, so she made coffee. Verily it was not Mocha, but the thick yellow cream with which the cups were filled readily made up the difference. The most curious palate found no want. Everybody was in a high state of satisfaction, even to Miss Cynthia Gall, who, having some lurking suspicion that Mrs. Plumfield might design to cut her out of her post of tea making, had slipped herself into her usual chair behind the tea tray, before anybody else was ready to sit down. No one at table bestowed a thought upon Miss Cynthia, but as she thought of nothing else she may be said to have had her fair share of attention. The most unqualified satisfaction, however, was no doubt little Fleda's. Forgetting with a child's happy readiness the fears and doubts which had lately troubled her, she was full of the present, enjoying with a most unselfish enjoyment everything that pleased anybody else. She was glad that the supper was a fine one, and so approved because it was her grandfather's hospitality and her aunt Miriam's housekeeping. Little beside was her care for pies or coffee. She saw with secret glee the expression of both her aunt's and Mr. Ringgan's face, partly from pure sympathy, and partly because, as she knew, the cause of it was Mr. Carleton, whom privately Fleda liked very much. And after all, perhaps he had directly more to do with her enjoyment than all the other causes together. Certainly that was true of him with respect to the rest of the dinner table. None at that dinner table had ever seen the like. With all the graceful charm of manner with which he would have delighted a courtly circle, he came out from his reserve and was brilliant, gay, sensible, entertaining and witty, to a degree that assuredly has very rarely been thrown away upon an old farmer in the country and his unpolite sister. They appreciated him though as well as any courtly circle could have done, and he knew it. In aunt Miriam's strong sensible face, when not full of some hospitable care, he could see the reflection of every play of his own. The grave practical eye twinkled and brightened, giving a ready answer to every turn of sense of humour in which he was saying. Mr. Ringgan, as much of a child for the moment as Fleda herself, had lost everything disagreeable, and was in the full genial enjoyment of talk, rather listening than talking, with his cheeks in a perpetual dimple of gratification, and a low laugh of hearty amusement now and then rewarding the conversational and kind efforts of his guest with a complete triumph. Even the subtle charm which they could not quite recognize wrought fascination. Miss Cynthia declared afterwards, half admiring and half vexed, that he spoiled her supper, for she forgot to think how it tasted. Rossitur, his good humour was entirely restored, but whether even Mr. Carleton's power could have achieved that without the perfect seasoning of the pig and the smooth persuasion of the richly creamed coffee, it may perhaps be doubted. He stared, mentally, for he had never known his friend condescend to bring himself out in the same manner before, and he wondered what he could see in the present occasion to make it worth while. But Mr. Carleton did not think his efforts thrown away. He understood and admired his fine old host and hostess, and with all their ignorance of conventionalities and absence of what is called polish of manner, he could enjoy the sterling sense, the good feeling, the true hearty hospitality, and the dignified courtesy which both of them showed. No matter of the outside, this was in the grain. If mind had lacked much opportunity, it had also made good use of a little. His host, Mr. Carleton found, had been a great reader, was well acquainted with history, and a very intelligent reasoner upon it, and both he and his sister showed a strong and quick aptitude for intellectual subjects of conversation. No doubt aunt Miriam's courtesy had not been taught by a dancing master, and her brown satin gown had seen many a fashion come and go since it was made, but a lady was in both, and while Rossitur covertly smiled, Mr. Carleton paid his sincere respect where he felt it was due. Little Fleda's quick eye hardly saw, but more than half felt, the difference. Mr. Carleton had no more eager listener now than she, and perhaps none whose unaffected interest and sympathy gave him more pleasure. When they arose from the table Mr. Ringgan would not be insinuated into the cold front room again. "No, no," said he, "what's the matter? The table? Push the table back and let it take care of itself. Come, gentlemen, sit down, draw up your chairs round the fire, and a fig for ceremony. Comfort, sister Miriam, against politeness any day in the year. Don't you say so too, Fairy? Come here by me." "Miss Fleda," said Mr. Carleton, "will you take a ride with me to Montepoole to morrow? I should like to make you acquainted with my mother." Fleda coloured and looked at her grandfather. "What do you say, dearie?" he inquired fondly. "Will you go? I believe, sir, your proposal will prove a very acceptable one. You will go, won't you, Fleda?" Fleda would very much rather not, but she was always exceedingly afraid of hurting people's feelings. She could not bear that Mr. Carleton should think she disliked to go with him, so she answered yes in her usual sober manner. Just then the door opened and a man unceremoniously walked in, his entrance immediately following a little sullen knock that had made a mockery of asking permission. An ill looking man, in the worst sense, his face being a mixture of cunning, meanness, and insolence. He shut the door and came in with a slow leisurely step into the middle of the room, without speaking a word. Mr. Carleton saw the blank change in Fleda's face. She knew him. "Do you wish to see me, Mr. McGowan?" said Mr. Ringgan, not without something of the same change. "I guess I ha'n't come here for nothing," was the gruff retort. "Wouldn't another time answer as well?" "I don't mean to find you here another time," said the man chuckling. "I have given you notice to quit, and now I have come to tell you you'll clear out. I ain't a going to be kept out of my own property for ever. If I can't get my money from you, Elzevir Ringgan, I'll see you don't get no more of it in your hands." "Very well, sir," said the old gentleman, "you have said all that is necessary." "You have got to hear a little more, though," returned the other. "I've an idea there's satisfaction in speaking one's mind. I'll have that much out of you. Mr. Ringgan, a man hadn't oughtn't to make an agreement to pay what he doesn't mean to pay, and what he has made an agreement to pay he ought to meet and be up to, if he has sold his soul for it. You call yourself a Christian, do you, to stay in another man's house, month after month, when you know you ha'n't got the means to give him the rent for it? That's what I call stealing, and it's what I'd live in the county house before I'd demean myself to do, and so ought you." "Well, well, neighbour," said Mr. Ringgan with patient dignity, "it's no use calling names. You know as well as I do how this all came about. I hoped to be able to pay you, but I haven't been able to make it out without having more time." "Time!" said the other, "time to cheat me out of a little more house room. If I was a going to live on charity, Mr. Ringgan, I'd come out and say so, and not put my hand in a man's pocket this way. You'll quit the house by the day after to morrow, or if you don't I'll let you hear a little more of me that you won't like." He stalked out, shutting the door after him with a bang. Mr. Carleton had quitted the room a moment before him. Nobody moved or spoke at first. When the man was gone, except Miss Cynthia, who as she was taking something from the table to the pantry remarked, probably for Mr. Rossitur's benefit, that Mr. Ringgan had to have that man punished for something he did a few years ago when he was justice of the peace, and she guessed likely that was the reason he had a grudge against him ever since. Beyond this piece of dubious information nothing was said. Little Fleda stood beside her grandfather with a face of quiet distress, the tears silently running over her flushed cheeks, and her eyes fixed upon Mr. Ringgan with a tender touching look of sympathy, most pure from self-recollection. Mr. Carleton presently came in to take leave of the disturbed family. The old gentleman rose and returned his shake of the hand with even a degree more than usual of his manly dignity, or Mr. Carleton thought so. "Good day to you, sir," he said heartily. "We have had a great deal of pleasure in your society, and I shall always be very happy to see you, wherever I am." And then following him to the door, and wringing his hand with a force he was not at all aware of, the old gentleman added in a lower tone, "I shall let her go with you." Mr. Carleton read his whole story in the stern self command of brow, and the slight convulsion of feature which all the self-command could not prevent. He returned warmly the grasp of the hand, answering merely, "I will see you again." Fleda wound her arms round her grandfather's neck when they were gone, and did her best to comfort him, assuring him that they would be just as happy somewhere else; and aunt Miriam earnestly proffered her own home. But Fleda knew that her grandfather was not comforted. He stroked her head with the same look of stern gravity and troubled emotion which had grieved her so much the other day. She could not win him to a smile, and went to bed at last feeling desolate. She had no heart to look out at the night. The wind was sweeping by in wintry gusts, and Fleda cried herself to sleep thinking how it would whistle round the dear old house when their ears would not be there to hear it. Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 7. The curtain falls upon the scene. He from his old hereditary nook must part. The summons came, our final leave we took. Wordsworth. Mr. Carleton came the next day, but not early, to take Fleda to Montepoole. She had told her grandfather that she did not think he would come, because after last night he must know that she would not want to go. About 12 o'clock however he was there, with a little wagon, and Fleda was fain to get her sun bonnet and let him put her in. Happily it was her maximum never to trust to uncertainties, so she was quite ready when he came, and they had not to wait a minute. Though Fleda had a little dread of being introduced to a party of strangers, and was a good deal disappointed at being obliged to keep her promise, she very soon began to be glad. She found her fear gradually falling away before Mr. Carleton's quiet, kind, reassuring manner. He took such nice care of her, and she presently made up her mind that he would manage the matter so that it would not be awkward. They had so much pleasant talk too. Fleda had found before that she could talk to Mr. Carleton, nay, she could not help talking to him, and she forgot to think about it. And besides, it was a pleasant day, and they drove fast, and Fleda's particular delight was driving. And though the horse was a little gay, she had a kind of intuitive perception that Mr. Carleton knew how to manage him. So she gave up every care and was very happy. When Mr. Carleton asked after her grandfather, Fleda answered with great animation, "Oh, he's very well, and such a happy thing. You heard what that man said last night, Mr. Carleton, didn't you?" "Yes." "Well, it is all arranged. This morning Mr. Jolly, he's a friend of grandpa's that lives over at Queechy Run and knew about all this, he's a lawyer, he came this morning and told grandpa that he had found some one that could lend him the money he wanted, and there was no trouble about it. And we are so happy, for we thought we should have to go away from here where we live now, and I know grandpa would have felt it dreadfully. If it hadn't been for that, I mean for Mr. Jolly's coming, I couldn't have gone to Montepoole to day." "Then I am very glad Mr. Jolly made his appearance," said Mr. Carleton. "So am I," said Fleda. "But I think it was a little strange that Mr. Jolly wouldn't tell us who it was that he had got the money from. Grandpa said he never saw Mr. Jolly so curious." When they got to the Pool, Fleda's nervousness returned a little, but she went through the dreaded introduction with great demureness and perfect propriety. And throughout the day Mr. Carleton had no reason to fear rebuke for the judgment which he had pronounced upon his little paragon. All the flattering attention which was shown her, and it was a good deal, could not draw Fleda a line beyond the dignified simplicity which seemed natural to her, any more than the witty attempts at raillery and endeavours to amuse themselves at her expense, in which some of the gentlemen shewed their wisdom, could move her from her modest self-possession. Very quiet, very modest, as she invariably was, awkwardness could not fasten upon her. Her colour might come and her timid eye fall, it often did, but Fleda's wits were always in their place and within call. She would shrink from a stranger's eye, and yet when spoken to her answers were as ready and acute as they were marked for simplicity and gentleness. She was kept to dinner, and though the arrangement and manner of the service must have been strange to little Fleda, it was impossible to guess from word or look that it was the first time within her recollection that she had ever seen the like. Her native instincts took it all as quietly as any old liberalized traveller looks upon the customs of a new country. Mr. Carleton smiled as he now and then saw a glance of intelligence or admiration pass between one and another of the company, and a little knowing nod from Mrs. Evelyn, and many a look from his mother, confessed he had been quite right. Those two, Mrs. Evelyn and Mrs. Carleton, were by far the most kind and eager in their attention to Fleda. Mrs. Thorn did little else but look at her. The gentlemen amused themselves with her, but Mr. Carleton, true to the hopes Fleda had founded upon his good nature, had stood her friend all the day, coming to her help if she needed any, and placing himself easily and quietly between her and anything that threatened to try or annoy her too much. Fleda felt it with grateful admiration. Yet she noticed too that he was a very different person at this dinner table from what he had been the other day at her grandfather's. Easy and graceful always, he filled his own place, but he did not seem to care to do more. There was even something bordering on haughtiness in his air of grave reserve. He was not the life of the company here. He contented himself with being all that the company could possibly require of him. On the whole, Fleda was exceedingly well pleased with her day, and thought all the people in general very kind. It was quite late before she set out to go home again, and then Mrs. Evelyn and Mrs. Carleton were extremely afraid lest she should take cold, and Mr. Carleton, without saying one word about it, wrapped her up so very nicely, after she got into the wagon, in a warm cloak of his mother's. The drive home through the gathering shades of twilight was to little Fleda thoroughly charming. It was almost in perfect silence, but she liked that, and all the way home her mind was full of a shadowy beautiful world that seemed to lie before and around her. It was a happy child that Mr. Carleton lifted from the wagon when they reached Queechy. He read it in the utter light-heartedness of brow and voice, and the spring to the ground which hardly needed the help of his hands. "Thank you, Mr. Carleton," she said when she had reached her own door. He would not go in. "I have had a very nice time." He smiled. "Good night," said he. "Tell your grandfather I will come to morrow to see him about some business." Fleda ran gayly into the kitchen. Only Cynthia was there. "Where is grandpa, Cynthy?" "He went off into his room a half an hour ago. I believe he's laying down. He ain't right well, I s'pect. What's made you so late?" "Oh, they kept me," said Fleda, her gayety suddenly sobered. She took off her bonnet and coat, and throwing them down in the kitchen, stole softly along the passage to her grandfather's room. She stopped a minute at the door and held her breath to see if she could hear any movement which might tell her he was not asleep. It was all still, and pulling the iron latch with her gentlest hand, Fleda went on tiptoe into the room. He was lying on the bed, but awake, for she had made no noise, and the blue eyes opened and looked upon her as she came nearer. "Are you not well, dear grandpa?" said the little girl. Nothing made of flesh and blood ever spoke words of more spirit-like sweetness. Not the beauty of a fine organ, but such as the sweetness of angel speech might be, a whisper of love and tenderness that was hushed by its own intensity. He did not answer, or did not notice her first question. She repeated it. "Don't you feel well?" "Not exactly, dear," he replied. There was the shadow of somewhat in his tone, that fell upon his little granddaughter's heart and brow at once. Her voice next time, though not suffered to be anything but clear and cheerful still, had in part the clearness of apprehension. "What is the matter?" "Oh, I don't know, dear." She felt the shadow again, and he seemed to say that time would show her the meaning of it. She put her little hand in one of his which lay outside the coverlets, and stood looking at him, and presently said, but in a very different key from the same speech to Mr. Carleton, "I have had a very nice time, dear grandpa." Her grandfather made her no answer. He brought the dear little hand to his lips and kissed it twice, so earnestly that it was almost passionately, then laid it on the side of the bed again with his own upon it, and patted it slowly and fondly, and with an inexpressible kind of sadness in the manner. Fleda's lips trembled and her heart was fluttering, but she stood so that he could not see her face in the dusk, and kept still till the rebel features were calm again, and she had schooled the heart to be silent. Mr. Ringgan had closed his eyes, and perhaps was asleep, and his little granddaughter sat quietly down on a chair by the bedside to watch by him, in that gentle sorrowful patience which women often know, but which hardly belongs to childhood. Her eyes and thoughts, as she sat there in the dusky twilight, fell upon the hand of her grandfather which still fondly held one of her own, and fancy travelled fast and far from what it was to what it had been. Rough, discoloured, stiff as it lay there now, she thought how it had once had the hue and the freshness and the grace of youth, when it had been the instrument of uncommon strength and wielded an authority that none could stand against. Her fancy wandered over the scenes it had known, when it had felled trees in the wild forest, and those fingers, then supple and slight, had played the fife to the struggling men of the Revolution. How its activity had outdone the activity of all other hands in clearing and cultivating those fields where her feet loved to run. How in its pride of strength it had handled the scythe and the sickle and the flail, with a grace and efficiency that no other could attain, and how in happy manhood that strong hand had fondled and sheltered and led the little children that now had grown up and were gone. Strength and activity, ay, and the fruits of them, were passed away. His children were dead. His race was run. The shock of corn was in full season, ready to be gathered. Poor little Fleda! Her thought had travelled but a very little way before the sense of these things entirely overcame her. Her head bowed on her knees, and she wept tears that all the fine springs of her nature were moving to feed. Many, many, but poured forth as quietly, as bitterly. She smothered every sound. That beautiful shadowy world with which she had been so busy a little while ago, alas, she had left the fair outlines and the dreamy light, and had been tracking one solitary path through the wilderness, and she saw how the traveller, footsore and weather beaten, comes to the end of his way. And after all he comes to the end. Yes, and I must travel through life and come to the end too, thought little Fleda. Life is but a passing through the world. My hand must wither and grow old too, if I live long enough, and whether or no, I must come to the end. Oh, there is only one thing that ought to be very much minded in this world. That thought, sober though it was, brought sweet consolation. Fleda's tears, if they fell as fast, grew brighter, as she remembered with singular tender joy that her mother and her father had been ready to see the end of their journey and were not afraid of it, that her grandfather and her aunt Miriam were happy in the same quiet confidence, and she believed she herself was a lamb of the good shepherd's flock. And he will let none of his lambs be lost, she thought. How happy I am! How happy we all are! Her grandfather still lay quiet as if asleep, and gently drawing her hand from under his, Fleda went and got a candle and sat down by him again to read, carefully shading the light so that it might not awake him. He presently spoke to her, and more cheerfully. "Are you reading, dear?" "Yes, grandpa," said the little girl, looking up brightly. "Does the candle disturb you?" "No, dear. What have you got there?" "I just took up this volume of Newton that has the hymns in it." "Read out." Fleda read Mr. Newton's long beautiful hymn, "The Lord will provide." But with her late thoughts fresh in her mind it was hard to get through the last verses. "No strength of our own, or goodness we claim, but since we have known the Saviour's great name, in this our strong tower for safety we hide. The Lord is our power, the Lord will provide. When life sinks apace, and death is in view, this word of his grace shall comfort us through. No fearing nor doubting, with Christ on our side, we hope to die shouting, the Lord will provide." The little reader's voice changed, almost broke, but she struggled through, and then was quietly crying behind her hand. "Read it again," said the old gentleman after a pause. There is no cannot in the vocabulary of affection. Fleda waited a minute or two to rally her forces, and then went through it again, more steadily than the first time. "Yes," said Mr. Ringgan, calmly folding his hands, "that will do. That trust won't fail, for it is founded upon a rock. He is a rock, and he knoweth them that put their trust in him. I have been a fool to doubt ever that he would make all things work well. The Lord will provide." "Grandpa," said Fleda, but in an unsteady voice and shading her face with her hand still, "I can remember reading this hymn to my mother once when I was so little that suggestions was a hard word to me." "Ay, ay, I dare say," said the old gentleman. "Your mother knew that rock and rested her hope upon it, where mine stands now. If ever there was a creature that might have trusted to her own doings, I believe she was one, for I never saw her do anything wrong, as I know. But she knew Christ was all. Will you follow him as she did, dear?" Fleda tried in vain to give an answer. "Do you know what her last prayer for you was, Fleda?" "No, grandpa." "It was that you might be kept unspotted from the world. I heard her make that prayer myself." And stretching out his hand the old gentleman laid it tenderly upon Fleda's bowed head, saying with strong earnestness and affection, even his voice somewhat shaken, "God grant that prayer. Whatever else he do with her, keep my child from the evil, and bring her to join her father and mother in heaven, and me." He said no more, but Fleda's sobs said a great deal, and when the sobs were hushed she still sat shedding quiet tears, sorrowed and disturbed by her grandfather's manner. She had never known it so grave, so solemn, but there was that shadow of something else in it besides, and she would have feared if she had known what to fear. He told her at last that she had better go to bed, and to say to Cynthy that he wanted to see her. She was going, and had reached the door when he said, "Elfleda." She hastened back to the bedside. "Kiss me." He let her do so twice without moving, and then holding her to his breast he pressed one long earnest passionate kiss upon her lips, and released her. Fleda told Cynthy that her grandfather wished her to come to him, and then mounted the stairs to her little bedroom. She went to the window and opening it looked out at the soft moonlit sky. The weather was mild again and a little hazy, and the landscape was beautiful. But little Fleda was tasting realities, and she could not go off upon dream journeys to seek the light food of fancy through the air. She did not think to night about the people the moon was shining on. She only thought of the one little sad anxious heart, and of another down stairs, more sad and anxious still, she feared. What could it be about? Now that Mr. Jolly had settled all that troublesome business with McGowan. As she stood there at the window, gazing out aimlessly into the still night, it was very quiet. she heard Cynthy at the back of the house calling out, but as if she were afraid of making too much noise, "Watkins, Watkins." The sound had business, if not anxiety in it. Fleda instinctively held her breath to listen. Presently she heard Watkins reply, but they were round the corner. She could not easily make out what they said. It was only by straining her ears that she caught the words, "Watkins, Mr. Ringgan wants you to go right up on the hill to Miss Plumfield's and tell her he wants her to come right down. He thinks" The voice of the speaker fell, and Fleda could only make out the last words, "Dr. James." More was said, but so thick and low that she could understand nothing. She had heard enough. She shut the window, trembling, and fastened again the parts of her dress she had loosened, and softly and hastily went down the stairs into the kitchen. "Cynthy, what is the matter with grandpa?" "Why ain't you in bed, Flidda?" said Cynthy with some sharpness. "That's what you had ought to be. I'm sure your grandpa wants you to be abed." "But tell me," said Fleda anxiously. "I don't know as there's anything the matter with him," said Cynthy. "Nothin' much, I s'pose. What makes you think anything is the matter?" "Because I heard you telling Watkins to go for aunt Miriam." Fleda could not say "and the doctor." "Well, your grandpa thought he'd like to have her come down, and he don't feel right well, so I sent Watkins up. But you'd better go to bed, Flidda. You'll catch cold if you sit up a night." Fleda was unsatisfied, the more because Cynthy would not meet the keen searching look with which the little girl tried to read her face. She was not to be sent to bed, and all Cynthy's endeavours to make her change her mind were of no avail. Fleda saw in them but fresh reason for staying, and saw besides what Cynthy could not hide, a somewhat of wandering and uneasiness in her manner which strengthened her resolution. She sat down in the chimney corner, resolved to wait till her aunt Miriam came. There would be satisfaction in her, for aunt Miriam always told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It was a miserable 3/4 of an hour. The kitchen seemed to wear a strange desolate look, though seen in its wonted bright light of fire and candles, and in itself nice and cheerful as usual. Fleda looked at it also through that vague fear which casts its own lurid colour upon everything. The very flickering of the candle blaze seemed of ill omen, and her grandfather's empty chair stood a signal of pain to little Fleda whenever she looked at it. She sat still, in submissive patience, her cheek pale with the working of a heart too big for that little body. Cynthia was going in and out of her grandfather's room, but Fleda would not ask her any more questions, to be disappointed with word answers. She waited, but the minutes seemed very long, and very sad. The characteristic outward calm which Fleda had kept, and which belonged to a nature uncommonly moulded to patience and fortitude, had yet perhaps heightened the pressure of excited fear within. When at last she saw the cloak and hood of aunt Miriam coming through the moonlight to the kitchen door, she rushed to open it, and quite overcome for the moment threw her arms around her and was speechless. Aunt Miriam's tender and quiet voice comforted her. "You up yet, Fleda? Hadn't you better go to bed? 'Tisn't good for you." "That's what I've been a telling her," said Cynthy, "but she wasn't a mind to listen to me." But the two little arms embraced aunt Miriam's cloak and wrappers, and the little face was hid there still, and Fleda's answer was a half smothered ejaculation. "I am so glad you are come, dear aunt Miriam." Aunt Miriam kissed her again, and again repeated her request. "Oh no, I can't go to bed," said Fleda crying. "I can't till I know. I am sure something is the matter, or Cynthy wouldn't look so. Do tell me, aunt Miriam." "I can't tell you anything, dear, except that grandpa is not well. That is all I know. I am going in to see him. I will tell you in the morning how he is." "No," said Fleda, "I will wait here till you come out. I couldn't sleep." Mrs. Plumfield made no more efforts to persuade her, but rid herself of cloak and hood and went into Mr. Ringgan's room. Fleda placed herself again in her chimney corner, burying her face in her hands. She sat waiting more quietly, and Cynthy, having finished all her business, took a chair on the hearth opposite to her. Both were silent and motionless, except when Cynthy once in a while got up to readjust the sticks of wood on the fire. They sat there waiting so long that Fleda's anxiety began to quicken again. "Don't you think the doctor is a long time coming, Cynthy?" said she, raising her head at last. Her question, breaking that forced silence, sounded fearful. "It seems kind o' long," said Cynthy. "I guess Watkins hadn't found him to home." Watkins indeed presently came in and reported as much, and that the wind was changing and it was coming off cold; and then his heavy boots were heard going up the stairs to his room overhead. But Fleda listened in vain for the sound of the latch of her grandfather's door, or aunt Miriam's quiet footfall in the passage; listened and longed, till the minutes seemed like the links of a heavy chain which she was obliged to pass over from hand to hand, and the last link could not be found. The noise of Watkins' feet ceased overhead, and nothing stirred or moved but the crackling flames in Cynthia's elbows, which took turns each in resting upon the opposite arm, and now and then a tell-tale gust of wind in the trees. If Mr. Ringgan was asleep, why did not aunt Miriam come out and see them? If he was better, why not come and tell them so? He had been asleep when she first went into his room, and she had come back for a minute, then to try again to get Fleda to bed. Why could she not come out for a minute once more? 2 hours of watching and trouble had quite changed little Fleda. The dark ring of anxiety had come under each eye in her little pale face. She looked herself almost ill. Aunt Miriam's grave step was heard coming out of the room at last. It did not sound cheerfully in Fleda's ears. She came in, and stopping to give some direction to Cynthy, walked up to Fleda. Her face encouraged no questions. She took the child's head tenderly in both her hands and told her gently, but it was in vain that she tried to make her voice quite as usual, that she had better go to bed, that she would be sick. Fleda looked up anxiously in her face. "How is he?" But her next word was the wailing cry of sorrow. "Oh, grandpa!" The old lady took the little child in her arms, and they both sat there by the fire until the morning dawned. Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Queechy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Queechy by Susan Warner. Chapter 8. The Fairy Leaves the House. Patience and sorrow strove who should express her goodliest. King Lear. When Mr. Carleton knocked at the front door the next day, about 2 o'clock, it was opened to him by Cynthy. He asked for his late host. "Mr. Ringgan is dead." "Dead!" exclaimed the young man, much shocked. "When? How?" "Won't you come in, sir?" said Cynthy. "Maybe you'll see Mis' Plumfield." "No, certainly," replied the visitor. "Only tell me about Mr. Ringgan." "He died last night." "What was the matter with him?" "I don't know," said Cynthy in a business like tone of voice. "I s'pose the doctor knows, but he didn't say nothing about it. He died very sudden." "Was he alone?" "No, his sister was with him. He had been complaining all the evening that he didn't feel right, but I didn't think nothing of it, and I didn't know he did; and towards evening he went and laid down, and Flidda was with him a spell, talking to him, and at last he sent her to bed, and called me in and said he felt mighty strange, and he didn't know what it was going to be, and that he had as lieve I should send up and ask Mis' Plumfield to come down, and perhaps I might as well send for the doctor too. And I sent right off, but the doctor wasn't to hum and didn't get here till long after Mis' Plumfield she come, and Mr. Ringgan was asleep then, and I didn't know as it was going to be anything more after all than just a turn, such as anybody might take, and Mis' Plumfield went in and sot by him, and there wa'n't no one else in the room, and after a while he come to and talked to her, she said, a spell, but he seemed to think it was something more than common ailed him, and all of a sudden he just riz up half way in bed and then fell back and died, with no more warning than that." "And how is the little girl?" "Why," said Cynthy, looking off at right angles from her visitor, "she's middlin' now, I s'pose, but she won't be before long, or else she must be harder to make sick than other folks. We can't get her out of the room," she added, bringing her eyes to bear for an instant upon the young gentleman. "She stays in there the whole time since morning. I've tried, and Mis' Plumfield's tried, and everybody has tried, and there can't none of us manage it. She will stay in there, and it's an awful cold room when there ain't no fire." Cynthy and her visitor were both taking the benefit of the chill blast which rushed in at the open door. "The room?" said Mr. Carleton. "The room where the body lies? Yes, it's dreadful chill in there when the stove ain't heated, and she sits there the whole time, and she ha'n't got much to boast of now; she looks as if a feather would blow her away." The door at the further end of the hall opened about 2 inches, and a voice called out through the crack, "Cynthy, Miss Plumfield wants to know if that is Mr. Carleton." "Yes." "Well, she'd like to see him. Ask him to walk into the front room, she says." Cynthy upon this showed the way, and Mr. Carleton walked into the same room where a few days before he had been so kindly welcomed by his fine old host. Cold indeed it was now, as was the welcome he would have given. There was no fire in the chimney, and even all signs of the fire of the other day had been carefully cleared away. The clean empty fireplace looked a mournful assurance that its cheerfulness would not soon come back again. It was a raw disagreeable day. The paper window shades fluttered uncomfortably in the wind, which had its way now, and the very chairs and tables seemed as if they had taken leave of life and society for ever. Mr. Carleton walked slowly up and down, his thoughts running perhaps somewhat in the train where poor little Fleda's had been so busy last night, and wrapped up in broadcloth as he was to the chin, he shivered when he heard the chill wind moaning round the house and rustling the paper hangings, and thought of little Fleda's delicate frame, exposed as Cynthia had described it. He made up his mind it must not be. Mrs. Plumfield presently came in and met him with the calm dignity of that sorrow which needs no parade, and that truth and meekness of character which can make none. Yet there was nothing like stoicism, no affected or proud repression of feeling. Her manner was simply the dictate of good sense borne out by a firm and quiet spirit. Mr. Carleton was struck with it. It was a display of character different from any he had ever before met with. It was something he could not quite understand, for he wanted the key. But all the high respect he had felt for this lady from the first was confirmed and strengthened. After quietly receiving Mr. Carleton's silent grasp of the hand, aunt Miriam said, "I troubled you to stop, sir, that I might ask how much longer you expect to stop at Montepoole." "Not more than 2 or 3 days," he said. "I understood," said aunt Miriam after a minute's pause, "that Mrs. Carleton was so kind as to say she would take care of Elfleda to France and put her in the hands of her aunt." "She would have great pleasure in doing it," said Mr. Carleton. "I can promise for your little niece that she shall have a mother's care so long as my mother can render it." Aunt Miriam was silent, and he saw her eyes fill. "You should not have had the pain of seeing me to day," said he gently, "if I could have known it would give you any. But since I am here, may I ask whether it is your determination that Fleda shall go with us?" "It was my brother's," said aunt Miriam sighing. "He told me last night that he wished her to go with Mrs. Carleton, if she would still be so good as to take her." "I have just heard about her from the housekeeper," said Mr. Carleton, "what has disturbed me a good deal. Will you forgive me if I venture to propose that she should come to us at once? Of course we will not leave the place for several days, till you are ready to part with her." Aunt Miriam hesitated, and again the tears flushed to her eyes. "I believe it would be best," she said, "since it must be. I cannot get the child away from her grandfather. I am afraid I want firmness to do it, and she ought not to be there. She is a tender little creature." For once self command failed her; she was obliged to cover her face. "A stranger's hands cannot be more tender of her than ours will be," said Mr. Carleton, his warm pressure of aunt Miriam's hand repeating the promise. "My mother will bring a carriage for her this afternoon, if you will permit." "If you please, sir, since it must be, it does not matter a day sooner or later," repeated aunt Miriam. "If she can be got away. I don't know whether it will be possible." Mr. Carleton had his own private opinion on that point. He merely promised to be there again in a few hours, and took his leave. He came with his mother about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They were shown this time to the kitchen, where they found 2 or 3 neighbours and friends with aunt Miriam and Cynthy. The former received them with the same calm simplicity that Mr. Carleton had admired in the morning, but said she was afraid their coming would be in vain. She had talked with Fleda about the proposed plan, and could not get her to listen to it. She doubted whether it would be possible to persuade her, and yet aunt Miriam's self possession seemed to be shaken when she thought of Fleda. She could not speak of her without watering eyes. "She's fixing to be as sick as ever she can," remarked Cynthia dryly, in a kind of aside meant for the audience. "There wa'n't a grain of colour in her face when I went in to try to get her out a little while ago, and Mis' Plumfield hadn't the heart to do anything with her, nor nobody else." "Mother, will you see what you can do?" said Mr. Carleton. Mrs. Carleton went, with an expression of face that her son, nobody else, knew meant that she thought it a particularly disagreeable piece of business. She came back after the lapse of a few minutes, in tears. "I can do nothing with her," she said hurriedly. "I don't know what to say to her, and she looks like death. Go yourself, Guy, you can manage her if any one can." Mr. Carleton went immediately. The room, into which a short passage admitted him, was cheerless indeed. On a fair afternoon the sun's rays came in there pleasantly, but this was a true November day, a grey sky and a chill raw wind that found its way in between the loose window sashes and frames. One corner of the room was sadly tenanted by the bed which held the remains of its late master and owner. At a little table between the windows, with her back turned towards the bed, Fleda was sitting, her face bowed in her hands upon the old quarto Bible that lay there open, a shawl round her shoulders. Mr. Carleton went up to the side of the table and softly spoke her name. Fleda looked up at him for an instant, and then buried her face in her hands on the book as before. That look might have staggered him, but that Mr. Carleton rarely was staggered in any purpose when he had once made up his mind. It did move him, so much that he was obliged to wait a minute or two before he could muster firmness to speak to her again. Such a look, so pitiful in its sorrow, so appealing in its helplessness, so imposing in its purity, he had never seen, and it absolutely awed him. Many a child's face is lovely to look upon for its innocent purity, but more commonly it is not like this. It is the purity of snow, unsullied but not unsullyable. There is another kind, more ethereal, like that of light, which you feel is from another sphere and will not know soil. But there were other signs in the face that would have nerved Mr. Carleton's resolution if he had needed it. 24 hours had wrought a sad change. The child looked as if she had been ill for weeks. Her cheeks were colourless. The delicate brow would have seemed pencilled on marble but for the dark lines which weeping and watching and still more sorrow had drawn underneath. And the beautiful moulding of the features showed under the transparent skin like the work of the sculptor. She was not crying then, but the open pages of the great Bible had been wet with very many tears since her head had rested there. "Fleda," said Mr. Carleton after a moment, "you must come with me." The words were gently and tenderly spoken, yet they had that tone which young and old instinctively know is vain to dispute. Fleda glanced up again, a touching imploring look that was very difficult to bear, and her "Oh no, I cannot," went to his heart. It was not resistance but entreaty, and all the arguments she would have urged seemed to lie in the mere tone of her voice. She had no power of urging them in any other way, for even as she spoke her head went down again on the Bible with a burst of sorrow. Mr. Carleton was moved, but not shaken in his purpose. He was silent a moment, drawing back the hair that fell over Fleda's forehead with a gentle caressing touch, and then he said, still lower and more tenderly than before, but without flinching, "You must come with me, Fleda." "Mayn't I stay?" said Fleda, sobbing, while he could see in the tension of the muscles a violent effort at self control which he did not like to see. "Mayn't I stay till the day after to morrow?" "No, dear Fleda," said he, stroking her head kindly. "I will bring you back, but you must go with me now. Your aunt wishes it, and we all think it is best. I will bring you back." She sobbed bitterly for a few minutes. Then she begged in smothered words that he would leave her alone a little while. He went immediately. She checked her sobs when she heard the door close upon him, or as soon as she could, and rising went and knelt down by the side of the bed. It was not to cry, though what she did could not be done without many tears. It was to repeat with equal earnestness and solemnity her mother's prayer, that she might be kept pure from the world's contact. There, beside the remains of her last dear earthly friend, as it were before going out of his sight forever, little Fleda knelt down to set the seal of faith and hope to his wishes, and to lay the constraining hand of memory upon her conscience. It was soon done, and then there was but one thing more to do. But oh the tears that fell as she stood there before she could go on! How the little hands were pressed to the bowed face, as if they would have borne up the load they could not reach; the convulsive struggle, before the last look could be taken, the last good bye said. But the sobs were forced back, the hands wiped off the tears, the quivering features were bidden into some degree of calmness, and she leaned forward over the loved face that in death had kept all its wonted look of mildness and placid dignity. It was in vain to look through Fleda's blinded eyes; the hot tears dropped fast while her trembling lips kissed, and kissed, those cold and silent that could make no return; and then feeling that it was the last, that the parting was over, she stood again by the side of the bed as she had done a few minutes before, in a convulsion of grief, her face bowed down, and her little frame racked with feeling too strong for it, shaken visibly as if too frail to bear the trial to which it was put. Mr. Carleton had waited and waited, as he thought long enough, and now at last came in again, guessing how it was with her. He put his arm round the child and gently drew her away, and sitting down took her on his knee, and endeavoured rather with actions than with words to soothe and comfort her, for he did not know what to say. But his gentle delicate way, the soft touch with which he again stroked back her hair or took her hand, speaking kindness and sympathy, the loving pressure of his lips once or twice to her brow, the low tones in which he told her that she was making herself sick, that she must not do so, that she must let him take care of her, were powerful to soothe or quiet a sensitive mind, and Fleda felt them. It was a very difficult task, and if undertaken by any one else would have been more likely to disgust and distress her. But his spirit had taken the measure of hers, and he knew precisely how to temper every word and tone so as just to meet the nice sensibilities of her nature. He had hardly said anything, but she had understood all he meant to say, and when he told her at last, softly, that it was getting late and she must let him take her away, she made no more difficulty, rose up and let him lead her out of the room without once turning her head to look back. Mrs. Carleton looked relieved that there was a prospect of getting away, and rose up with a happy adjusting of her shawl round her shoulders. Aunt Miriam came forward to say good bye, but it was very quietly said. Fleda clasped her round the neck convulsively for an instant, kissed her as if a kiss could speak a whole heartful, and then turned submissively to Mr. Carleton and let him lead her to the carriage. There was no fault to be found with Mrs. Carleton's kindness when they were on the way. She held the forlorn little child tenderly in her arm, and told her how glad she was to have her with them, how glad she should be if she were going to keep her always; but her saying so only made Fleda cry, and she soon thought it best to say nothing. All the rest of the way Fleda was a picture of resignation, transparently pale, meek and pure, and fragile seemingly as the delicatest wood flower that grows. Mr. Carleton looked grieved, and leaning forward he took one of her hands in his own and held it affectionately until they got to the end of their journey. It marked Fleda's feeling towards him that she let it lie there without making a motion to draw it away. She was so still for the last few miles that her friends thought she had fallen asleep. But when the carriage stopped and the light of the lantern was flung inside, they saw the grave hazel eyes broad open and gazing intently out of the window. "You will order tea for us in your dressing room, mother," said Mr. Carleton. "Us? Who is us?" "Fleda and me, unless you will please to make one of the party." "Certainly I will, but perhaps Fleda might like it better down stairs. Wouldn't you, dear?" "If you please, ma'am," said Fleda, "wherever you please." "But which would you rather, Fleda?" said Mr. Carleton. "I would rather have it up stairs," said Fleda gently, "but it's no matter." "We will have it up stairs," said Mrs. Carleton. "We will be a nice little party up there by ourselves. You shall not come down till you like." "You are hardly able to walk up," said Mr. Carleton tenderly. "Shall I carry you?" The tears rushed into Fleda's eyes, but she said no, and managed to mount the stairs, though it was evidently an exertion. Mrs. Carleton's dressing room, as her son had called it, looked very pleasant when they got there. It was well lighted and warmed, and something answering to curtains had been summoned from its obscurity in store room or garret and hung up at the windows. "Them 'ere fussy English folks had made such a pint of it," the landlord said. Truth was, that Mr. Carleton as well as his mother wanted this room as a retreat for the quiet and privacy which travelling in company as they did they could hardly have nowhere else. Everything the hotel could furnish in the shape of comfort had been drawn together to give this room as little the look of a public house as possible. Easy chairs, as Mrs. Carleton remarked with a disgusted face, one could not expect to find in a country inn. Instead, there were as many as half a dozen of "those miserable substitutes," as she called rocking chairs, and sundry fashions of couches and sofas, in various degrees of elegance and convenience. The best of these, a great chintz covered thing, full of pillows, stood invitingly near the bright fire. There Mr. Carleton placed little Fleda, and took off her bonnet and things, and piled the cushions about her just in the way that would make her most easy and comfortable. He said little, and she nothing, but her eyes watered again at the kind tenderness of his manner. And then he left her in peace till the tea came. The tea was made in that room for those three alone. Fleda knew that Mr. and Mrs. Carleton stayed up there only for her sake, and it troubled her, but she could not help it. Neither could she be very sorry, so far as one of them was concerned. Mr. Carleton was too good to be wished away. All that evening his care of her never ceased. At tea, which the poor child would hardly have shared but for him, and after tea, when in the absence of bustle she had leisure to feel more fully her strange circumstances and position, he hardly permitted her to feel either, doing everything for her ease and pleasure, and quietly managing at the same time to keep back his mother's more forward and less happily adapted tokens of kind feeling. Though she knew he was constantly occupied with her, Fleda could not feel oppressed. His kindness was as pervading and as unobtrusive as the summer air itself. She felt as if she was in somebody's hands that knew her wants before she did, and quietly supplied or prevented them, in a way she could not tell how. It was very rarely that she even got a chance to utter the quiet and touching "thank you," which invariably answered every token of kindness or thoughtfulness that permitted an answer. How greatly that harsh and sad day was softened to little Fleda's heart by the good feeling and fine breeding of one person. She thought when she went to bed that night, thought seriously and gratefully, that since she must go over the ocean and take that long journey to her aunt, how glad she was, how thankful she ought to be that she had so very kind and pleasant people to go with. Kind and pleasant she counted them both, but what more she thought of Mr. Carleton it would be hard to say. Her admiration of him was very high, appreciating as she did to the full all that charm of manner which she could neither analyze nor describe. Her last words to him that night, spoken with a most wistful anxious glance in his face, were, "You will take me back again, Mr. Carleton?" He knew what she meant. "Certainly I will. I promised you, Fleda." "Whatever Guy promises you may be very sure he will do," said his mother with a smile. Fleda believed it, but the next morning it was very plain that this promise he would not be called upon to perform. Fleda would not be well enough to go to the funeral. She was able indeed to get up, but she lay all day upon the sofa in the dressing room. Mr. Carleton had bargained for no company last night. To day female curiosity could stand it no longer, and Mrs. Thorn and Mrs. Evelyn came to look and to gossip openly, and to admire and comment privately, when they had a chance. Fleda lay perfectly quiet and still, and seeming not much to notice or care for their presence. They thought she was tolerably easy in body and mind, perhaps tired and sleepy, and like to do well enough after a few days. How little they knew! How little they could imagine of the assembly of thought which was holding in that child's mind; how little they deemed of the deep, sad, serious look into life which that little spirit was taking; how far they were from fancying, while they were discussing all manner of trifles before her, sometimes when they thought her sleeping, that in the intervals between sadder and weightier things her nice instincts were taking the gauge of all their characters, unconsciously but surely; how they might have been ashamed if they had known that while they were busy with all the affairs in the universe but those which most nearly concerned them, the little child at their side whom they had almost forgotten was secretly looking up to her Father in heaven, and asking to be kept pure from the world. Not unto the wise and prudent. How strange it may seem in one view of the subject; in another how natural, how beautiful, how reasonable. Fleda did not ask again to be taken to Queechy, but as the afternoon drew on she turned her face away from the company and shielded it from view among the cushions, and lay in that utterly motionless state of body which betrays a concentrated movement of the spirits in some hidden direction. To her companions it betrayed nothing; they only lowered their tones a little lest they should disturb her. It had grown dark, and she was sitting up again, leaning against the pillows and in her usual quietude, when Mr. Carleton came in. They had not seen him since before dinner. He came to her side, and taking her hand made some gentle inquiry how she was. "She has had a fine rest," said Mrs. Evelyn. "She has been sleeping all the afternoon," said Mrs. Carleton. "She lay as quiet as a mouse without stirring. You were sleeping, weren't you, dear?" Fleda's lips hardly formed the word "no," and her features were quivering sadly. Mr. Carleton's were impenetrable. "Dear Fleda," said he, stooping down and speaking with equal gravity and kindliness of manner, "you were not able to go." Fleda's shake of the head gave a meek acquiescence, but her face was covered, and the gay talkers around her were silenced and sobered by the heaving of her little frame with sobs that she could not keep back. Mr. Carleton secured the permanence of their silence for that evening. He dismissed them the room again, and would have nobody there but himself and his mother. Instead of being better the next day, Fleda was not able to get up. She was somewhat feverish and exceedingly weak. She lay like a baby, Mrs. Carleton said, and gave as little trouble as possible. Gentle and patient always, she made no complaint, and even uttered no wish, and whatever they did made no objection. Though many a tear that day and the following paid its faithful tribute to the memory of what she had lost, no one knew it, and she was never seen to weep, and the very grave composure of her face and her passive unconcern as to what was done or doing around her alone gave her friends reason to suspect that the mind was not as quiet as the body. Mr. Carleton was the only one who saw deeper, the only one that guessed why the little hand often covered the eyes so carefully, and read the very, very grave lines of the mouth that it could not hide. As soon as she could bear it he had her brought out into the dressing room again and laid her on the sofa, and it was several days before she could be got any further. But there he could be more with her and devote himself more to her pleasure, and it was not long before he had made himself necessary to the poor child's comfort in a way beyond what he was aware of. He was not the only one who shewed her kindness. Unwearied care and most affectionate attention were lavished upon her by his mother and both her friends. They all thought they could not do enough to mark their feeling and regard for her. Mrs. Carleton and Mrs. Evelyn nursed her by night and by day. Mrs. Evelyn read to her. Mrs. Thorn would come often to look and smile at her, and say a few words of heartfelt pity and sympathy. Yet Fleda could not feel quite at home with any one of them. They did not see it. Her manner was affectionate and grateful, to the utmost of their wish. Her simple natural politeness, her nice sense of propriety, were at every call. She seemed after a few days to be as cheerful and to enter as much into what was going on about her as they had any reason to suspect she could, and they were satisfied. But while moving thus smoothly among her new companions, in secret her spirit stood aloof. There was not one of them that could touch her, that could understand her, that could meet the want of her nature. Mrs. Carleton was incapacitated for it by education, Mrs. Evelyn by character, Mrs. Thorn by natural constitution. Of them all, though by far the least winning and agreeable in personal qualifications, Fleda would soonest have relied on Mrs. Thorn, could soonest have loved her. Her homely sympathy and kindness made their way to the child's heart. Fleda felt them and trusted them, but there were too few points of contact. Fleda thanked her, and did not wish to see her again. With Mrs. Carleton Fleda had almost nothing at all in common, and that notwithstanding all this lady's politeness, intelligence, cultivation, and real kindness towards herself, Fleda would readily have given her credit for them all. And yet the Nautilus may as soon compare notes with the navigator. The canary might as well study Maelzel's metronome, as a child of nature and a woman of the world comprehend and suit each other. The nature of the one must change, or the two must remain the wide world apart. Fleda felt it, she did not know why. Mrs. Carleton was very kind and perfectly polite, but Fleda had no pleasure in her kindness, no trust in her politeness, or if that be saying too much, at least she felt that for some inexplicable reason both were unsatisfactory. Even the tact which each possessed in an exquisite degree was not the same in each. In one it was the self-graduating power of a clever machine, in the other the delicateness of a sensitive plant. Mrs. Carleton herself was not without some sense of this distinction. She confessed secretly that there was something in Fleda out of the reach of her discernment, and consequently beyond the walk of her skill, and felt rather uneasily that more delicate hands were needed to guide so delicate a nature. Mrs. Evelyn came nearer the point. She was very pleasant, and she knew how to do things in a charming way, and there were times, frequently, when Fleda thought she was everything lovely. But yet now and then a mere word or look would contradict this fair promise, a something of hardness which Fleda could not reconcile with the soft gentleness of other times, and on the whole Mrs. Evelyn was unsure ground to her. She could not venture her confidence there. With Mr. Carleton alone Fleda felt at home. He only, she knew, completely understood and appreciated her, yet she saw also that with others he was not the same as with her. Whether grave or gay, there was about him an air of cool indifference, very often reserved and not seldom haughty, and the eye which could melt and glow when turned upon her was something as bright and cold as a winter sky. Fleda felt sure, however, that she might trust him entirely so far as she herself was concerned. Of the rest she stood in doubt. She was quite right in both cases. Whatever else there might be in that blue eye, there was truth in it when it met hers. She gave that truth her full confidence, and was willing to honour every draught made upon her charity for the other parts of his character. He never seemed to lose sight of her. He was always doing something for which Fleda loved him, but so quietly and happily that she could neither help his taking the trouble nor thank him for it. It might have been a matter of surprise that a gay young man of fashion should concern himself like a brother about the wants of a little child. The young gentlemen down stairs who were not of the society in the dressing room did make themselves very merry upon the subject, and rallied Mr. Carleton with a common amount of wit and wisdom about his little sweetheart, a raillery which met the most flinty indifference. But none of those who saw Fleda ever thought strange of anything that was done for her, and Mrs. Carleton was rejoiced to have her son take up the task she was fain to lay down. So he really, more than any one else, had the management of her, and Fleda invariably greeted his entrance into the room with a faint smile, which even the ladies who saw agreed was well worth waiting for. Chapter 9.
Chapter 9 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 9. How Mr. Carleton happened to not be at home. If large possessions, pompous titles, honourable charges, and profitable commissions could have made this proud man happy, there would have been nothing wanting. L'Estrange. Several days had passed. Fleda's cheeks had gained no colour, but she had grown a little stronger, and it was thought the party might proceed on their way without any more tarrying, trusting that change and the motion of travelling would do better things for Fleda than could be hoped from any further stay at Montepoole. The matter was talked over in an evening consultation in the dressing room, and it was decided that they would set off on the second day thereafter. Fleda was lying quietly on her sofa, with her eyes closed, having had nothing to say during the discussion. They thought she had perhaps not heard it. Mr. Carleton's sharper eyes, however, saw that 1 or 2 tears were glimmering just under the eyelash. He bent down over her and whispered, "I know what you are thinking of, Fleda. Do I not?" "I was thinking of aunt Miriam," Fleda said in an answering whisper without opening her eyes. "I will take care of that." Fleda looked up and smiled most expressively her thanks, and in 5 minutes was asleep. Mr. Carleton stood watching her, querying how long those clear eyes would have nothing to hide, how long that bright purity could resist the corrosion of the world's breath, and half thinking that it would be better for the spirit to pass away, with its lustre upon it, than stay till self-interest should sharpen the eye, and the lines of the diplomacy write themselves on that fair brow. Better so, better so. "What are you thinking of so gloomily, Guy?" said his mother. "That is a tender little creature to struggle with a rough world." "She won't have to struggle with it," said Mrs. Carleton. "She will do very well," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I don't think she'd find it a rough world where you were, Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Thorn. "Thank you, ma'am," he said smiling, "but unhappily my power reaches very little way." "Perhaps," said Mrs. Evelyn with a sly smile, "that might be arranged differently. Mrs. Rossitur, I have no doubt, would desire nothing better than a smooth world for her little niece, and Mr. Carleton's power might be unlimited in its extent." There was no answer, and the absolute repose of all the lines of the young gentleman's face bordered too nearly on contempt to encourage the lady to pursue her jest any further. The next day Fleda was well enough to bear moving. Mr. Carleton had her carefully bundled up, and then carried her down stairs and placed her in the little light wagon which had once before brought her to the Pool. Luckily it was a mild day, for no close carriage was to be had for love or money. The stage coach in which Fleda had been fetched from her grandfather's was in use away somewhere. Mr. Carleton drove her down to aunt Miriam's, and leaving her there he went off again, and whatever he did with himself it was a good 2 hours before he came back. All too little yet they were for the tears and the sympathy which went to so many things both in the past and in the future. Aunt Miriam had not said half she wished to say when the wagon was at the gate again, and Mr. Carleton came to take his little charge away. He found her sitting happily in aunt Miriam's lap. Fleda was very grateful to him for leaving her such a nice long time, and welcomed him with even a brighter smile than usual. But her head rested wistfully on her aunt's bosom after that, and when he asked her if she was almost ready to go, she hid her face there and put her arms about her neck. The old lady held her close for a few minutes in silence. "Elfleda," said Aunt Miriam gravely and tenderly. "Do you know what was your mother's prayer for you?" "Yes," she whispered. "What was it?" "That I might be kept unspotted from the world," repeated Aunt Miriam in a tone of tender and deep feeling. "My sweet blossom, how wilt thou keep so? Will you remember always your mother's prayer?" "I will try." "How will you try, Fleda?" "I will pray." Aunt Miriam kissed her again and again, fondly repeating, "The Lord hear thee! The Lord bless thee! The Lord keep thee, as a lily among thorns, my precious little babe, though in the world, not of it." "Do you think that is possible?" said Mr. Carleton significantly, when a few moments after they had risen and were about to separate. Aunt Miriam looked at him in surprise and asked, "What, sir?" "To live in the world and not be like the world." She cast her eyes upon Fleda, fondly smoothing down her soft hair with both hands for a minute or two before she answered, "By the help of one thing, sir, yes." "And what is that?" said he quickly. "The blessing of God, with whom all things are possible." His eyes fell, and there was a kind of incredulous sadness in his half smile which aunt Miriam understood better than he did. She sighed as she folded Fleda again to her breast and whisperingly bade her remember. But Fleda knew nothing of it, and when she had finally parted from aunt Miriam and was seated in the little wagon on her way home, to her fancy the best friend she had in the world was sitting beside her. Neither was her judgment wrong, so far as it went. She saw truly where she saw at all, but there was a great deal she could not see. Mr. Carleton was an unbeliever. Not maliciously, not wilfully, not stupidly; rather the fool of circumstance. His skepticism might be traced to the joint workings of a very fine nature and a very bad education; that is, education in the broad sense of the term. Of course none of the means and appliances of mental culture had been wanting to him. He was an uncommonly fine example of what nature alone can do for a man. A character of nature's building is at best a very ragged affair, without religion's finishing hand; at the utmost a fine ruin, no more. And if that be the utmost of nature's handiwork, what is at the other end of the scale? Alas, the rubble stones of the ruin! What of good and fair nature had reared there was not strong enough to stand alone. But religion cannot work alike on every foundation, and the varieties are as much as the individuals. Sometimes she must build the whole from the very ground, and there are cases where nature's work stands so strong and fair that religion's strength may be expended in perfecting and enriching and carrying it to an uncommon height of grace and beauty, and dedicating the fair temple to a new use. Of religion Mr. Carleton had nothing at all, and a true Christian character had never crossed his path near enough for him to become acquainted with it. His mother was a woman of the world, his father had been a man of the world, and what is more, so deep dyed a politician that to all intents and purposes, except as to bare natural affection, he was nothing to his son, and his son was nothing to him. Both mother and father thought the son a piece of perfection, and mothers and fathers have very often indeed thought so on less grounds. Mr. Carleton saw, whenever he took time to look at him, that Guy had no lack either of quick wit or manly bearing; that he had pride enough to keep him from low company and make him abhor low pursuits. If anything more than pride and better than pride mingled with it, the father's discernment could not reach so far. He had a love for knowledge too, and that from a child made him eager in seeking it, in ways both regular and desultory, in tastes which his mother laughingly said would give him all the elegance of a woman, joined to the strong manly character which no one ever doubted he possessed. She looked mostly at the outside, willing, if that pleased her, to take everything else upon trust; and the grace of manner which a warm heart and fine sensibilities and a mind entirely frank and above board had given him, from his earliest years, had more than met all her wishes. No one suspected the stubbornness and energy of will which was in fact the backbone of his character. Nothing tried it. His father's death early left little Guy to his mother's guardianship. Contradicting him was the last thing she thought of, and of course it was attempted by no one else. If she would ever have allowed that he had a fault, which she never would, it was one that grew out of his greatest virtue, an unmanageable truth of character; and if she ever unwillingly recognized its companion virtue, firmness of will, it was when she endeavoured to combat certain troublesome demonstrations of the other, in spite of all the grace and charm of manner in which he was allowed to be a model, and which was as natural to him as it was universal. If ever the interests of truth came in conflict with the dictates of society, he flung minor considerations behind his back and came out with some startling piece of bluntness, at which his mother was utterly confounded. These occasions were very rare. He never sought them. Always where it was possible he chose either to speak or be silent in an unexceptionable manner. But sometimes the barrier of conventionalities or his mother's unwise policy pressed too hard upon his integrity or his indignation, and he would then free the barrier and present the shut out truth in its full size and proportions before his mother's shocked eyes. It was in vain to try to coax or blind him. A marble statue is not more unruffled by the soft air of summer. And Mrs. Carleton was fain to console herself with the reflection that Guy's very next act after one of these breaks would be one of such happy fascination that the former would be forgotten, and that in this world of discordancies it was impossible on the whole for any one to come nearer perfection. And if there was inconvenience, there were also great comforts about this character of truthfulness. So nearly up to the time of his leaving the university, the young heir lived a life of as free and uncontrolled enjoyment as the deer on his grounds, happily led by his own fine instincts to seek that enjoyment in pure and natural sources. His tutor was proud of his success. His dependents loved his frank and high bearing. His mother rejoiced in his personal accomplishments, and was secretly well pleased that his tastes led him another way from the more common and less safe indulgences of other young men. He had not escaped the temptations of opportunity and example, but gambling was not intellectual enough, jockeying was too undignified, and drinking too coarse a pleasure for him. Even hunting and coursing charmed him but for a few times. When he found he could outride and outleap all his companions, he hunted no more, telling his mother, when she attacked him on the subject, that he thought the hare the worthier animal of the two upon a chase, and that the fox deserved an easier death. His friends twitted him with his want of spirit and want of manliness, but such light shafts bounded back from the buff suit of cool indifference in which their object was cased, and his companions very soon gave over the attempt either to persuade or annoy him, with the conclusion that nothing could be done with Carleton. The same wants that had displeased him in the sports soon led him to decline the company of those who indulged in them. From the low-minded, from the uncultivated, from the unrefined in mind and manner, and such there are in the highest class of society as well as in the less favoured, he shrank away in secret disgust or weariness. There was no affinity. To his books, to his grounds, which he took endless delight in overseeing, to the fine arts in general, for which he had a great love and for one or two of them a great talent, he went with restless energy and no want of companionship, and at one or the other always pushing eagerly forward after some point of excellence or some new attainment not yet reached, and which sprang up after one another as fast as ever, Alps on Alps, he was happily and constantly busy. Too solitary, his mother thought, caring less for society than she wished to see him, but that she trusted would mend itself. He would go through the university and come of age, and go into the world as a matter of necessity. But years brought a change. Not the change his mother looked for. That restless active energy which had made the years of his youth so happy, became, in connection with one or two other qualities, a troublesome companion when he had reached the age of manhood, and obeying manhood's law had put away childish things. On what should it spend itself? It had lost none of its strength, while his fastidious notions of excellence and a far reaching clear sightedness which belonged to his truth of nature greatly narrowed the sphere of its possible action. He could not delude himself into the belief that the oversight of his plantations and the perfecting his park scenery could be a worthy end of existence, or that painting and music were meant to be the stamina of life, or even that books were their own final cause. These things had refined and enriched him. They might go on doing so to the end of his days. But for what? For what? It is said that everybody has his niche, failing to find which nobody fills his place or acts his part in society. Mr. Carleton could not find his niche, and he consequently grew dissatisfied everywhere. His mother's hopes from the university and the world were sadly disappointed. At the university he had not lost his time. The pride of character, which joined with less estimable pride of birth, was a marked feature in his composition, made him look with scorn upon the ephemeral pursuits of one set of men, while his strong intellectual tastes drew him in the other direction, and the energetic activity which drove him to do everything well that he once took in hand carried him to high distinction. Being there he would have disdained to be anywhere but at the top of the tree. But out of the university and in possession of his estates, what should he do with himself and them? A question easy to settle by most young men, very easy to settle by Guy if he had had the clue of Christian truth to guide him through the labyrinth. But the clue was wanting, and the world seemed to him a world of confusion. A certain clearness of judgment is apt to be the blessed handmaid of uncommon truth of character. The mind that knows not what it is to play tricks upon its neighbours is rewarded by a comparative freedom from self-deception. Guy could not sit down upon his estates and lead an insect life like that recommended by Rossiter. His energies wanted room to expand themselves. But the world offered no sphere that would satisfy him, even had his circumstances and possession laid all equally open. It was a busy world, but to him people seemed to be busy upon trifles, or working in a circle, or working mischief; and his nice notions of what ought to be were shocked by what he saw was, in every direction around him. He was disgusted with what he called the drivelling of some unhappy specimens of the church which had come in his way. He disbelieved the truth of what such men professed. If there had been truth in it, he thought, they would deserve to be drummed out of the profession. He detested the crooked involvements and double dealing of the law. He despised the butterfly life of a soldier; and as to the other side of a soldier's life, again he thought, what is it for? To humour the arrogance of the proud, to pamper the appetite of the full, to tighten the grip of the iron hand of power; and though it be sometimes for better ends, yet the soldier cannot choose what letters of the alphabet of obedience he will learn. Politics was the very shaking of the government sieve, where if there were any solid result it was accompanied with a very great flying about of chaff indeed. Society was nothing but whip syllabub, a mere conglomeration of bubbles, as hollow and as unsatisfying. And in lower departments of human life, as far as he knew, he saw evils yet more deplorable. The church played at shuttlecock with men's credulousness, the law with their purses, the medical profession with their lives, the military with their liberties and hopes. He acknowledged that in all these lines of action there was much talent, much good intention, much admirable diligence and acuteness brought out. But to what great general end? He saw in short that the machinery of the human mind, both at large and in particular, was out of order. He did not know what was the broken wheel, the want of which set all the rest to running wrong. This was a strange train of thought for a very young man. But Guy had lived much alone, and in solitude one is like a person who has climbed a high mountain. The air is purer about him, his vision is freer, the eye goes straight and clear to the distant view, which below on the plain 1,000 things would come between to intercept. But there was some morbidness about it too. Disappointment in 2 or 3 instances where he had given his full confidence and been obliged to take it back had quickened him to generalize unfavourably upon human character, both in the mass and in individuals; and a restless dissatisfaction with himself and the world did not tend to a healthy view of things. Yet truth was at the bottom, truth rarely arrived at without the help of revelation. He discerned a want he did not know how to supply. His fine perceptions felt the jar of the machinery which other men are too busy or too deaf to hear. It seemed to him hopelessly disordered. This habit of thinking wrought a change very unlike what his mother had looked for. He mingled more in society, but Mrs. Carleton saw that the eye with which he looked upon it was yet colder than it wont to be. A cloud came over the light gay spirited manner he had used to wear. The charm of his address was as great as ever where he pleased to show it, but much more generally now he contented himself with a cool reserve as impossible to disturb as to find fault with. His temper suffered the same eclipse. It was naturally excellent. His passions were not hastily moved. He had never been easy to offend. His careless good humour and an unbounded proud self-respect made him look rather with contempt than anger upon the things that fire most men, though when once moved to displeasure it was stern and abiding in proportion to the depth of his character. The same good humour and cool self-respect forbade him even then to be eager in shewing resentment. The offender fell off from his esteem and apparently from the sphere of his notice as easily as a drop of water from a duck's wing, and could with as much ease regain his lost lodgment; but unless there were wrong to be righted, or truth to be vindicated, he was in general safe from any further tokens of displeasure. In those cases Mr. Carleton was an adversary to be dreaded. As cool, as unwavering, as persevering there as in other things, he there as in other things no more failed of his end. And at bottom these characteristics remained the same. It was rather his humour than his temper that suffered a change. That grew more gloomy and less gentle. He was more easily irritated and would show it more freely than in the old happy times had ever been. Mrs. Carleton would have been glad to have those times back again. It could not be. Guy could not be content any longer in the happy valley of Amhara. Life had something for him to do beyond his park palings. He had carried manly exercises and personal accomplishments to an uncommon point of perfection. He knew his library well, and his grounds thoroughly, and had made excellent improvement of both. It was in vain to try to persuade him that seed time and harvest were the same thing, and that he had nothing to do but to rest in what he had done, show his bright colours and flutter like a moth in the sunshine, or sit down like a degenerate bee in the summer time and eat his own honey. The power of action which he knew in himself could not rest without something to act upon. It longed to be doing. But what? Conscience is often morbidly far-sighted. Mr. Carleton had a very large tenantry around him and depending upon him, in bettering whose condition, if he had but known it, all those energies might have found full play. It never entered into his head. He abhorred business, the detail of business, and his fastidious taste especially shrank from having anything to do among those whose business was literally their life. The eye sensitively fond of elegance, the extreme of elegance in everything, and permitting no other around or about him, could not bear the tokens of mental and bodily wretchedness among the ignorant poor. He escaped from them as soon as possible, thought that poverty was one of the irregularities of this wrong working machine of a world, and something utterly beyond his power to do away or alleviate, and left to his steward all the responsibility that of right rested on his own shoulders. And at last, unable to content himself in the old routine of things, he quitted home and England, even before he was of age, and roved from place to place, trying, and trying in vain, to soothe the vague restlessness that called for a very different remedy. On change de ciel, luna change pont de sol. End of chapter 9.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Queechy by Susan Warner. Chapter 10. The Fairy and the Englishman. Fair Christabel, that lady bright, was had forth of the tower, but ever she droopeth in her mind, as, nipt by an ungentle wind, doth some fair lily flower. Sir Cowlene. That evening, the last of their stay at Mount Pool, Fleda was thought well enough to take her tea in company. So Mr. Carleton carried her down, though she could have walked, and placed her on the sofa in the parlour. Whatever disposition the young officers might have felt to renew their pleasantry on the occasion, it was shamed into silence. There was a pure dignity about that little pale face which protected itself. They were quite struck, and Fleda had no reason to complain of want of attention from any of the party. Mr. Evelyn kissed her. Mr. Thorn brought a little table to the side of the sofa for her cup of tea to stand on, and handed her the toast most dutifully, and her cousin Rossitur went back and forth between her and the tea-urn. All of the ladies seemed to take immense satisfaction in looking at her, they did it so much, standing about the hearth-rug with their cups in their hands, sipping their tea. Fleda was quite touched with everybody's kindness, but somebody at the back of the sofa whom she did not see was the greatest comfort of all. "You must let me carry you up stairs when you go, Fleda," said her cousin. "I shall grow quite jealous of your friend Mr. Carleton." "No," said Fleda, smiling a little, "I shall not let any one but him carry me up, if he will." "We shall all grow jealous of Mr. Carleton," said Thorn. "He means to monopolize you, keeping you shut up there upstairs." "He didn't keep me shut up," said Fleda. "Mr. Carleton was welcome to monopolize her if it depended on her vote." "Not fair play, Carleton," continued the young officer, wisely shaking his head. "All start alike, or there's no fun in the race. You've fairly distanced us, left us nowhere." He might have talked Chinese and been as intelligible to Fleda, and as interesting to Guy, for all that appeared. "How are we going to proceed to morrow, Mr. Evelyn?" said Mrs. Carleton. "Has the missing stage coach returned yet, or will it be forthcoming in the morning?" "Promised, Mrs. Carleton. The landlord's faith stands pledged for it." "Then it won't disappoint us, of course. What a dismal way of travelling!" "This young country hasn't grown up to post coaches yet," said Mrs. Evelyn. "How many will it hold?" inquired Mrs. Carleton. 9 inside, I suppose, and we number 10 with the servants." "Just take us," said Mr. Evelyn. "There's room on the box for one." "It will not take me," said Mr. Carleton. "How will you go? Ride?" said his mother. "I should think you would, since you have found a horse you like so well." "By George, I wish there was another that I liked," said Rossitur, "and I'd go on horseback too. Such weather! The landlord says it's the beginning of Indian summer." "It's too early for that," said Thorn. "Well, 8 inside will do very well for one day," said Mrs. Carleton. "That will give little Fleda a little more space to lie at her ease." "You may put Fleda out of your calculations too, mother," said Mr. Carleton. "I will take care of her." "How in the world," exclaimed her mother, "if you are on horseback?" And Fleda twisted herself round so as to give a look of bright inquiry at his face. She got no answer beyond a smile, which however completely satisfied her. As to the rest, he told his mother that he had arranged it and they should see in the morning. Mrs. Carleton was far from being at ease on the subject of his arrangements, but she let the matter drop. Fleda was secretly very much pleased. She thought she would a great deal rather go with Mr. Carleton in the little wagon than in the stage coach with the rest of the people. Privately she did not at all admire Mr. Thorn or her cousin Rossitur. They amused her, though, and feeling very much better and stronger in body, and at least quiet in mind, she sat in tolerable comfort on her sofa, looking and listening to the people who were gayly talking round her. In the gaps of talk she sometimes thought she heard a distressed sound in the hall. The buzz of tongues covered it up. Then again she heard it, and she was sure at last that it was the voice of a dog. Never came an appeal in vain from any four-footed creature to Fleda's heart. All the rest being busy with their own affairs, she quietly got up and opened the door and looked out, and finding that she was right, went softly into the hall. In one corner lay her cousin Rossitur's beautiful black pointer, which she well remembered and had greatly admired several times. The poor creature was every now and then uttering short cries, in a manner as if he would not, but they were forced from him. "What is the matter with him?" asked Fleda, stepping fearfully towards the dog and speaking to Mr. Carleton, who had come out to look after her. As she spoke the dog rose and came crouching and wagging his tail to meet them. "Oh, Mr. Carleton!" Fleda almost screamed, "look at him! Oh, what's the matter with him? He's all over bloody, poor creature!" "You must ask your cousin, Fleda," said Mr. Carleton, with as much cold disgust in his countenance as it often expressed, and that is saying a good deal. Fleda could speak in the cause of a dog where she would have been silent in her own. She went back to the parlour and begged her cousin with a face of distress to come out into the hall. She did not say for what. Both he and Thorn followed her. Rossitur's face darkened as Fleda repeated her inquiry, with her heart so full by this time as hardly to allow her to make any. "Why, the dog didn't do his duty and has been punished," he said gloomily. "Punished!" said Fleda. "Shot," said Mr. Carleton coolly. "Shot!" exclaimed Fleda, bursting into heart-wrung tears. "Shot! Oh, how could any one do it? Oh, how could you, cousin Charlton?" It was a picture. The child was crying bitterly, her fingers stroking the poor dog's head with a touch in which lay, oh, what tender healing, if the will had but had magnetic power. Carleton's eyes glanced significantly from her to the young officers. Rossitur looked at Thorn. "It was not Charlton, it was I, Miss Fleda," said the latter. "Charlton lent him to me to day, and he disobeyed me, and so I was angry with him and punished him a little severely, but he'll soon get over it." But all Fleda's answer was, "I am very sorry, I am very sorry, poor dog!" and to weep such tears as made the young gentlemen for once ashamed of themselves. It almost did the child a mischief. She did not get over it all the evening, and she never got over it as far as Mr. Thorn was concerned. Mrs. Carleton hoped, faintly, that Guy would come to reason by the next morning and let Fleda go in the stage coach with the rest of the people. But he was as unreasonable as ever, and stuck to his purpose. She had supposed, however, with Fleda, that the difference would be only an open vehicle and his company instead of a covered one and her own. Both of them were sadly discomfited when on coming to the hall door to take their carriages it was found that Mr. Carleton's meaning was no less than to take Fleda before him on horseback. He was busy even then in arranging a cushion on the pommel of the saddle for her to sit upon. Mrs. Carleton burst into indignant remonstrances. Fleda silently trembled. But Mr. Carleton had his own notions on the subject, and they were not moved by anything his mother could say. He quietly went on with his preparations, taking very slight notice of the raillery of the young officers, answering Mrs. Evelyn with polite words, and silencing his mother as he came up with one of those looks out of his dark eyes to which she always forgave the wilfulness for the sake of the beauty and the winning power. She was completely conquered, and stepped back, with even a smile. "But, Carleton," cried Rossitur impatiently, "you can't ride so, you'll find it deucedly inconvenient." "Possibly," said Mr. Carleton. "Fleda would be a great deal better off in the stage coach." "Have you studied medicine, Mr. Rossitur?" said the young man, "because I am persuaded of the contrary." "I don't believe your horse will like it," said Thorn. "My horse is always of my mind, sir. or if he be not, I generally succeed in convincing him." "But there is somebody else that deserves to be consulted," said Mrs. Thorn. "I wonder how little Fleda will like it." "I will ask her when we get to our first stopping place," said Mr. Carleton. "Come, Fleda." Fleda would hardly have said a word if his purpose had been to put her under the horse's feet instead of on his back. But she came forward with great unwillingness and a very tremulous little heart. He must have understood the want of alacrity in her face and manner, though he took no notice of it otherwise than by the gentle kindness with which he led her to the horse block and placed her upon it. Then mounting and riding the horse up close to the block, he took Fleda in both hands, and bidding her spring, in a moment she was safely seated before him. At first it seemed dreadful to Fleda to have the great horse's head so near her, and she was afraid that her feet touching him would excite his most serious disapprobation. However, a minute or so went by, and she could not see that his tranquillity seemed to be at all ruffled, or even that he was sensible of her being upon his shoulders. They waited to see the stage coach off, and then gently set forward. Fleda feared very much again when she felt the horse moving under her, easy as his gait was, and looking after the stage coach in the distance, now beyond call, she felt a little as if she was a great way from help and dry land, cast away on a horse's back. But Mr. Carleton's arm was gently passed round her, and she knew it held her safely and would not let her fall, and he bent down his face to her and asked her so kindly and tenderly, and with such a look too, that seemed to laugh at her fears, whether she felt afraid, and with such a kind little pressure of his arm that promised to take care of her, that Fleda's courage mounted 20 degrees at once, and it rose higher every minute. The horse went very easily, and Mr. Carleton held her so that she could not be tired, and made her lean against him, and before they had gone a mile Fleda began to be delighted. Such a charming way of travelling! Such a free view of the country! And in this pleasant weather too, neither hot nor cold, and when all nature's features were softened by the light veil of haze that hung over them and kept off the sun's glare. Mr. Carleton was right. In the stage coach Fleda would have sat quiet in a corner and moped the time sadly away. Now she was roused, excited, interested, even cheerful, forgetting herself, which was the very thing of all others to be desired for her. She lost her fears, she was willing to have the horse trot or canter as fast as his rider pleased, but the trotting was too rough for her, so they cantered or paced along most of the time, when the hills did not oblige them to walk quietly up and down, which happened pretty often. For several miles the country was not very familiar to Fleda. It was, however, extremely picturesque, and she sat silently and gravely looking at it, her head lying upon Mr. Carleton's breast, her little mind very full of thoughts and musings, curious, deep, sometimes sorrowful, but not unhappy. "I'm afraid I tire you, Mr. Carleton," said she in a sudden fit of recollection, starting up. His look answered her, and his arm drew her back to her place again. "Are you not tired, Elfie?" "Oh no." "You've got a new name for me, Mr. Carleton," said she after a moment, looking up and smiling. "Do you like it?" "Yes." "You are my good genius," said he, "so I must have a peculiar title for you, different from what other people know you by." "What is a genius, sir?" said Fleda. "Well, a sprite, then," he said smiling. "A sprite!" said Fleda. "I have read a story of a lady, Elfie, who had a great many little unearthly creatures, a kind of sprites, to attend upon her. Some sat in the ringlets of her hair and took charge of them. Some hid in the folds of her dress and made them lie gracefully. Another lodged in a dimple in her cheek, and another perched on her eyebrows, and so on." "To take care of her eyebrows?" said Fleda, laughing. "Yes, to smooth out all the ill-humoured wrinkles and frowns, I suppose." "But am I such a sprite?" said Fleda. "Something like it." "Why, what do I do?" said Fleda, rousing herself in a mixture of gratification and amusement that was pleasant to behold. "What office would you choose, Elfie? What good would you like to do me?" It was a curious wistful look with which Fleda answered his question, an innocent look in which Mr. Carleton read perfectly that she felt something was wanting in him, and did not know exactly what. His smile almost made her think she had been mistaken. "You are just the sprite you would wish to be, Elfie," he said. Fleda's head took its former position, and she sat for some time musing over his question and answer, till a familiar waymark put all such thoughts to flight. They were passing Deepwater Lake, and would presently be at aunt Miriam's. Fleda looked now with a beating heart. Every foot of ground was known to her. She was seeing it perhaps for the last time. It was with even an intensity of eagerness that she watched every point and turn of the landscape, endeavouring to lose nothing in her farewell view, to give her farewell look at every favourite clump of trees and old rock, and at the very mill wheels which for years, whether working or at rest, had had such interest for her. If tears came to bid their good bye too, they were hastily thrown off, or suffered to roll quietly down. They might bide their time, but eyes must look now or never. How pleasant the quiet old country seemed to Fleda as they went along, in that most quiet light and colouring, the brightness of the autumn glory gone, and the sober warm hue which the hills still wore seen under that hazy veil. All the home-like peace of the place was spread out to make it hard going away. Would she ever see any other so pleasant again? Those dear old hills and fields among which she had been so happy, they were not to be her home any more. Would she ever have the same sweet happiness anywhere else? The Lord will provide, thought Fleda with swimming eyes. It was hard to go by aunt Miriam's. Fleda eagerly looked as well she could, but no one was to be seen about the house. It was just as well. A sad gush of tears must come then, but she got rid of them as soon as possible, that she might not lose the rest of the way, promising them another time. The little settlement on the hill was passed, the factories and mills and mill ponds, one after the other. They made Fleda feel very badly, for here she remembered going with her grandfather to see the work, and there she had stopped with him at the turner's shop to get a wooden bowl turned, and there she had been with Cynthy when she went to visit an acquaintance, and there was never a happier little girl than Fleda had been in those old times. All gone. It was no use trying to help it. Fleda put her 2 hands to her face and cried at last, a silent, but not the less bitter, leave-taking of the shadows of the past. She forced herself into quiet again, resolved to look to the last. As they were going down the hill past the saw-mill, Mr. Carleton noticed that her head was stretched out to look back at it, with an expression of face he could not withstand. He wheeled about immediately and went back and stood opposite to it. The mill was not working to day. The saw was standing still, though there were plenty of huge chunks of trees lying about in all directions waiting to be cut up. There was a desolate look of the place. No one was there. The little brook, most of its waters cut off, did not go roaring and laughing down the hill, but trickled softly and plaintively over the stones. It seemed exceedingly sad to Fleda. "Thank you, Mr. Carleton," she said, after a little earnest fond looking at her old haunt. "You needn't stay any longer." But as soon as they had crossed the little rude bridge at the foot of the hill, they could see the poplar trees which skirted the courtyard fence before her grandfather's house. Poor Fleda's eyes could hardly serve her. She managed to keep them open till the horse had made a few steps more, and she had caught the well-known face of the old house looking at her through the poplars. Her fortitude failed, and bowing her little head she wept so exceedingly that Mr. Carleton was fain to draw bridle and try to comfort her. "My dear Elfie, do not weep so," he said tenderly. "Is there anything you would like? Anything I can do for you?" He had to wait a little. He repeated his first query. "Oh, it's no matter," said Fleda, striving to conquer her tears, which found their way again. "If I only could have gone into the house once more. But it's no matter. You needn't wait, Mr. Carleton." The horse, however, remained motionless. "Do you think you would feel better, Elfie, if you had seen it again?" "Oh yes, but never mind, Mr. Carleton, you may go on." Mr. Carleton ordered his servant to open the gate, and rode up to the back of the house. "I'm afraid there is nobody here, Elfie," he said. "The house seems all shut up." "I know how I can get in," said Fleda. "There's a window down stairs. I don't believe it is fastened. If you wouldn't mind waiting, Mr. Carleton, I won't keep you long." The child had dried her tears, and there was the eagerness of something like hope in her face. Mr. Carleton dismounted and took her off. "I must find a way to get in too, Elfie. I cannot let you go alone." "Oh, I can open the door when I get in," said Fleda. "But you have not the key." "Oh, there's no key. It's only tied on the inside, that door. I can open it." She found the window unfastened, as she had expected. Mr. Carleton held it open while she crawled in, and then she undid the door for him. He more than half questioned the wisdom of his proceeding. The house had a dismal look, cold, empty, deserted. It was a dreary reminder of Fleda's loss, and he feared the effect of it would be anything but good. He followed and watched her, as with an eager business step she went through the hall and up the stairs, putting her head into every room, and giving an earnest wistful look all round it. Here and there she went in and stood a moment, where associations were more thick and strong, sometimes taking a look out of a particular window, and even opening a cupboard door, to give that same kind and sorrowful glance of recognition at the old often resorted to hiding place of her own or her grandfather's treasures and trumpery. Those old corners seemed to touch Fleda more than the rest, and she turned away from one of them with a face of such extreme sorrow that Mr. Carleton very much regretted he had brought her into the house. For her sake, for his own, it was a curious show of character. Though tears were sometimes streaming, she made no delay and gave him no trouble. With the calm steadiness of a woman she went regularly through the house, leaving no place unvisited, but never obliging him to hasten her away. She said not a word during the whole time. Her very crying was still. The light tread of her feet was the only sound in the silent empty rooms, and the noise of their footsteps in the halls and of the opening and shutting doors echoed mournfully through the house. She had left her grandfather's room for the last. Mr. Carleton did not follow her in there, guessing that she would rather be alone. But she did not come back, and he was forced to go and fetch her. The chill desolateness of that room had been too much for poor little Fleda. The empty bedstead, the cold stove, the table bare of books, only one or two lay upon the old Bible, the forlorn order of that place that bespoke the master far away, the very sunbeams that stole in at the windows and met now no answering look of gladness or gratitude. It had struck the child's heart too heavily, and she was standing crying by the window. A second time in that room Mr. Carleton sat down and drew his little charge to his breast, and spoke words of soothing and sympathy. "I am very sorry I brought you here, dear Elfie," he said kindly. "It was too hard for you." "Oh no." Even through her tears Fleda said, she was very glad. "Hadn't we better try to overtake our friends?" he whispered after another pause. She immediately, almost immediately, put away her tears, and with a quiet obedience that touched him, went with him from the room, fastened the door, and got out again at the little window. "Oh, Mr. Carleton," she said with great earnestness when they had almost reached the horses, "won't you wait for me 1 minute more? I just want a piece of the burning bush." Drawing her hand from him she rushed round to the front of the house. A little more slowly Mr. Carleton followed, and found her under the burning bush tugging furiously at a branch beyond her strength to break off. "That's too much for you, Elfie," said he, gently taking her hand from the tree. "Let my hand try." She stood back and watched, tears running down her face, while he got a knife from his pocket and cut off the piece she had been trying for, nicely, and gave it to her. The first movement of Fleda's head was down, bent over the pretty spray of red berries, but by the time she stood at the horse's side she looked up at Mr. Carleton and thanked him with a face of more than thankfulness. She was crying, however, constantly until they had gone several miles on their way again, and Mr. Carleton doubted he had done wrong. It passed away, and she had been sitting quite peacefully for some time when he told her they were near the place where they were to stop and join their friends. She looked up most gratefully in his face. "I'm very much obliged to you, Mr. Carleton, for what you did." "I was afraid I had made a mistake, Elfie." "Oh no, you didn't." "Do you think you feel any easier after it, Elfie?" "Oh yes, indeed I do," she said looking up again. "Thank you, Mr. Carleton." A gentle kind of pressure of his arm answered her thanks. "I ought to be a good sprite to you, Mr. Carleton," Fleda said after musing a little while. "You are so very good to me." Perhaps Mr. Carleton felt too much pleasure at this speech to make any answer, for he made none. "It is only selfishness, Elfie," said he presently, looking down to the quiet sweet little face which seemed to him, and was, more pure than anything of earth's mould he had ever seen. "You know I must take care of you for my own sake." Fleda laughed a little. "But what will you do when we get to Paris?" "I don't know. I should like to have you always, Elfie." "You'll have to get aunt Lucy to give me to you," said Fleda. "Mr. Carleton," she said a few minutes after, "is that story in a book?" "What story?" "About the lady and the little sprites that waited on her." "Yes, it is in a book. You shall see it, Elfie. Here we are." And here it was proposed to stay till the next day, lest Fleda might not be able to bear so much travelling at first. But the country inn was not found inviting, the dinner was bad, and the rooms were worse, uninhabitable, the ladies said, and about the middle of the afternoon they began to cast about for the means of reaching Albany that night. None very comfortable could be had; however, it was thought better to push on at any rate than wear out the night in such a place. The weather was very mild, the moon at the full. "How is Fleda to go this afternoon?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "She shall decide for herself," said Mrs. Carleton. "How will you go, my sweet Fleda?" Fleda was lying upon a sort of rude couch which had been spread for her, where she had been sleeping incessantly ever since she arrived, the hour of dinner alone excepted. Mrs. Carleton repeated her question. "I am afraid Mr. Carleton must be tired," said Fleda without opening her eyes. "That means you are, don't it?" said Rossitur. "No," said Fleda gently. Mr. Carleton smiled and went out to press forward the arrangements. In spite of good words and good money there was some delay. It was rather late before the cavalcade left the inn, and a journey of several hours was before them. Mr. Carleton rode rather slowly too, for Fleda's sake, so the evening had fallen while they were yet a mile or two from the city. His little charge had borne the fatigue well, thanks partly to his admirable care, and partly to her quiet pleasure in being with him. She had been so perfectly still for some distance that he thought she had dropped asleep. Looking down closer, however, to make sure about it, he saw her thoughtful clear eyes most unsleepily fixed upon the sky. "What are you gazing at, Elfie?" The look of thought changed to a look of affection as the eyes were brought to bear upon him, and she answered with a smile, "Nothing. I was looking at the stars." "What are you dreaming about?" "I wasn't dreaming," said Fleda. "I was thinking." "Thinking of what?" "Oh, of pleasant things." "Mayn't I know them? I like to hear of pleasant things." "I was thinking," said Fleda, looking up again at the stars, which shone with no purer ray than those grave eyes sent back to them, "I was thinking of being ready to die." The words and the calm thoughtful manner in which they were said thrilled upon Mr. Carleton with a disagreeable shock. "How came you to think of such a thing?" said he lightly. "I don't know," said Fleda, still looking at the stars. "I suppose I was thinking." "What?" said Mr. Carleton, inexpressibly curious to get at the workings of the child's mind, which was not easy, for Fleda was never very forward to talk of herself. "What were you thinking? I want to know how you could get such a thing into your head." "It wasn't very strange," said Fleda. "The stars made me think of heaven, and grandpa's being there, and then I thought how he was ready to go there, and that made him ready to die." "I wouldn't think of such things, Elfie," said Mr. Carleton after a few minutes. "Why not, sir?" said Fleda quickly. "I don't think they're good for you." "But Mr. Carleton," said Fleda gently, "if I don't think about it, how shall I ever be ready to die?" "It is not fit for you," said he, evading the question. "It is not necessary now, there's time enough. You are a little body and should have none but gay thoughts." "But Mr. Carleton," said Fleda with timid earnestness, "don't you think one could have gay thoughts better if one knew one was ready to die?" "What makes a person ready to die, Elfie?" said her friend, disliking to ask the question, but yet more unable to answer hers, and curious to hear what she would say. "Oh, to be a Christian," said Fleda. "But I have seen Christians," said Mr. Carleton, "who were no more ready to die than other people." "Then they were make believe Christians," said Fleda decidedly. "What makes you think so?" said her friend, carefully guarding his countenance from anything like a smile. "Because," said Fleda, "grandpa was ready, and my father was ready, and my mother too, and I know it was because they were Christians." "Perhaps your kind of Christians are different from my kind," said Mr. Carleton, carrying on the conversation half in spite of himself. "What do you mean by a Christian, Elfie?" "Why, what the Bible means," said Fleda, looking at him with innocent earnestness. Mr. Carleton was ashamed to tell her he did not know what that was, or he was unwilling to say what he felt would trouble the happy confidence she had in him. He was silent, but as they rode on a bitter wish crossed his mind that he could have the simple purity of the little child in his arms, and he thought he would give his broad acres, supposing it possible, that religion could be true, in exchange for that free happy spirit that looks up to all its possessions in heaven. Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Queechy, by Susan Werner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 11. A Little Candle. Stars are poor books, and oftentimes do miss. This book of stars lights to eternal bliss. George Herbert. The voyage across the Atlantic was not, in itself, at all notable. The first half of the passage was extremely unquiet, and most of the passengers uncomfortable to match. Then the weather cleared, and the rest of the way, though lengthened out a good deal by the tricks of the wind, was very fair and pleasant. 15 days of tossing and sea sickness had brought little Fleda to look like the ghost of herself. So soon as the weather changed and sky and sea were looking gentle again, Mr. Carleton had a mattress and cushions laid in a sheltered corner of the deck for her, and carried her up. She had hardly any more strength than a baby. "What are you looking at me so for, Mr. Carleton?" said she, a little while after he had carried her up, with a sweet serious smile that seemed to know the answer to her question. He stooped down and clasped her little thin hand, as reverentially as if she really had not belonged to the earth. "You are more like a sprite than I like to see you just now," said he, unconsciously fastening the child's heart to himself with the magnetism of those deep eyes. "I must get some of the sailor's salt beef and sea biscuit for you. They say that is the best thing to make people well." "Oh, I feel better already," said Fleda, and settling her little face upon the cushion and closing her eyes, she added, "Thank you, Mr. Carleton." The fresh air began to restore her immediately. She was no more sick, her appetite came back, and from that time, without the help of beef and sea biscuit, she mended rapidly. Mr. Carleton proved himself as good a nurse on the sea as on land. She seemed to be never far from his thoughts. He was constantly finding out something that would do her good or please her, and Fleda could not discover that he took any trouble about it. She could not feel that she was a burden to him. The thing seemed to come as a matter of course. Mrs. Carleton was not wanting in any show of kindness or care, and yet when Fleda looked back upon the day it somehow was Guy that had done everything for her. She thought little of thanking anybody but him. There were other passengers that petted her a great deal, or would have done so if Fleda's very timid retiring nature had not stood in the way. She was never bashful nor awkward, but yet it was only a very peculiar sympathetic style of address that could get within the wall of reserve which in general hid her from other people. Hid what it could, for through that reserve a singular modesty, sweetness and gracefulness of spirit would show themselves, but there was much more behind. There were no eyes, however, on board that did not look kindly on little Fleda, excepting only two pair. The captain shewed her a great deal of flattering attention, and said she was a pattern of a passenger. Even the sailors noticed and spoke of her, and let slip no occasion of shewing the respect and interest she had raised. But there were two pair of eyes, and one of them Fleda thought most remarkably ugly, that were an exception to the rest. These belonged to her cousin Rossitur and Lieut. Thorn. Rossitur had never forgiven her remarks upon his character as a gentleman, and declared preference of Mr. Carleton in that capacity; and Thorn was mortified at the invincible childish reserve which she opposed to all his advances; and both, absurd as it seems, were jealous of the young Englishman's advantage over them. Both not the less because their sole reason for making her a person of consequence was that he thought fit to do so. Fleda would permit neither of them to do anything for her that she could help. They took their revenge in raillery, which was not always good natured. Mr. Carleton never answered it in any other way than by his look of cold disdain. Not always by that. Little Fleda could not be quite so unmoved. Many a time her nice sense of delicacy confessed itself hurt by the deep and abiding colour her cheeks would wear after one of their ill-mannered flings at her. She bore them with a grave dignity peculiar to herself, but the same nice delicacy forbade her to mention the subject to any one, and the young gentleman contrived to give the little child in the course of the voyage a good deal of pain. She shunned them at last as she would the plague. As to the rest, Fleda liked her life on board ship amazingly. In her quiet way she took all the good that offered, and seemed not to recognize the ill. Mr. Carleton had bought her a copy of The Rape of the Lock and Bryant's Poems. With these, sitting or lying among her cushions, Fleda amused herself a great deal; and it was an especial pleasure when he would sit down by her and read and talk about them. Still a greater was to watch the sea in its changes of colour and varieties of agitation, and to get from Mr. Carleton, bit by bit, all the pieces of knowledge concerning it that he had ever made his own. Even when Fleda feared it she was fascinated, and while the fear went off the fascination grew deeper. Daintily nestling among her cushions she watched with charmed eyes the long rollers that came up in detachments of 3 to attack the good ship, that like a slandered character rode patiently over them, or the crested green billows, or sometimes the little rippling waves that shewed old Ocean's placidest face; while with ears as charmed as if he had been delivering a fairy tale, she listened to all Mr. Carleton could tell her of the green water where the whales feed, or the blue water where Neptune sits in his own solitude, the furthest from the land, and the pavement under his feet outdoes the very canopy overhead in its deep colouring; of the transparent seas where the curious mysterious marine plants and animals may be clearly seen many feet down, and in the north where hundreds of feet of depth do not hide the bottom; of the icebergs, and whirling great fields of ice, between which if a ship gets she had as good being an almond in a pair of strong nutcrackers. How the water grows colder and murkier as it is nearer the shore; how the mountain waves are piled together; and how old Ocean, like a wise man, however roughened and tumbled outwardly by the currents of life, is always calm at heart. Of the signs of the weather, the outriders of the winds, and the use the seaman makes of the tidings they bring; and before Mr. Carleton knew where he was he found himself deep in the science of navigation, and making a star gazer of little Fleda. Sometimes kneeling beside him as he sat on her mattress, with her hand leaning on his shoulder, Fleda asked, listened, and looked, as engaged, as rapt, as interested as any other child would be in Robinson Crusoe, gravely drinking in knowledge with a fresh healthy taste for it that never had enough. Mr. Carleton was about as amused and as interested as she. There is a second taste of knowledge that some minds get in imparting it, almost as sweet as the first relish. At any rate, Fleda never felt that she had any reason to fear tiring him; and his mother, complaining of his want of sociableness, said she believed Guy did not like to talk to anybody but that little pet of his and one or two of the old sailors. If left to her own resources, Fleda was never at a loss. She amused herself with her books, or watching the sailors, or watching the sea, or with some fanciful manufacture she had learned from one of the ladies on board, or with what the company about her were saying and doing. One evening she had been some time alone, looking out upon the restless little waves that were tossing and tumbling in every direction. She had been afraid of them at first, and they were still rather fearful to her imagination. This evening, as her musing eye watched them rise and fall, her childish fancy likened them to the upspringing chances of life, uncertain, unstable, alike too much for her skill and her strength to manage. She was not more helpless before the attacks of the one than of the other. But then, that calm blue heaven that hung over the sea, it was like the heaven of power and love above her destinies, only this was far higher and more pure and abiding. He knoweth them that trust in him. There shall not a hair of your head perish. Not these words perhaps, but something like the sense of them was in little Fleda's head. Mr. Carleton, coming up, saw her gazing out upon the water with an eye that seemed to see nothing. "Elfie, are you looking into futurity?" "No, yes, not exactly," said Fleda, smiling. "No, yes, and not exactly," said he, throwing himself down beside her. "What does all that mean?" "I wasn't exactly looking into futurity," said Fleda. "What then? Don't tell me you were thinking. I know that already. What?" Fleda was always rather shy of opening her cabinet of thoughts. She glanced at him and hesitated, and then yielded to a fascination of eye and smile that rarely failed to its end. Looking off to the sea again as if she had left her thoughts there, she said, "I was only thinking of that beautiful hymn of Mr. Newton's." "What hymn?" "That long one, 'The Lord will provide.'" "Do you know it? Tell it to me, Elfie. Let us see whether I shall think it beautiful." Fleda knew the whole, and repeated it. "Though troubles assail, and dangers affright, though friends should all fall and foes all unite, yet one thing secures us, whatever betide, the Scripture assures us the Lord will provide. The birds without barn or storehouse are fed, from them let us learn to trust for our bread. His saints what is fitting shall never be denied, so long as 'tis written, the Lord will provide. His call we obey like Abraham of old, not knowing our way, but faith makes us bold. And though we are strangers, we have a good guide, and trust in all dangers, the Lord will provide. We may like the ships in tempest be tossed, on perilous deeps, but cannot be lost. Though Satan enrages the wind and the tide, the promise engages, the Lord will provide. When Satan appears to stop up our path, and fills us with fears, we triumph by faith. He cannot take from us, though oft he has tried, this heart-cheering promise, the Lord will provide. He tells us we're weak, our hope is in vain, the good that we seek we never shall obtain, but when such suggestions our spirits have tried, this answers all questions, the Lord will provide. No strength of our own or goodness we claim, but since we have known the Saviour's great name, in this our strong tower for safety we hide. The Lord is our power, the Lord will provide. When life sinks apace, and death is in view, this word of his grace shall comfort us through. No fearing nor doubting, with Christ on our side, We hope to die shouting, the Lord will provide. Guy listened very attentively to the whole. He was very far from understanding the meaning of several of the verses, but the bounding expression of confidence and hope he did understand, and did feel. Happy to be so deluded, he thought. I almost wish I could share the delusion. He was gloomily silent when she had done, and little Fleda's eyes were so full that it was a little while before she could look towards him and ask in her gentle way, "Do you like it, Mr. Carleton?" She was gratified by his grave "Yes." "But Elfie," said he smiling again, "you have not told me your thoughts yet. What had these verses to do with the sea you were looking at so hard?" "Nothing. I was thinking," said Fleda slowly, "that the sea seemed something like the world. I don't mean it was like, but it made me think of it. And I thought how pleasant it is to know that God takes care of his people." "Don't he take care of everybody?" "Yes, in one sort of way," said Fleda. "But then it is only his children that he has promised to keep from everything that will hurt them." "I don't see how that promise is kept, Elfie. I think those who call themselves so meet with as many troubles as the rest of the world, and perhaps more." "Yes," said Fleda quickly, "they have troubles, but then God won't let the troubles do them any harm." A subtle evasion, thought Mr. Carleton. "Where did you learn that, Elfie?" "The Bible says so," said Fleda. "Well, how do you know it from that?" asked Mr. Carleton, impelled, he hardly knew whether by his bad or his good angel, to carry on the conversation. "Why," said Fleda, looking as if it were a very simple question and Mr. Carleton were catechizing her, "you know, Mr. Carleton, the Bible was written by men who were taught by God exactly what to say, so there could be nothing in it that is not true." "How do you know those men were so taught?" "The Bible says so." A child's answer, but with a child's wisdom in it, not learnt of the schools. He that is of God heareth God's words. To little Fleda, as to every simple and humble intelligence, the Bible proved itself. She had no need to go further. Mr. Carleton did not smile, for nothing would have tempted him to hurt her feelings; but he said, though conscience did not let him do it without a twinge, "But don't you know, Elfie, there are some people who do not believe the Bible." "Ah, but those are bad people," replied Fleda quickly. "All good people believe it." A child's reason again, but hitting the mark this time. Unconsciously little Fleda had brought forward a strong argument for her cause. Mr. Carleton felt it, and rising up that he might not be obliged to say anything more, he began to pace slowly up and down the deck, turning the matter over. Was it so that there were hardly any good men, he thought there might be a few, who did not believe in the Bible and uphold its authority? And that all the worst portion of society was comprehended in the other class? And if so, how had he overlooked it? He had reasoned most unphilosophically from a few solitary instances that had come under his own eye; but applying the broad principle of induction, it could not be doubted that the Bible was on the side of all that is sound, healthful, and hopeful in this disordered world; and whatever might be the character of a few exceptions, it was not supposable that a wide system of hypocrisy should tell universally for the best interests of mankind. Summoning history to produce her witnesses, as he went on with his walk up and down, he saw with increasing interest what he had never seen before, that the Bible had come like the breath of spring upon the moral waste of mind, that the ice bound intellect and cold heart of the world had waked into life under its kindly influence, and that all the rich growth of the one and the other had come forth at its bidding; and except in that sun lightened tract the world was and had been a waste indeed. Doubtless in that waste intellect had at different times put forth sundry barren shoots, such as a vigorous plant can make in the absence of the sun, but also like them immature, unsound, and groping vainly after the light in which alone they could expand and perfect themselves, ripening no seed for future and richer growth. And flowers the wilderness had none, the affections were stunted and overgrown. All this was so. How had he overlooked it? His unbelief had come from a thoughtless, ignorant, one-sided view of life and human things. The disorder and ruin which he saw, where he did not also see the adjusting hand at work, had led him to refuse his credit to the supreme fabricator. He thought the waste would never be reclaimed, and did not know how much it already owed to the sun of revelation. But what was the waste where the light had not been? Mr. Carleton was staggered. He did not know what to think. He began to think he had been a fool. Poor little Fleda was meditating less agreeably the while. With the sure tact of truth she had discerned that there was more than jest in the questions that had been put to her. She almost feared that Mr. Carleton shared himself the doubts he had so lightly spoken of, and the thought gave her great distress. However, when he came to take her down to tea with all his usual manner, Fleda's earnest look at him ended in the conviction that there was nothing very wrong under that face. For several days Mr. Carleton pondered the matter of this evening's conversation, characteristically restless till he had made up his mind. He wished very much to draw Fleda to speak further upon the subject, but it was not easy. She never led to it. He sought in vain an opportunity to bring it in easily, and at last resolved to make one. "Elfie," said he one morning when all the rest of the passengers were happily engaged at a distance with the letter bags, "I wish you would let me hear that favourite hymn of yours again. I like it very much." Fleda was much gratified, and immediately with great satisfaction repeated the hymn. Its peculiar beauty struck him yet more the second time than the first. "Do you understand those 2 last verses?" said he when she had done. Fleda said, "Yes," rather surprised. "I do not," he said gravely. Fleda paused a minute or two, and then finding that it depended on her to enlighten him, said in her modest way, "Why, it means that we have no goodness of our own, and only expect to be forgiven and taken to heaven for the Saviour's sake." Mr. Carleton asked, "How for his sake?" "Why, you know, Mr. Carleton, we don't deserve to go there, and if we are forgiven at all it must be for what he has done." "And what is that, Elfie?" "He died for us," said Fleda, with a look of some anxiety into Mr. Carleton's face. "Died for us! And what end was that to serve, Elfie?" said he, partly willing to hear the full statement of the matter, and partly willing to see how far her intelligence could give it. "Because we are sinners," said Fleda, "and God has said that sinners shall die." "Then how can he keep his word and forgive at all?" "Because Christ has died for us," said Fleda eagerly, "instead of us." "Do you understand the justice of letting one take the place of others?" "He was willing, Mr. Carleton," said Fleda, with a singular wistful expression that touched him. "Still, Elfie," said he after a minute's silence, "how could the ends of justice be answered by the death of one man in the place of millions?" "No, Mr. Carleton, but he was God as well as man," Fleda said, with a sparkle in her eye which perhaps delayed her companion's rejoinder. "What should induce him, Elfie," he said gently, "to do such a thing for people who had displeased him?" "Because he loved us, Mr. Carleton." She answered with so evident a strong and clear appreciation of what she was saying that it half made its way into Mr. Carleton's mind by the force of sheer sympathy. Her words came almost as something new. Certainly Mr. Carleton had heard these things before, though perhaps never in a way that appealed so directly to his intelligence and his candour. He was again silent an instant, pondering, and so was Fleda. "Do you know, Elfie," said Mr. Carleton, "there are some people who do not believe that the Saviour was anything more than a man." "Yes, I know it," said Fleda. "It is very strange." "Why is it strange?" "Because the Bible says it so plainly." "But those people hold, I believe, that the Bible does not say it." "I don't see how they could have read the Bible," said Fleda. "Why he said so himself." "Who said so?" "Jesus Christ. Don't you believe it, Mr. Carleton?" She saw he did not, and the shade that had come over her face was reflected in his before he said, "No, but perhaps I shall believe it yet, Elfie," he said kindly. "Can you show me the place in your Bible where Jesus says this of himself?" Fleda looked in despair. She hastily turned over the leaves of her Bible to find the passages he had asked for, and Mr. Carleton was cut to the heart to see that she twice was obliged to turn her face from him and brush her hand over her eyes before she could find them. She turned to Matthew 26, verses 63, 64, and 65, and without speaking gave him the book, pointing to the passage. He read it with great care, and several times over. "You are right, Elfie," he said. "I do not see how those who honour the authority of the Bible and the character of Jesus Christ can deny the truth of his own declaration. If that is false, so must those be." Fleda took the Bible and hurriedly sought out another passage. "Grandpa showed me these places," she said, "once when we were talking about Mr. Didenhover. He didn't believe that. There are a great many places, grandpa said, but one is enough." She gave him the latter part of the 20th chapter of John. "You see, Mr. Carleton, he let Thomas fall down and worship him and call him God; and if he had not been, you know, God is more displeased with that than with anything." "With what, Elfie?" "With men's worshipping any other than himself. He says he will not give his glory to another." "Where is that?" "I am afraid I can't find it," said Fleda. "It is somewhere in Isaiah, I know." She tried in vain, and failing then looked up in Mr. Carleton's face to see what impression had been made. "You see, Thomas believed when he saw," said he, answering her. "I will believe too when I see." "Ah, if you wait for that," said Fleda. Her voice suddenly checked, she bent her face down again to her little Bible, and there was a moment's struggle with herself. "Are you looking for something more to show me?" said Mr. Carleton kindly, stooping his face down to hers. "Not much," said Fleda hurriedly, and then making a great effort she raised her head and gave him the book again. "Look here, Mr. Carleton. Jesus said, 'Blessed are they that have not seen, and yet have believed.'" Mr. Carleton was profoundly struck, and the thought recurred to him afterwards and was dwelt upon. Blessed are they that have not seen, and yet have believed. It was strange at first, and then he wondered that it should ever have been so. His was a mind peculiarly open to conviction, peculiarly accessible to truth, and his attention being called to it, he saw faintly now what he had never seen before, the beauty of the principle of faith. How natural, how reasonable, how necessary, how honourable to the Supreme Being, how happy even for man, that the grounds of his trust in God being established, his acceptance of many other things should rest on that trust alone. Mr. Carleton now became more reserved and unsociable than ever. He wearied himself with thinking. If he could have got at the books he would have spent his days and nights in studying the evidences of Christianity, but the ship was bare of any such books, and he never thought of turning to the most obvious of all, the Bible itself. His unbelief was shaken. It was within an ace of falling in pieces to the very foundation, or rather he began to suspect how foundationless it had been. It came at last to one point with him. If there were a God, he would not have left the world without a revelation. No more would he have suffered that revelation to defeat its own end by becoming corrupted or alloyed. If there was such a revelation it could be no other than the Bible, and his acceptance of the whole scheme of Christianity now hung upon the turn of a hair. Yet he could not resolve himself. He balanced the counter doubts and arguments on one side and on the other, and strained his mind to the task. He could not weigh them nicely enough. He was in a maze, and seeking to clear and calm his judgment that he might see the way out. It was in vain that he tried to shake his dizzied head from the effect of the turns it had made. By dint of anxiety to find the right path, reason had lost herself in the wilderness. Fleda was not, as Mr. Carleton had feared she would be, at all alienated from him by the discovery that had given her so much pain. It wrought in another way, rather to add a touch of tender and anxious interest to the affection she had for him. It gave her, however, much more pain than he thought. If he had seen the secret tears that fell on his account he would have been grieved, and if he had known of the many petitions that little heart made for him, he could hardly have loved her more than he did. One evening Mr. Carleton had been a long while pacing up and down the deck in front of little Fleda's nest, thinking and thinking, without coming to any end. It was a most fair evening, near sunset, the sky without a cloud except 2 or 3 little dainty strips which set off its blue. The ocean was very quiet, only broken into cheerful mites of waves that seemed to have nothing to do but sparkle. The sun's rays were almost level now, and a long path of glory across the sea led off towards his sinking disk. Fleda sat watching and enjoying it all in her happy fashion, which always made the most of everything good, and was especially quick in catching any form of natural beauty. Mr. Carleton's thoughts were elsewhere, too busy to take note of things around him. Fleda looked now and then, as he passed, at his gloomy brow, wondering what he was thinking of, and wishing that he could have the same reason to be happy that she had. In one of his turns his eye met her gentle glance, and vexed and bewildered as he was with study, there was something in that calm bright face that impelled him irresistibly to ask the little child to set the proud scholar right. Placing himself beside her, he said, "Elfie, how do you know there is a God? What reason have you for thinking so, out of the Bible?" It was a strange look little Fleda gave him. He felt it at the time, and he never forgot it. Such a look of reproach, sorrow, and pity, he afterwards thought, as an angel's face might have worn. The question did not seem to occupy her a moment. After this answering look she suddenly pointed to the sinking sun and said, "Who made that, Mr. Carleton?" Mr. Carleton's eyes, following the direction of hers, met the long bright rays, whose still witness bearing was almost too powerful to be borne. The sun was just dipping majestically into the sea, and its calm self assertion seemed to him at that instant hardly stronger than its vindication of its author. A slight arrow may find the joint in the armour before which many weightier shafts have fallen powerless. Mr. Carleton was an unbeliever no more from that time. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Queechy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Queechy by Susan Warner. Chapter 12. Spars Below. He borrowed a box of the ear of the Englishman, and swore he would pay him again when he was able. Merchant of Venice. One other incident alone in the course of the voyage deserves to be mentioned, both because it served to bring out the characters of several people, and because it was not, what is, without its lingering consequences. Thorn and Rossiter had kept up indefatigably the game of teasing Fleda about her English admirer, as they sometimes styled him. Poor Fleda grew more and more sore on the subject. She thought it was very strange that two grown men could not find enough to do to amuse themselves without making sport of the comfort of a little child. She wondered they could take pleasure in what gave her so much pain. But so it was, and they had it up so often that at last others caught it from them, and though not in malevolence, yet in thoughtless folly, many a light remark was made and question asked of her that set little Fleda's sensitive nerves a-quivering. She was only too happy that they were never said before Mr. Carleton. That would have been 1,000 times worse. As it was, her gentle nature was constantly suffering from the pain or fear of these attacks. "Where's Mr. Carleton?" said her cousin, coming up one day. "I don't know," said Fleda. "I don't know but he is gone up into one of the tops." "Your humble servant leaves you to yourself a great while this morning, it seems to me. He is growing very inattentive." "I wouldn't permit it, Miss Fleda, if I were you," said Thorn maliciously. "You let him have his own way too much." "I wish you wouldn't talk so, cousin Charlton," said Fleda. "But seriously," said Charlton, "I think you had better call him to account. He is very suspicious lately. I have observed him walking by himself and looking very glum indeed. I am afraid he has taken some fancy into his head that would not suit you. I advise you to inquire into it." "I wouldn't give myself any concern about it," said Thorn lightly, enjoying the child's confusion and his own fanciful style of backbiting. "I'd let him go if he'd a mind to, Miss Fleda. He's no such great catch. He's neither lord nor knight, nothing in the world but a private gentleman, with plenty of money, I dare say, but you don't care for that, and there's as good a fish in the sea as ever came out of it. I don't think much of him." "He is wonderfully better than you," thought Fleda as she looked in the young gentleman's face for a second. But she said nothing. "Why, Fleda," said Charlton laughing, "it wouldn't be a killing affair, would it? How has this English admirer of yours got so far in your fancy? Praising your pretty eyes, eh? Eh?" he repeated, as Fleda kept a dignified silence. "No," said Fleda in displeasure, "he never says such things." "No?" said Charlton. "What then? What does he say? I wouldn't let him make a fool of me if I were you. Fleda, did he ever ask you for a kiss?" "No!" exclaimed Fleda, half beside herself and bursting into tears. "I wish you wouldn't talk so. How can you?" They had carried the game pretty far that time, and thought it best to leave it. Fleda stopped crying as soon as she could, lest somebody should see her, and was sitting quietly again, alone as before, when one of the sailors whom she had never spoken to came by, and leaning over towards her with a leer as he passed, said, "Is this the young English gentleman's little sweetheart?" Poor Fleda! She had got more than she could bear. She jumped up and ran down into the cabin, and in her berth Mrs. Carleton found her some time afterwards, quietly crying, and most sorry to be discovered. She was exceedingly unwilling to tell what had troubled her. Mrs. Carleton, really distressed, tried coaxing, soothing, reasoning, promising, in a way the most gentle and kind that she could use. "Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing," said Fleda at last eagerly. "It's because I am foolish. It's only something they said to me." "Who, love?" Again was Fleda most unwilling to answer, and it was after repeated urging that she at last said, "Cousin Charlton and Mr. Thorn." "Charlton and Mr. Thorn! What did they say? What did they say, darling Fleda?" "Oh, it's only that they tease me," said Fleda, trying hard to put an end to the tears which caused all this questioning, and to speak as if they were about a trifle. But Mrs. Carleton persisted. "What do they say to tease you, love? What is it about? Guy, come in here and help me to find out what is the matter with Fleda." Fleda hid her face in Mrs. Carleton's neck, resolved to keep her lips sealed. Mr. Carleton came in, but to her great relief his question was directed not to her but to his mother. "Fleda has been annoyed by something those young men, her cousin and Mr. Thorn, have said to her. They tease her, she says, and she will not tell me what it is." Mr. Carleton did not ask, and he presently left the state room. "Oh, I'm afraid he will speak to them!" exclaimed Fleda as soon as he was gone. "Oh, I oughtn't to have said that!" Mrs. Carleton tried to soothe her, and asked what she was afraid of. But Fleda would not say any more. Her anxious fear that she had done mischief helped to dry her tears, and she sorrowfully resolved that she would keep her griefs to herself next time. Rossitur and Thorn were in company with a brother officer and friend of the latter when Mr. Carleton approached them. "Mr. Rossitur and Mr. Thorn," said he, "you have indulged yourself in a style of conversation extremely displeasing to the little girl under my mother's care. You will oblige me by abandoning it for the future." There was certainly in Mr. Carleton's manner a sufficient degree of cold haughtiness with which he usually expressed his pleasure, though his words gave no other cause of offence. Thorn retorted rather insolently, "I shall oblige myself in the matter, and do as I think proper." "I have a right to speak as I please to my own cousin," said Rossitur sulkily, "without asking anybody's leave. I don't see what you have to do with it." "Simply that she is under my protection, and that I will not permit her to be annoyed." "I don't see how she is under your protection," said Rossitur. "And I do not see how the potency of it will avail in this case," said his companion. "Neither position is to be made out in words," said Mr. Carleton calmly. "You see that I desire there be no repetition of the offence. The rest I will endeavour to make clear if I am compelled to it." "Stop, sir," said Thorn as the young English gentleman was turning away, adding with an oath, "I won't bear this. You shall answer this to me, sir." "Easily," said the other. "And me too," said Rossitur. "You have an account to settle with me, Carleton." "I will answer what you please," said Carleton carelessly, "and as soon as we get to land, provided you do not in the mean time induce me to refuse you the honour." However incensed, the young men endeavoured to carry it off with the same coolness that their adversary showed. No more words passed. But Mrs. Carleton, possibly quickened by Fleda's fears, was not satisfied with the carriage of all parties, and resolved to sound her son, happy in knowing that nothing but truth was to be had from him. She found an opportunity that very afternoon when he was sitting alone on the deck. The neighbourhood of little Fleda she hardly noticed. Fleda was curled up among her cushions, luxuriously bending over a little old black Bible, which was very often in her hand at times when she was quiet and had no observation to fear. "Reading, always reading?" said Mrs. Carleton as she came up and took a place by her son. "By no means," he said, closing his book with a smile. "Not enough to tire any one's eyes on this voyage, mother." "I wish you liked intercourse with living society," said Mrs. Carleton, leaning her arm on his shoulder and looking at him rather wistfully. "You need not wish that, when it suits me," he answered. "But none suits you. Is there any on board?" "A small proportion," he said, with the slight play of feature which always effected a diversion of his mother's thoughts, no matter in which channel they had been flowing. "But those young men," she said, returning to the charge, "you hold yourself very much aloof from them." He did not answer even by a look, but to his mother the perfectly quiet composure of his face was sufficiently expressive. "I know what you think, but Guy, you have always had the same opinion of them." "I have never shewn any other." "Guy," she said, speaking low and rather anxiously, "have you got into trouble with those young men?" "I am in no trouble, mother," he answered somewhat haughtily. "I cannot speak for them." Mrs. Carleton waited a moment. "You have done something to displease them, have you not?" "They have displeased me, which is somewhat more to the purpose." "But their folly is nothing to you." "No, not their folly." "Guy," said his mother, again pausing a minute and pressing her hand more heavily upon his shoulder, "you will not suffer this to alter the friendly terms you have been on. Whatever it be, let it pass." "Certainly, if they choose to apologize and behave themselves." "What, about Fleda?" "Yes." "I have no idea they meant to trouble her. I suppose they did not at all know what they were doing. Thoughtless nonsense, and they could have had no designs to offend you. Promise me that you will not take any further notice of this." He shook off her beseeching hand as he rose up, and answered haughtily, and not without something like an oath, that he would. Mrs. Carleton knew him better than to press the matter any further, and her fondness easily forgave the offence against herself, especially as her son almost immediately resumed his ordinary manner. It had well nigh passed from the minds of both parties when in the middle of the next day Mr. Carleton asked what had become of Fleda. He had not seen her except at the breakfast table. Mrs. Carleton said she was not well. "What's the matter?" "She complained of some headache. I think she made herself sick yesterday. She was crying all the afternoon, and I could not get her to tell me what for. I tried every means I could think of, but she would not give me the least clue. She said no to everything I guessed. I can't bear to see her do so. It makes it all the worse that she does it so quietly. It was only by a mere chance I found she was crying at all. But I think she cried herself ill before she stopped. She could not eat a mouthful of breakfast." Mr. Carleton said nothing, and with a changed countenance went directly down to the cabin. The stewardess whom he sent in to see how she was brought back word that Fleda was not asleep, but was too ill to speak to her. Mr. Carleton went immediately into the little crib of a state room. There he found his little charge sitting bolt upright, her feet on the rung of a chair, and her hands grasping the top to support herself. Her eyes were closed, her face without a particle of colour, except for the dark shade round the eyes which bespoke illness and pain. She made no attempt to answer his shocked questions and words of tender concern, not even by the raising of an eyelid, and he saw that the intensity of pain at the moment was such as to render breathing itself difficult. He sent off the stewardess with all despatch after iced water and vinegar and brandy, and himself went on an earnest quest of restoratives among the lady passengers in the cabin, which resulted in sundry supplies of salts and cologne, and also offers of service in greater plenty still, which he all refused. Most tenderly and judiciously he himself applied the various remedies to the suffering child, who could not direct him otherwise than by gently putting away the things which she felt would not avail her. Several were in vain. But there was one bottle of strong aromatic vinegar which was destined to immortalize its owner in Fleda's remembrance. Before she had taken 3 whiffs of it her colour changed. Mr. Carleton watched the effect of a few whiffs more, and then bade the stewardess take away all the other things and bring him a cup of fresh strong coffee. By the time it came Fleda was ready for it, and by the time Mr. Carleton had administered the coffee he saw it would do to throw his mother's shawl around her and carry her up on deck, which he did without asking any questions. All this while Fleda had not spoken a word, except once when he asked her if she felt better, but she had given him, on finishing the coffee, a full look and half smile of such pure affectionate gratitude that the young gentleman's tongue was tied for some time after. With happy skill, when he had safely bestowed Fleda among her cushions on the deck, Mr. Carleton managed to keep off the crowd of busy inquirers after her well doing, and even presently to turn his mother's attention another way, leaving Fleda to enjoy all the comfort of quiet and fresh air at once. He himself, seeming occupied with other things, did no more but keep watch over her, till he saw that she was able to bear conversation again. Then he seated himself beside her and said softly, "Elfie, what were you crying about all yesterday afternoon?" Fleda changed colour, for soft and gentle as the tone was she heard in it a determination to have the answer, and looking up beseechingly into his face she saw in the steady full blue eye that it was a determination she could not escape from. Her answer was an imploring request that he would not ask her. But taking one of her little hands and carrying it to his lips, he in the same tone repeated his question. Fleda snatched away her hand and burst into very frank tears. Mr. Carleton was silent, but she knew through silence that he was only quietly waiting for her to answer him. "I wish you wouldn't ask me, sir," said poor Fleda, who still could not turn her face to meet his eye. "It was only something that happened yesterday." "What was it, Elfie? You need not be afraid to tell me." "It was only what you said to Mrs. Carleton yesterday when she was talking." "About my difficulty with those gentlemen?" "Yes," said Fleda, with a new gush of tears, as if her grief stirred afresh at the thought. Mr. Carleton was silent for a moment, and when he spoke there was no displeasure and more tenderness than usual in his voice. "What troubled you in that, Elfie? Tell me the whole." "I was sorry because it wasn't right," said Fleda, with a grave truthfulness which yet lacked none of her universal gentleness and modesty. "What wasn't right?" "To speak I'm afraid you wouldn't like me to say it, Mr. Carleton." "I will, Elfie, for I ask you." "To speak to Mrs. Carleton so, and besides, you know what you said, Mr. Carleton." "It was not right," said he after a minute, "and I very seldom use such an expression, but you know one cannot always be on one's guard, Elfie." "But," said Fleda with gentle persistence, "one can always do what is right." "The deuce one can!" thought Mr. Carleton to himself. "Elfie, was that all that troubled you? That I had said what was not right?" "It wasn't quite that only," said Fleda hesitating. "What else?" She stooped her face from his sight, and he could but just understand her words. "I was disappointed." "What, in me?" Her tears gave the answer. She could add to them nothing but an assenting nod of her head. They would have flowed in double measure if she had guessed the pain she had given. Her questioner heard her with a keen pang which did not leave him for days. There was some hurt pride in it, though other and more generous feelings had a far larger share. He who had been admired, lauded, followed, cited, and envied by all ranks of his countrymen and countrywomen, in whom nobody found a fault that could be dwelt upon amid the lustre of his perfections and advantages, one of the first young men in England, thought so by himself as well as by others, this little pure being had been disappointed in him. He could not get over it. He reckoned the one judgment worth all the others. Those whose direct or indirect flatteries had been poured at his feet were the proud, the worldly, the ambitious, the interested, the corrupted. Their praise was given to what they esteemed, and that, his candour said, was the least estimable part of him. Beneath all that, this truth loving, truth discerning little spirit had found enough to weep for. She was right, and they were wrong. The sense of this was so keen upon him that it was 10 or 15 minutes before he could recover himself to speak to his little reprover. He paced up and down the deck, while Fleda wept more and more from the fear of having offended or grieved him. But she was soon reassured on the former point. She was just wiping away her tears with the quiet expression of patience her face often wore, when Mr. Carleton sat down beside her and took one of her hands. "Elfie," said he, "I promise you I will never say such a thing again." He might well call her his good angel, for it was an angelic look the child gave him, so purely humble, grateful, glad, so rosy with joyful hope, the eyes were absolutely sparkling through tears. But when she saw that his were not dry, her own overflowed. She clasped her other hand to his hand, and bending down her face affectionately upon it, she wept, if ever angels weep, such tears as they. "Elfie," said Mr. Carleton as soon as he could, "I want you to go down stairs with me. So dry those eyes, or my mother will be asking all sorts of difficult questions." Happiness is a quick restorative. Elfie was soon ready to go where he would. They found Mrs. Carleton fortunately wrapped up in a new novel, some distance apart from the other persons in the cabin. The novel was immediately laid aside to take Fleda on her lap and praise Guy's nursing. "But she looks more like a wax figure yet than anything else, don't she, Guy?" "Not like any that I ever saw," said Mr. Carleton gravely. "Hardly substantial, though. Mother, I have come to tell you I am ashamed of myself for having given you such cause of offence yesterday." Mrs. Carleton's quick look as she laid her hand on her son's arm said sufficiently well that she would have excused him from making any apology, rather than have him humble himself in the presence of a third person. "Fleda heard me yesterday," said he. "It was right she should hear me to day." "Then my dear Guy," said his mother with a secret eagerness which she did not allow to appear, "if I may make a condition for my forgiveness, which you had before you asked for it, will you grant me one favour?" "Certainly, mother, if I can." "You promise me?" "As well in one word as two." "Promise me that you will never, by any circumstances, allow yourself to be drawn into what is called an affair of honour." Mr. Carleton's brow changed, and without making any reply, perhaps to avoid his mother's questioning gaze, he rose up and walked 2 or 3 times the length of the cabin. His mother and Fleda watched him doubtfully. "Do you see how you have got me into trouble, Elfie?" said he, stopping before them. Fleda looked wonderingly, and Mrs. Carleton exclaimed, "What trouble?" "Elfie," said he, without immediately answering his mother, "what would your conscience do with 2 promises, both of which cannot be kept?" "What such promises have you made?" said Mrs. Carleton eagerly. "Let me hear first what Fleda says to my question." "Why," said Fleda, looking a little bewildered, "I would keep the right one." "Not the first one made?" said he, smiling. "No," said Fleda, "not unless it was the right one." "But don't you think one ought to keep one's word in any event?" "I don't think anything can make it right to do wrong," Fleda said gravely, and not without a secret trembling consciousness to what point she was speaking. He left them and again took several turns up and down the cabin before he sat down. "You have not given me your promise yet, Guy," said his mother, whose eye had not once quitted him. "You said you would." "I said, if I could." "Well, you can." "I have 2 honourable meetings of the prescribed kind now on hand, to which I stand pledged." Fleda hid her face in an agony. Mrs. Carleton's agony was in every line of hers as she grasped her son's wrist, exclaiming, "Guy, promise me!" She had words for nothing else. He hesitated still a moment, and then meeting his mother's look, he said gravely and steadily, "I promise you, mother, I never will." His mother threw herself upon his breast and hid her face there, too much excited to have any thought of her customary regard to appearances, sobbing out thanks and blessings even audibly. Fleda's gentle head was bowed in almost equal agitation, and Mr. Carleton at that moment had no doubt that he had chosen well which promise to keep. There remained, however, a less agreeable part of the business to manage. After seeing his mother and Fleda quite happy again, though without satisfying in any degree the curiosity of the former, Guy went in search of the 2 young West Point officers. They were together, but without Thorn's friend, Captain Beebe. Him Carleton next sought and brought to forward deck where the others were enjoying their cigars, or rather Charlton Rossitur was enjoying his, with the happy self satisfaction of a pair of epaulettes off duty. Thorn had too busy a brain to be much of a smoker. Now, however, when it was plain that Mr. Carleton had something to say to them, Charlton's cigar gave way to his attention. It was displaced from his mouth and held in abeyance, while Thorn puffed away more intently than ever. "Gentlemen," Carleton began, "I gave you yesterday reason to expect that so soon as circumstances permitted you should have the opportunity which offended honour desires of trying sounder arguments than those of reason upon the offender. I have to tell you to day that I will not give it you. I have thought further of it." "Is it a new insult that you mean by this, sir?" exclaimed Rossitur in astonishment. Thorn's cigar did not stir. "Neither new nor old. I mean simply that I have changed my mind." "But this is very extraordinary," said Rossitur. "What reason do you give?" "I give none, sir." "In that case," said Capt. Beebe, "perhaps Mr. Carleton will not object to explain or unsay the things which gave offence yesterday." "I apprehend there is nothing to explain, sir. I think it must have been understood, and I never take back my words, for I am in the habit of speaking the truth." "Then we are to consider this as a further, unprovoked, unmitigated insult for which you will give neither reason nor satisfaction," cried Rossitur. "I have already disclaimed that, Mr. Rossitur. Are we, on mature deliberation, considered unworthy of the honour you so condescendingly awarded to us yesterday? My reasons have nothing to do with you, sir, nor with your friend; they are entirely personal to myself." "Mr. Carleton must be aware," said Capt. Beebe, "that his conduct, if unexplained, will bear a very strange construction." Mr. Carleton was coldly silent. "It was never heard of," the captain went on, "that a gentleman declined both to explain and to give satisfaction for any part of his conduct which had called for it." "It was never heard that a gentleman did," said Thorn, removing his cigar a moment for the purpose of supplying the emphasis which his friend had carefully omitted to make. "Will you say, Mr. Carleton," said Rossitur, "that you did not mean to offend us yesterday in what you said?" "No, Mr. Rossitur." "You will not!" cried the captain. "No, sir, for your friends had given me, as I conceived, just cause of displeasure, and I was, and am, careless of offending those who have done so." "You consider yourself aggrieved, then, in the first place?" said Beebe. "I have said so, sir." "Then," said the captain, after a puzzled look out to sea, "supposing that my friends disclaim all intention to offend you in that case—" "In that case I should be glad, Capt. Beebe, that they had changed their line of tactics. There is nothing to change in my own." "Then what are we to understand by this strange refusal of a meeting, Mr. Carleton? What does it mean?" "It means one thing in my own mind, sir, and probably another in yours; but the outward expression I choose to give it is that I will not reward uncalled for rudeness with an opportunity of self vindication." "You are," said Thorn sneeringly, "probably careless as to the figure your own name will cut in connection with this story?" "Entirely so," said Mr. Carleton, eyeing him steadily. "You are aware that your character is at our mercy?" A slight bow seemed to leave at their disposal the very small portion of his character he conceived to lie in that predicament. "You will expect to hear yourself spoken of in terms that benefit a man who has cowed out of an engagement he dare not fulfil?" "Of course," said Carleton haughtily. "By my present refusal I give you leave to say all that, and as much more as your ingenuity can furnish in the same style, but not in my hearing, sir." "You can't help yourself," said Thorn with the same sneer. "You have rid yourself of a gentleman's means of protection. What others will you use?" "I will leave that to the suggestion of the moment. I do not doubt it will be found fruitful." Nobody doubted it who looked just then on his steady sparkling eye. "I consider the championship of yesterday given up, of course," Thorn went on in a kind of aside, not looking at anybody, and striking his cigar against the guards to clear it of ashes. "The champion has quitted the field, and the little princess but lately so walled in with defences must now listen to whatever knight and squire may please to address to her. Nothing remains to be seen of her defender but his spurs. They may serve for the heels of whoever is disposed to annoy her," said Mr. Carleton. "He will need them." He left the group with the same air of imperturbable self possession which he had maintained during the conference. But presently Rossitur, who had his private reasons for wishing to keep friends with an acquaintance who might be of service in more ways than one, followed him and declared himself to have been, in all his nonsense to Fleda, most undesirous of giving pleasure to her temporary guardian, and sorry that it had fallen out so. He spoke frankly, and Mr. Carleton, with the same cool gracefulness with which he carried on the quarrel, waived his displeasure, and admitted the young gentleman apparently to stand as before in his favour. Their reconciliation was not an hour old when Capt. Beebe joined them. "I am sorry I must trouble you with a word more on this disagreeable subject, Mr. Carleton," he began after a ceremonious salutation. "My friend Lieutenant Thorn considers himself greatly outraged by your determination not to meet him. He begs to ask, by me, whether it is your purpose to abide by it at all hazards?" "Yes, sir." "There is some misunderstanding here which I greatly regret. I hope you will see and excuse the disagreeable necessity I am under of delivering the rest of my friend's message." "Say on, sir." "Mr. Thorn declares that if you deny him the common courtesy which no gentleman refuses to another, he will proclaim your name with the most opprobrious adjuncts to all the world, and in place of his former regard he will hold you in the most unlimited contempt, which he will have no scruple about shewing on all occasions." Mr. Carleton coloured a little, but replied coolly, "I have not lived in Mr. Thorn's favour. As to the rest, I forgive him, except indeed he provoke me to measures for which I never will forgive him." "Measures!" said the Captain. "I hope not, for my own self respect would be more grievously hurt than his. But there is an unruly spring somewhere about my composition that when it gets wound up is once in a while too much for me." "But," said Rossitur, "pardon me, have you no regard to the effect of his misrepresentations?" "You are mistaken, Mr. Rossitur," said Carleton slightly. "This is but the blast of a bellows, not the simoom." "Then what answer shall I have the honour of carrying back to my friend?" said Capt. Beebee, after a sort of astounded pause of a few minutes. "None of my sending, sir." Capt. Beebee touched his cap and went back to Mr. Thorn, to whom he reported that the young Englishman was thoroughly impracticable, and that there was nothing to be gained by dealing with him, and the vexed conclusion of Thorn's own mind in the end was in favour of the wisdom of letting him alone. In a very different mood, saddened and disgusted, Mr. Carleton shook himself free of Rossitur and went and stood alone by the guards looking out upon the sea. He did not at all regret his promise to his mother, nor wish to take other ground than that he had taken. Both the theory and the practice of duelling he heartily despised, and he was not weak enough to fancy that he had brought any discredit upon either his sense or his honour by refusing to comply with an unwarrantable and barbarous custom. And he valued mankind too little to be at all concerned about their judgment in the matter. His own opinion was at all times enough for him. But the miserable folly and puerility of such an altercation as that in which he had just been engaged, the poor display of human character, the little low passions which had been called up even in himself, alike destitute of worthy cause and aim, and which he had perhaps but just missed ending in the death of some and the living death of others, it all wrought to bring him back to his old wearying of human nature, and despondent eyeing of the everywhere jarrings, confusions, and discordances in the moral world. The fresh sea breeze that swept by the ship, roughening the play of the waves, and brushing his own cheek with its health-bearing wing, brought with it a sad feeling of contrast. Free and pure and steadily directed, it sped on its way to do its work. And like it, all the rest of the natural world, faithful to the law of its Maker, was stamped with the same signet of perfection. Only man in all the universe seemed to be at cross purposes with the end of his being. Only man of all animate or inanimate things lived an aimless, fruitless, broken life, or fruitful only in evil. How was this? And whence? And when would be the end? And would this confused mass of warring elements ever be at peace? Would this disordered machinery ever work smoothly, without let or stop any more, and work out the beautiful something for which sure it was designed? And could any hand but its first Maker mend the broken wheel or supply the spring that was wanting? Has not the desire of all nations been often sought of eyes that were never taught where to look for him? Mr. Carleton was standing by the guards, looking thoughtfully out to windward to meet the fresh breeze, as if the spirit of the wilderness were in it and could teach him the truth that the spirit of the world knew not and had not to give, when he became sensible of something close beside him, and looking down met little Fleda's upturned face, with such a look of purity, freshness, and peace, it said as plainly as ever the dial plate of a clock, that little piece of machinery was working right. There was a sunlight upon it too, of happy confidence and affection. Mr. Carleton's mind experienced a sudden revulsion. Fleda might see the reflection of her own light in his face, as he helped her up to a stand where she could be more on a level with him, putting his arm round her to guard against any sudden roll of the ship. "What makes you wear such a happy face?" said he, with an expression half envious, half regretful. "I don't know," said Fleda innocently. "You, I suppose." He looked as bright as she did for a minute. "Were you ever angry, Elfie?" "I don't know," said Fleda. "I don't know but I have." He smiled to see that although evidently her memory could not bring the charge, her modesty would not deny it. "Were you not angry yesterday with your cousin and that unmannerly friend of his?" "No," said Fleda, a shade crossing her face, "I was not angry." And as she spoke her hand was softly put upon Mr. Carleton's, as if partly in fear of what might have grown out of his anger, and partly in thankfulness to him that he had rendered it unnecessary. There was a singular delicate timidity and tenderness in the action. "I wish I had your secret, Elfie," said Mr. Carleton, looking wistfully into the clear eyes that met his. "What secret?" said Fleda smiling. "You say one can always do right. Is that the reason you are happy, because you follow that out?" "No," said Fleda seriously, "but I think it is a great deal pleasanter." "I have no doubt at all of that. Neither, I dare say, have the rest of the world. Only somehow when it comes to the point they find it easier to do wrong. What's your secret, Elfie?" "I haven't any secret," said Fleda. But presently, seeming to bethink herself, she added gently and gravely, "Aunt Miriam says" "What?" "She says that when we love Jesus Christ it is easy to please him." "And do you love him, Elfie?" Mr. Carleton asked after a minute. Her answer was a very quiet and sober "Yes." He doubted still whether she were not unconsciously using a form of speech the spirit of which she did not quite realize. That one might not see and yet believe, he could understand; but for affection to go forth towards an unseen object was another matter. His question was grave and acute. "By what do you judge that you do, Elfie?" "Why, Mr. Carleton," said Fleda with an instant look of appeal, "who else should I love?" If not him, her eye and her voice made sufficiently plain. Mr. Carleton was obliged to confess to himself that she spoke intelligently, with deeper intelligence than he could follow. He asked no more questions. Yet truth shines by its own light, like the sun. He had not perfectly comprehended her answers, but they struck him as something that deserved to be understood, and he resolved to make the truth of them his own. The rest of the voyage was perfectly quiet. Following the earnest advice of his friend Capt. Beebe, Thorn had given up trying to push Mr. Carleton to extremity, who on his part did not seem conscious of Thorn's existence. Chapter 13.
of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. CHAPTER XIII. The fairy peeps into an English house, but does not stay there. There the most dainty paradise on ground Itself doth offer to his sober eye; The painted flowers, the trees upshooting high, The dales for shade, the hills for breathing space, The trembling groves, the crystal running by; And that which all fairy works doth most agrace, The art which all that wrought appeared in no place. Fairy Queen. They had taken ship for London, as Mr. and Mrs. Carleton wished to visit home for a day or two before going on to Paris. So leaving Charlton to carry news of them to the French capital, so soon as he could persuade himself to leave the English one, they with little Fleda in company posted down to Carleton, in shire. It was a time of great delight to Fleda; that is, as soon as Mr. Carleton had made her feel at home in England, and somehow he had contrived to do that, and to scatter some clouds of remembrance that seemed to gather about her, before they had reached the end of their first day's journey. To be out of the ship was itself a comfort, and to be alone with kind friends was much more. With great joy Fleda put her cousin Carleton and Mr. Thorn at once out of sight and out of mind, and gave herself with even more than her usual happy readiness to everything the way and the end of the way had for her. Those days were to be painted days in Fleda's memory. She thought Carleton was a very odd place, that is, the house, not the village, which went by the same name. If the manner of her two companions had not been such as to put her entirely at her ease, she would have felt strange and shy. As it was, she felt half afraid of losing herself in the house. To Fleda's unaccustomed eyes it was a labyrinth of halls and staircases, set with the most unaccountable number and variety of rooms, old and new, quaint and comfortable, gloomy and magnificent, some with stern old fashioned massiveness of style and garniture, others absolutely bewitching, to Fleda's eyes and understanding, in the rich beauty and luxuriousness of their arrangements. Mr. Carleton's own particular haunts were of these: his private room, the little library as it was called, the library, and the music room, which was indeed rather a gallery of fine arts, so many treasures of arts were gathered there. To an older and nice judging person these rooms would have given no slight indications of their owner's mind. It had been at work on every corner of them. No particular fashion had been followed in anything, nor any model consulted, but that which fancy had built to the mind's order. The wealth of years had drawn together an enormous assemblage of matters, great and small, every one of which was fitted either to excite fancy or suggest thought, or to satisfy the eye by its nice adaptation. And if pride had had the ordering of them, all these might have been but a costly museum, a literary alphabet that its possessor could not put together, an ungainly confession of ignorance on the part of the intellect that could do nothing with this rich heap of material. But pride was not the genius of the place. A most refined taste and curious fastidiousness had arranged and harmonized all the heterogeneous items. The mental hieroglyphics had been ordered by one to whom the reading of them was no mystery. Nothing struck a stranger at first entering, except the very rich effect and faultless air of the whole, and perhaps the delicious facilities for every kind of intellectual cultivation which appeared on every hand, facilities which it must be allowed do seem in general not to facilitate the work they are meant to speed. In this case however it was different. The mind that wanted them bad brought them together to satisfy its own craving. These rooms were Guy's peculiar domain. In other parts of the house, where his mother reigned conjointly with him, their joint tastes had struck out another style of adornment which might be called a style of superb elegance. Not superb alone, for taste had not permitted so heavy a characteristic to be predominant; not merely elegant, for the fineness of all the details would warrant an ampler word. A larger part of the house than both these together had been left as generations past had left it, in various stages of refinement, comfort, and comeliness. It was a day or two before Fleda found out that it was all one. She thought at first that it was a collection of several houses that had somehow inexplicably sat down there with their backs to each other. It was so straggling and irregular a pile of building, covering so much ground and looking so very unlike the different parts to each other. One portion was quite old, the other parts ranged variously between the present and the far past. After she once understood this, it was a piece of delicious wonderment and musing and great admiration to Fleda. She never grew weary of wandering round it and thinking about it, for from a child fanciful meditation was one of her delights. Within doors she best liked Mr. Carleton's favourite rooms. Their rich colouring and moderated light and endless stores of beauty and curiosity made them a place of fascination. Out of doors she found still more to delight her. Morning, noon, and night she might be seen near the house gazing, taking in pictures of natural beauty, which were for ever after to hang in Fleda's memory as standards of excellence in that sort. Nature's hand had been very kind to the place, moulding the ground in beautiful style. Art had made happy use of the advantage thus given her, and now what appeared was neither art nor nature, but a perfection that can only spring from the hands of both. Fleda's eyes were bewitched. She stood watching the rolling slopes of green turf, so soft and lovely, and the magnificent trees that had kept their ground for ages and seen generations rise and fall before their growing strength and grandeur. They were scattered here and there on the lawn, and further back stood on the heights and stretched along the ridges of the undulating ground, the outposts of a wood of the same growth still beyond them. "How do you like it, Elfie?" Mr. Carleton asked her the evening of the first day, as he saw her for a length of time looking out gravely and intently from before the hall door. "I think it is beautiful," said Fleda. "The ground is a great deal smoother here than it was at home." "I'll take you to ride to morrow," said he smiling, "and show you rough ground enough." "As you did when we came from Montepoole?" said Fleda rather eagerly. "Would you like that?" "Yes, very much, if you would like it, Mr. Carleton." "Very well," said he, "so it shall be." And not a day passed during their short stay that he did not give her one of those rides. He showed her rough ground, according to his promise, but Fleda still thought it did not look much like the mountains at home; and indeed unsightly roughness had been skilfully covered or removed; and though a large part of the park, which was a very extensive one, was wildly broken and had apparently been left as nature left it, the hand of taste had been there, and many an unsuspected touch, instead of hindering, had heightened both the wild and the beautiful character. Landscape gardening had long been a great hobby of its owner. "How far does your ground come, Mr. Carleton?" inquired Fleda on one of these rides when they had travelled a good distance from home. "Further than you can see, Elfie." "Further than I can see! It must be a very large farm." "This is not a farm where we are now," said he. "Did you mean that? This is the park. We are almost at the edge of it on this side." "What is the difference between a farm and a park?" said Fleda. "The grounds of a farm are tilled for profit. A park is an uncultivated enclosure, kept merely for men and women and deer to take pleasure in." "I have taken a good deal of pleasure in it," said Fleda. "And have you a farm besides, Mr. Carleton?" "A good many, Elfie." Fleda looked surprised, and then remarked that it must be very nice to have such a beautiful piece of ground just for pleasure. She enjoyed it to the full during the few days she was there. And one thing more, the grand piano in the music room. The first evening of their arrival she was drawn by the far off sounds, and Mrs. Carleton seeing it went immediately to the music room with her. The room had no light except from the moonbeams that stole in through the two glass doors which opened upon a particular private and cherished part of the grounds, in summer time full of flowers, for in the very refinement of luxury delights had been crowded about this favourite apartment. Mr. Carleton was at the instrument playing. Fleda sat down quietly in one corner and listened, in a rapture of pleasure she had hardly ever known from any like source. She did not think it could be greater, till after a time, in a pause of the music, Mrs. Carleton asked her son to sing a particular ballad, and that one was followed by 2 or 3 more. Fleda left her corner, she could not contain herself, and favoured by the darkness came forward and stood quite near, and if the performer had not bad light to see by, he would have been gratified with the tribute paid to his power by the unfeigned tears that ran down her cheeks. This pleasure was also repeated from evening to evening. "Do you know we set off for Paris to morrow?" said Mrs. Carleton, the last evening of their stay, as Fleda came up to the door after a prolonged ramble in the park, leaving Mr. Carleton with 1 or 2 gardeners at a little distance. "Yes," said Fleda with a sigh that was more than half audible. "Are you sorry?" said Mrs. Carleton smiling. "I cannot be glad," said Fleda, giving a sober look over the lawn. "Then you like Carleton?" "Very much. It is a prettier place than Queechy." "But we shall have you here again, dear Fleda," said Mrs. Carleton, restraining her smile at this, to her, very moderate compliment. "Perhaps not," said Fleda quietly. Mr. Carleton said," she added a minute after with more animation, "that a park was a place for men and women and deer to take pleasure in. I am sure it is for children too. Did you have a pleasant ride this morning?" "Oh very. I always do. There isn't anything I like so well." "What, as to ride on horseback with Guy?" said Mrs. Carleton, looking exceedingly benignant. "Yes, unless" "Unless what, my dear Fleda?" "Unless perhaps I don't know I was going to say unless perhaps to hear him sing." Mrs. Carleton's delight was unequivocally expressed, and she promised Fleda that she should have both rides and songs there in plenty another time; a promise upon which Fleda built no trust at all. The short journey to Pan's was soon made. The next morning Mrs. Carleton, making an excuse of her fatigue, left Guy to end the care he had rather taken upon himself, by delivering his little charge into the hands of her friends. So they drove to the Hotel Rue , where Mr. Rossitur had apartments in very handsome style. They found him alone in the saloon. "Ah, Carleton, come back again! Just in time, very glad to see you. And who is this? Ah, another little daughter for aunt Lucy." Mr. Rossitur, who gave them this greeting very cordially, was rather a fine looking man, decidedly agreeable both in person and manner. Fleda was pleasantly disappointed after what her grandfather had led her to expect. There might be something of sternness in his expression. People gave him credit for a peremptory, not to say imperious temper; but if truly, it could not often meet with opposition. The sense and gentlemanly character which marked his face and bearing had an air of smooth politeness which seemed habitual. There was no want of kindness nor even of tenderness in the way he drew Fleda within his arm and held her there, while he went on talking to Mr. Carleton, now and then stooping his face to look in at her bonnet and kiss her, which was his only welcome. He said nothing to her after his first question. He was too busy talking to Guy. He seemed to have a great deal to tell him. There was this for him to see, and that for him to hear, and charming news which had been done or doing since Mr. Carleton left Paris. The impression upon Fleda's mind after listening a while was that the French capital was a great gallery of the fine arts, with a magnified likeness of Mr. Carleton's music room at one end of it. She thought her uncle must be most extraordinarily fond of pictures and works of art in general, and must have a great love for seeing company and hearing people sing. This latter taste Fleda was disposed to allow might be a very reasonable one. Mr. Carleton, she observed, seemed much more cool on the whole subject. But meanwhile where was aunt Lucy? And had Mr. Rossitur forgotten the little armful that he held so fast and so perseveringly? No, for here was another kiss, and another look into her face, so kind that Fleda gave him a piece of her heart from that time. "Hugh," said Mr. Rossitur suddenly to somebody she had not seen before, "Hugh, here's your little cousin, take her off to your mother." A child came forward at this bidding, hardly larger than herself. He was a slender graceful little figure, with nothing of the boy in his face or manner, delicate as a girl, and with something almost melancholy in the gentle sweetness of his countenance. Fleda's confidence was given to it on the instant, which had not been the case with anything in her uncle, and she yielded without reluctance the hand he took to obey his father's command. Before 2 steps had been taken, however, she suddenly broke away from him, and springing to Mr. Carleton's side silently laid her hand in his. She made no answer whatever to a light word or two of kindness that he spoke just for her ear. She listened with downcast eyes and a lip that he saw was too unsteady to be trusted, and then after a moment more, without looking, pulled away her hand and followed her cousin. Hugh did not at once get a sight of her face on the way to his mother's rooms, but owing to her exceeding efforts and quiet generalship he never guessed the cause. There was nothing in her face to raise suspicion when he reached the door, and opening it announced her with, "Mother, here's cousin Fleda come." Fleda had seen her aunt before, though several years back, and not long enough to get acquainted with her. But no matter. It was her mother's sister sitting there, whose face gave her so lovely a welcome at that speech of Hugh's, whose arms were stretched out so eagerly towards her, and springing to them as to a very haven of rest, Fleda wept on her bosom those delicious tears that are only shed where the heart is at home. And even before they were dried the ties were knit that bound her to her new sphere. "Who came with you, dear Fleda?" said Mrs. Rossitur then. "Is Mrs. Carleton here? I must go and thank her for bringing you to me." "Mr. Carleton is here," said Hugh. "I must go and thank him then. Jump down, dear Fleda. I'll be back in a minute." Fleda got off her lap and stood looking in a kind of enchanted maze while her aunt hastily arranged her hair at the glass. Looking, while fancy and memory were making strong the net in which her heart was caught. She was trying to see something of her mother in one who had shared her blood and her affection so nearly. A miniature of that mother was left to Fleda, and she had studied it till she could hardly persuade herself that she had not some recollection of the original, and now she thought she caught a precious shadow of something like it in her aunt Lucy. Not in those pretty bright eyes which had looked through kind tears so lovingly upon her, but in the graceful ringlets about the temples, the delicate contour of the face, and a something, Fleda could only have said it was a something, about the mouth when at rest. The shadow of her mother's image rejoiced her heart. Rather that faint shadow of the loved lost one for little Fleda than any other form or combination of beauty on earth. As she stood fascinated, watching the movements of her aunt's light figure, Fleda drew a long breath with which went off the whole burden of doubt and anxiety that had lain upon her mind ever since the journey began. She had not known it was there, but she felt it go. Yet even when that sigh of relief was breathed, and while fancy and feeling were weaving their rich embroidery into the very tissue of Fleda's happiness, most persons would have seen merely that the child looked very sober, and have thought probably that she felt very tired and strange. Perhaps Mrs. Rossitur thought so, for again tenderly kissing her before she left the room, she told Hugh to take off her things and make her feel at home. Hugh upon this made Fleda sit down and proceeded to untie her tippet strings and take off her coat with an air of delicate tenderness which showed he had great pleasure in his task, and which made Fleda take a good deal of pleasure in it too. "Are you tired, cousin Fleda?" said he gently. "No," said Fleda, "oh no." "Charlton said you were tired on board ship." "I wasn't tired," said Fleda, in not a little surprise. "I liked it very much." "Then maybe I mistook. I know Charlton said he was tired, and I thought he said you were too. You know my brother Charlton, don't you?" "Yes." "Are you glad to come to Paris?" "I am glad now," said Fleda. "I wasn't glad before." "I am very glad," said Hugh. "I think you will like it. We didn't know you were coming till 2 or 3 days ago when Charlton got here. Do you like to take walks?" "Yes, very much." "Father and mother will take us delightful walks in the Tuileries, the gardens you know, and the Champs Elysées, and Versailles, and the Boulevards, and ever so many places, and it will be a great deal pleasanter now you are here. Do you know French?" "No." "Then you'll have to learn. I'll help you if you will let me. It is very easy. Did you get my last letter?" "I don't know," said Fleda. "The last one I had came with one of aunt Lucy's, telling me about Mrs. Carleton. I got it just before" Alas, before what? Fleda suddenly remembered, and was stopped short. From all the strange scenes and interests which lately had whirled her along, her spirit leapt back with strong yearning recollection to her old home and her old ties, and such a rain of tears witnessed the dearness of what she had lost and the tenderness of the memory that had let them slip for a moment, that Hugh was as much distressed as startled. With great tenderness and touching delicacy he tried to soothe her, and at the same time, though guessing to find out what was the matter lest he should make a mistake. "Just before what?" he said, laying his hand caressingly on his little cousin's shoulder. "Don't grieve so, dear Fleda." "It was only just before grandpa died," said Fleda. Hugh had known of that before, though like her he had forgotten it for a moment. A little while his feeling was too strong to permit any further attempt at condolence, but as he saw Fleda grow quiet he took courage to speak again. "Was he a good man?" he asked softly. "Oh yes." "Then," said Hugh, "you know he is happy now, Fleda. If he loved Jesus Christ he is gone to be with him. That ought to make you glad as well as sorry." Fleda looked up, though tears were streaming yet, to give that full happy answer of the eye that no words could do. This was consolation and sympathy. The two children had a perfect understanding of each other from that time forward, a fellowship that never knew a break nor a weakening. Mrs. Rossitur found on her return that Hugh had obeyed her charge to the letter. He had made Fleda feel at home. They were sitting close together, Hugh's hand affectionately clasping hers, and he was holding forth on some subject with a gracious politeness that many of his elders might have copied, while Fleda listened and assented with entire satisfaction. The rest of the morning she passed in her aunt's arms, drinking draughts of pleasure from those dear bright eyes, taking in the balm of gentleness, words of love, and soft kisses, every one of which was felt at the bottom of Fleda's heart, and the pleasure of talking over her young sorrows with one who could feel them all and answer with tears as well as words of sympathy. And Hugh stood by the while looking at his little orphan cousin, as if she might have dropped from the clouds into his mother's lap, a rare jewel or delicate flower, but much more delicate and precious than they or any other possible gift. Hugh and Fleda dined alone, for as he informed her his father never would have children at the dinner table when he had company, and Mr. and Mrs. Carleton and other people were to be there to day. Fleda made no remark on the subject by word or look, but she thought none the less. She thought it was a very mean fashion. She not come to the table when strangers were there? And who would enjoy them more? When Mr. Rossitur and Mr. Carleton had dined with her grandfather, had she not taken as much pleasure in their society and in the whole thing as any other one of the party? And at Carleton had she not several times dined with a tableful, and been unspeakably amused to watch the different manners and characteristics of people who were strange to her? However, Mr. Rossitur had other notions. So she and Hugh had their dinner in aunt Lucy's dressing room, by themselves, and a very nice dinner it was, Fleda thought. And Rosaline, Mrs. Rossitur's French maid, was well affected and took admirable care of them. Indeed, before the close of the day Rosaline privately informed her mistress, "Qu'elle serait donc été sûrement douce d'un fond de trois chevaux, and que son regard vraiment lui serait le cœur." And Hugh was excellent company, failing all other, and did the honours of the table with the utmost thoughtfulness, and amused Fleda the whole time with accounts of Paris, and what they would do, and what she would see, and how his sister Miriam was at school at a convent, and what kind of a place a convent was, and how he himself always stayed at home and learned of his mother and his father, or by himself, he said, just as it happened. And he hoped they would keep Fleda at home too. So Fleda hoped exceedingly, but this stern rule about the dining had made her feel a little shy of her uncle. She thought perhaps he was not kind and indulgent to children like her aunt Lucy, and if he said she must go to a convent she would not dare to ask him to let her stay. The next time she saw him, however, she was obliged to change her opinion again, in part, for he was very kind and indulgent, both to her and Hugh, and more than that he was very amusing. He showed her pictures, and told her new and interesting things, and finding that she listened eagerly he seemed pleased to prolong her pleasure, even at the expense of a good deal of his own time. Mr. Rossitur was a man of cultivated mind and very refined and fastidious taste. He lived for the pleasures of art and literature, and the society where these are valued. For this, and not without some secret love of display, he lived in Paris, not extravagant in his pleasures, nor silly in his ostentation, but leading, like a gentleman, as worthy and rational a life as a man can lead who lives only to himself, with no further thought than to enjoy the passing hours. Mr. Rossitur enjoyed them elegantly, and for a man of the world, moderately, bestowing however few of those precious hours upon his children. It was his maxim that they should be kept out of the way whenever their presence might by any chance interfere with the amusements of their elders; and this maxim, a good one certainly in some hands, was in his reading of it a very broad one. Still, when he did take time to give his family, he was a delightful companion to those of them who could understand him. If they shewed no taste for sensible pleasure he had no patience with them nor desire of their company. Report had done him no wrong in giving him a stern temper, but this almost never came out in actual exercise. Fleda knew it only from an occasional hint now and then, and by her childish intuitive reading of the lines it had drawn round the mouth and brow. It had no disagreeable bearing on his everyday life and manner, and the quiet fact probably served but to heighten the love and reverence in which his family held him very high. Mr. Rossitur did once moot the question whether Fleda should not join Marion at her convent, but his wife looked very grave and said that she was too tender and delicate a little thing to be trusted to the hands of strangers. Hugh pleaded and argued that she might share all his lessons, and Fleda's own face pleaded more powerfully. There was something appealing in its extreme delicacy and purity which seemed to call for shelter and protection from every rough breath of the world; and Mr. Rossitur was easily persuaded to let her remain in the stronghold of home. Hugh had never quitted it; neither father nor mother ever thought of such a thing. He was the cherished idol of the whole family, always a delicate child, always blameless in life and behaviour, his loveliness of mind and person, his affectionateness, the winning sweetness that was about him like a halo, and the slight tenure by which they seemed to hold him, had wrought to bind the hearts of father and mother to this child, as it were, with the very life strings of both. Not his mother was more gentle with Hugh than his much sterner father; and now little Fleda, sharing somewhat of Hugh's peculiar claims upon their tenderness and adding another of her own, was admitted, not to the same place in their hearts, that could not be, but to their honour be it spoken, to the same place in all outward show of thought and feeling. Hugh had nothing that Fleda did not have, even to the time, care, and caresses of his parents; and not Hugh rendered them a more faithful return of devoted affection. Once made easy on the question of school, which was never seriously stirred again, Fleda's life became very happy. It was easy to make her happy; affection and sympathy would have done it almost anywhere; but in Paris she had much more, and after time had softened the sorrow she brought with her. No bird ever found existence less of a burden, nor sang more light heartedly along its life. In her aunt she had all but the name of a mother; in her uncle, with kindness and affection, she had amusement, interest, and improvement; in Hugh, everything; love, confidence, sympathy, society, help; their tastes, opinions, pursuits, went hand in hand. The two children were always together. Fleda's spirits were brighter than Hugh's, and her intellectual taste stronger and more universal. That might be as much from difference of physical as of mental constitution. Hugh's temperament led him somewhat to melancholy and to those studies and pleasures which best side with subdued feeling and delicate nerves. Fleda's nervous system was of the finest too, but in short she was as like a bird as possible. Perfect health, which yet a slight thing, was enough to shake to the foundation; joyous spirits, which a look could quell; happy energies, which a harsh hand might easily crush for ever. Well for little Fleda that so tender a plant was permitted to unfold in so nicely tempered an atmosphere. A cold wind would soon have killed it. Besides all this there were charming studies to be gone through every day with Hugh, some for aunt Lucy to hear, some for masters and mistresses. There were amusing walks in the boulevards, and delicious pleasure taking in the gardens of Paris, and a new world of people and manners and things and histories for the little American. And despite her early rustic experience, Fleda had from nature an indefeasible taste for the elegancies of life. It suited her well to see all about her, in dress, in furniture, in various appliances, as commodious and tasteful as wealth and refinement could contrive it; and she very soon knew what was right in each kind. There were now and then most gleeful excursions in the environs of Paris, when she and Hugh found in earth and air a world of delights, more than they could tell anybody but each other. And at home, what peaceful times they two had! What endless conversations, discussions, schemes, air journeys of memory and fancy, backward and forward! What sociable dinners alone, and delightful evenings with Mr. and Mrs. Rossitur in the saloon, when nobody or only a very few people were there! How pleasantly those evenings the foundations were laid of a strong and enduring love for the works of art, painted, sculptured, or engraven! What a multitude of curious and excellent bits of knowledge Fleda's ears picked up from the talk of different people! They were capital ears; what they caught they never let fall. In the course of the year her gleanings amounted to more than many another person's harvest. CHAPTer 13.
Chapter 14 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 14. 2 Bibles in Paris. Heaven bless thee, thou hast the sweetest face I ever looked on. Shakespeare. One of the greatest of Fleda's pleasures was when Mr. Carleton came to take her out with him. He did that often. Fleda only wished he would have taken Hugh too, but somehow he never did. Nothing but that was wanting to make the pleasure of those times perfect. Knowing that she saw the common things in other company, Guy was at the pains to vary the amusement when she went with him. Instead of going to Versailles or St. Cloud, he would take her long delightful drives into the country and show her some old or interesting place that nobody else went to see. Often there was a history belonging to the spot which Fleda listened to with the delight of eye and fancy at once. In the city, where they more frequently walked, still he showed her what she would perhaps have seen under no other guidance. He made it his business to give her pleasure, and understanding the inquisitive active little spirit he had to do with, he went where his own tastes would hardly have led him. The Quai aux Fleurs was often visited, but also the Halles aux Blés, the great Halles aux Vins, the Jardin des Plantes, and the Marché des Innocents. Guy even took the trouble, more for her sake than his own, to go to the latter place once very early in the morning, when the market bell had not 2 hours sounded, while the interest and prettiness of the scene were yet in their full life. Hugh was in company this time, and the delight of both children was beyond words, as it would have been beyond anybody's patience that had not a strong motive to back it. They never discovered that Mr. Carleton was in a hurry, as indeed he was not. They bargained for fruit with any number of people, upon all sorts of inducements, and to an extent of which they had no competent notion. But Hugh had his mother's purse, and Fleda was skilfully commissioned to purchase what she pleased for Mrs. Carleton. Verily the two children that morning bought pleasure, not peaches. Fancy and benevolence held the purse strings, and economy did not even look on. They revelled too, Fleda especially, amidst the bright pictures of the odd, the new, and the picturesque, and the varieties of character and incident that were displayed around them, even till the country people began to go away and the scene to lose its charm. It never lost it in memory, and many a time in after life Hugh and Fleda recurred to something that was seen or done that morning when we bought fruit at the Innocents. Besides these scenes of everyday life, which interested and amused Fleda to the last degree, Mr. Carleton showed her many an obscure part of Paris where deeds of daring and blood had been, and thrilled the little listener's ears with histories of the past. He judged her rightly. She would rather at any time have gone to walk with him than with anybody else to see any show that could be devised. His object in all this was in the first place to give her pleasure, and in the second place to draw out her mind into free communion with his own, which he knew could only be done by talking sense to her. He succeeded as he wished. Lost in the interest of the scenes he presented to her eye and mind, She forgot everything else and shewed him herself, precisely what he wanted to see. It was strange that a young man, an admired man of fashion, a flattered favourite of the gay and great world, and furthermore a reserved and proud repeller of almost all who sought his intimacy, should seek and delight in the society of a little child. His mother would have wondered if she had known it. Mrs. Rossitur did marvel that even Fleda should have so won upon the cold and haughty young Englishman, and her husband said he probably chose to have Fleda with him because he could make up his mind to like nobody else. A remark which perhaps arose from the utter failure of every attempt to draw him and Carleton nearer together. But Mr. Rossitur was only half right. The reason lay deeper. Mr. Carleton had admitted the truth of Christianity, upon what he considered sufficient grounds, and would now have steadily fought for it, as he would for anything else that he believed to be the truth. But there he stopped. He had not discovered nor tried to discover whether the truth of Christianity imposed any obligation upon him. He had cast off his unbelief, and looked upon it now as a singular folly. But his belief was almost as vague and as fruitless as his infidelity had been. Perhaps, a little, his bitter dissatisfaction with the world and human things, or rather his despondent view of them, was mitigated. If there was, as he now held, a supreme orderer of events, it might be, and it was rational to suppose there would be, in the issues of time, an entire change wrought in the disordered and dishonoured state of his handiwork. There might be a remedial system somewhere, nay, it might be in the Bible; he meant to look some day. But that he had anything to do with that change, that the working of the remedial system called for hands, that his had any charge in the matter, had never entered into his imagination or stirred his conscience. He was living his old life at Paris, with his old dissatisfaction, perhaps a trifle less bitter. He was seeking pleasure in whatever art, learning, literature, refinement, and luxury can do for a man who has them all at command. But there was something within him that spurned this ignoble existence and called for higher aims and worthier exertion. He was not vicious. He never had been vicious, or as somebody else said, his vices were all refined vices. But a life of mere self-indulgence, although pursued without self-satisfaction, is constantly lowering the standard and weakening the forces of virtue, lessening the whole man. He felt it so, and to leave his ordinary scenes and occupations, and lose a morning with little Fleda, was a refreshing of his better nature. It was like breathing pure air after the fever heat of a sick room. It was like hearing the birds sing after the meaningless jabber of Bedlam. Mr. Carleton indeed did not put the matter quite so strongly to himself. He called Fleda his good angel. He did not exactly know that the office this good angel performed was simply to hold a candle to his conscience. For conscience was not by any means dead in him, it only wanted light to see by. When he turned from the gay and corrupt world in which he lived, where the changes were rung incessantly upon self-interest, falsehood, pride, and various more or less refined forms of sensuality, and when he looked upon that pure bright little face, so free from selfishness, whose clear eyes so innocent of evil, the peaceful brow under which a thought of double dealing had never hid, Mr. Carleton felt himself in a healthier region. Here as elsewhere he honoured and loved the image of truth, in the broad sense of truth, that which suits the perfect standard of right. But his pleasure in this case was invariably mixed with a slight feeling of self-reproach, and it was this hardly recognized stir of his better nature, this clearing of his mental eyesight under the light of a bright example, that made him call the little torch-bearer his good angel. If this were truth, this purity, uprightness, and singleness of mind, as conscience said it was, where was he? How far wandering from his beloved idol! One other feeling saddened the pleasure he had in her society, a belief that the ground of it could not last. If she could grow up so, he said to himself, but it is impossible. A very few years, and all that clear sunshine of the mind will be overcast. There's not a cloud now. Under the working of these thoughts Mr. Carleton sometimes forgot to talk to his little charge, and would walk for a length of way by her side wrapped up in sombre musings. Fleda never disturbed him then, but waited contentedly and patiently for him to come out of them, with her old feeling, wondering what he could be thinking of, and wishing he were as happy as she. But he never left her very long. He was sure to waive his own humour, and give her all the graceful and kind attention which nobody else could bestow so well. Nobody understood and appreciated it better than Fleda. One day, some months after they had been in Paris, they were sitting in the Place la Concorde. Mr. Carleton was in one of these thinking fits. He had been giving Fleda a long detail of the scenes that had taken place in that spot, a history of it from the time when it had lain an unsightly waste, such a graphic, lively account as he knew well how to give. The absorbed interest with which she had lost everything in what he was saying had given him at once reward and motive enough as he went on. Standing by his side, with one little hand confidingly resting on his knee, she gazed alternately into his face and towards the broad, highly adorned square by the side of which they had placed themselves, and where it was hard to realize that the ground had once been soaked in blood, while madness and death filled the air, and her changing face like a mirror gave him back the reflection of the times he held up to her view. And still standing there in the same attitude after he had done, she had been looking out into the square in a fit of deep meditation. Mr. Carleton had forgotten her for a while in his own thoughts, and then the sight of the little gloved hand upon his knee brought him back again. "What are you musing about, Elfie dear?" he said cheerfully, taking the hand in one of his. Fleda gave a swift glance into his face, as if to see whether it would be safe for her to answer his question, a kind of exploring look in which her eyes often acted as scouts for her tongue. Those she met pledged their faith for her security, yet Fleda's look went back to the square, and then again to his face in silence. "How do you like living in Paris?" said he. "You should know by this time." "I like it very much indeed," said Fleda. "I thought you would." "I like Queechy better, though," she went on gravely, her eyes turning again to the square. "Like Queechy better! Were you thinking of Queechy just now when I spoke to you?" "Oh no," with a smile. "Were you going over all those horrors I have been distressing you with?" "No," said Fleda. "I was thinking of them a while ago." "What then?" he said pleasantly. "You were looking so sober, I should like to know how near your thoughts were to mine." "I was thinking," said Fleda gravely, and a little unwillingly, but Guy's manner was not to be withstood, "I was wishing I could be like the disciple whom Jesus loved." Mr. Carleton let her see none of the surprise he felt at this answer. "Was there one more loved than the rest?" "Yes, the Bible calls him the disciple whom Jesus loved. That was John." "Why was he preferred above the others?" "I don't know. I suppose he was more gentle and good than the others, and loved Jesus more. I think aunt Miriam said so when I asked her once." Mr. Carleton thought Fleda had not far to seek for the fulfilment of her wish. "But how in the world, Elfie, did you work round to this gentle and good disciple from those scenes of blood you set out with?" "Why," said Elfie, "I was thinking how unhappy and bad people are, especially people here, I think, and how much must be done before they will all be brought right; and then I was thinking of the work Jesus gave his disciples to do, and so I wished I could be like that disciple. Hugh and I were talking about it this morning." "What is the work he gave them to do?" said Mr. Carleton, more and more interested. "Why," said Fleda, lifting her gentle wistful eyes to his and then looking away, "to bring everybody to be good and happy." "And how in the world are they to do that?" said Mr. Carleton, astonished to see his own problem quietly handled by this child. "By telling them about Jesus Christ, and getting them to believe and love him," said Fleda, glancing at him again, "and living so beautifully that people cannot help believing in him." "That last is an important clause," said Mr. Carleton thoughtfully. "But suppose people will not hear when they are spoken to, Elfie?" "Some will, at any rate," said Fleda, "and by everybody will." "How do you know?" "Because the Bible says so." "Are you sure of that, Elfie?" Why yes, Mr. Carleton, God has promised that the world shall be full of good people, and then they will be all happy. I wish it was now. But if that be so, Elfie, God can make them all good without our help. Yes, but I suppose he chooses to do it with our help, Mr. Carleton, said Fleda with equal naivete and gravity. But is not this you speak of, said he, half smiling, rather the business of clergymen? You have nothing to do with it. No, said Fleda, everybody has something to do with it. The Bible says so. Ministers must do it in their way, and other people in other ways. Everybody has his own work. Don't you remember the parable of the 10 talents, Mr. Carleton? Mr. Carleton was silent for a minute. I do not know the Bible quite as well as you do, Elfie, he said then, nor as I ought to do. Elfie's only answer was by a look somewhat like that he well remembered on shipboard he had thought was angel-like, a look of gentle sorrowful wistfulness which she did not venture to put into words. It had not for that the less power. But he did not choose to prolong the conversation. They rose up and began to walk homeward, Elfie thinking with all the warmth of her little heart that she wished very much Mr. Carleton knew the Bible better. Divided between him and that disciple whom she and Hugh had been talking about. "I suppose you are very busy now, Elfie," observed her companion when they had walked the length of several squares in silence. "Oh yes," said Fleda, "Hugh and I are as busy as we can be. We are busy every minute." "Except when you are on some chase after pleasure." "Well," said Fleda laughing, "that is a kind of business. And all the business is pleasure too. I didn't mean that we were always busy about work. Oh, Mr. Carleton, we had such a nice time the day before yesterday!" And she went on to give him the history of a very successful chase after pleasure which they had made to St. Cloud. "And yet you like Queechy better?" "Yes," said Fleda with a gentle steadiness peculiar to herself. "If I had Aunt Lucy and Hugh and uncle Rolf there and everybody that I care for, I should like it a great deal better." Unspotted yet, he thought. "Mr. Carleton," said Fleda presently, "do you play and sing every day here in Paris?" "Yes," he said smiling, "about every day. Why?" "I was thinking how pleasant it was at your house in England." "Has Carleton the honour of rivalling Queechy in your liking?" "I haven't lived there so long, you know," said Fleda. "I dare say it would if I had. I think it is quite as pretty a place." Mr. Carleton smiled with a very pleased expression. Truth and politeness had joined hands in her answer with a child's grace. He brought Fleda to her own door, and there was leaving her. "Stop! Oh, Mr. Carleton," cried Fleda, "come in just for 1 minute. I want to show you something." He made no resistance to that. She led him into the saloon where it happened that nobody was, and repeating "1 minute," rushed out of the room. In less than that time she came running back with a beautiful half blown bud of a monthly rose in her hand, and in her face such a bloom of pleasure and eagerness as more than rivalled it. The rose was fairly eclipsed. She put the bud quietly but with a most satisfied air of affection into Mr. Carleton's hand. It had come from a little tree which he had given her on one of their first visits to the Quai aux Fleurs. She had had the choice of what she liked best, and had characteristically taken a flourishing little rose bush that as yet showed nothing but leaves and green buds, partly because she would have the pleasure of seeing its beauties come forward, and partly because she thought having no flowers it would not cost much. The former reason however was all that she had given to Mr. Carleton's remonstrances. "What is all this, Elfie?" said he. "Have you been robbing your rose tree?" "No," said Elfie, "there are plenty more buds. Isn't it lovely? This is the first one. They've been a great while coming out." His eye went from the rose to her. He thought the one was a mere emblem of the other. Fleda was usually very quiet in her demonstrations. It was as if a little green bud had suddenly burst into a flush of loveliness, and he saw it was as plain as possible that good will to him had been the moving power. He was so much struck and moved that his thanks, though as usual perfect in their kind, were far shorter and graver than he would have given if he had felt less. He turned away from the house, his mind full of the bright unsullied purity and single-hearted goodwill that had looked out of that beaming little face. He seemed to see them again in the flower in his hand, and he saw nothing else as he went. Mr. Carleton preached to himself all the way home, and his text was a rose. Laugh who will. To many it may seem ridiculous, and to most minds it would have been impossible, but to a nature very finely wrought and highly trained, many a voice that grosser senses cannot hear comes with an utterance as clear as it is sweet-spoken. Many a touch that coarser nerves cannot heed, reaches the springs of deeper life. Many a truth that duller eyes have no skill to see, shows its fair features, hid away among the petals of a rose, or peering out between the wings of a butterfly, or reflected in a bright drop of dew. The material is but a veil for the spiritual, but then eyes must be quickened, or the veil becomes an impassable cloud. That particular rose was to Mr. Carleton's eye a most perfect emblem, and representative of its little giver. He traced out the points of resemblance as he went along. The delicacy and character of refinement for which that kind of rose is remarkable above many of its more superb kindred, a refinement essential and unalterable by decay or otherwise, as true a characteristic of the child as of the flower, a delicacy that called for gentle handling and tender cherishing, the sweetness, rare indeed, but asserting itself as it were timidly, at least with equally rare modesty, the very style of the beauty that with all its loveliness would not startle nor even catch the eye among its more showy neighbours, and the breath of purity that seemed to own no kindred with earth, nor liability to infection. As he went on with his musing and drawing out this fair character from the type before him, the feeling of contrast that he had known before pressed upon Mr. Carleton's mind, the feeling of self-reproach and the bitter wish that he could be again what he once had been, something like this. How changed now he seemed to himself, not a point of likeness left, how much less honourable, how much less worth, how much less dignified than that fair innocent child. How much better a part she was acting in life, what an influence she was exerting, as pure, as sweet-breathed, and as unobtrusive as the very rose in his hand, and he doing no good to an earthly creature and losing himself by inches. He reached his room, put the flower in a glass on the table, and walked up and down before it. It had come to a struggle between the sense of what was and the passionate wish for what might have been. "It is late, sir," said his servant, opening the door, "and you were—" "I am not going out." "This evening, sir?" "No, not at all to day. Spencer, I don't wish to see anybody. Let no one come near me." The servant retired, and Guy went on with his walk and his meditations, looking back over his life and reviewing, with a wiser ken now, the steps by which he had come. He compared the selfish disgust with which he had cast off the world, with the very different spirit of little Fleda's look upon it that morning, the useless, self-pleasing, vain life he was leading, with her wish to be like the beloved disciple and do something to heal the troubles of those less happy than herself. He did not very well comprehend the grounds of her feeling or reasoning, but he began to see mistily that his own had been mistaken and wild. His steps grew slower, his eye more intent, his brow quiet. "She is right and I am wrong," he thought. "She is by far the nobler creature, worth many such as I. Like her I cannot be. I cannot regain what I have lost. I cannot undo what years have done. But I can be something other than what I am. If there be a system of remedy, as there well may, it may as well take effect on myself first. She says everybody has his work. I believe her. It must in the nature of things be so. I will make it my business to find out what mine is, and when I have made that sure I will give myself to the doing of it. An all-wise governor must look for service of me. He shall have it. Whatever my life be, it shall be to some end; if not what I would, what I can; if not for the purity of the rose, that of tempered steel." Mr. Carleton walked his room for 3 hours, then rung for his servant and ordered him to prepare everything for leaving Paris the second day thereafter. The next morning over their coffee he told his mother of his purpose. "Leave Paris! To morrow! My dear Guy, that is rather sudden notice." "No, mother, for I am going alone." His mother immediately bent an anxious and somewhat terrified look upon him. The frank smile she met put half her suspicions out of her head at once. "What's the matter?" "Nothing at all, if by matter you mean mischief. You are not in difficulty with those young men again?" "No, mother," he said coolly, "I am in difficulty with no one but myself." "With yourself! But why will you not let me go with you?" "My business will go on better if I am quite alone." "What business?" "Only to settle this question with myself," he said smiling. "But Guy, you are enigmatical this morning. Is it the question that of all others I wish to see settled?" "No, mother," he said laughing and colouring a little, "I don't want another half to take care of until I have this one under management." "I don't understand you," said Mrs. Carleton. "There is no hidden reason under all this that you are keeping from me?" "I won't say that, but there is none that need give you the least uneasiness. There are 1 or 2 matters I want to study out. I cannot do it here, so I am going where I shall be free." "Where?" "I think I shall pass the summer between Switzerland and Germany." "And when and where shall I meet you again?" "I think at home. I cannot say when." "At home!" said his mother with a brightening face. "Then you are beginning to be tired of wandering at last?" "Not precisely, mother. Rather out of humour." "I shall be glad of anything," said his mother, gazing at him admiringly, "that brings you home again, Guy." "Bring me home a better man, I hope, mother," said he, kissing her as he left the room. "I will see you again by and by." A better man, thought Mrs. Carleton as she sat with full eyes, the image of her son filling the place where his presence had been. "I would be willing never to see him better, and be sure of his never being worse." Mr. Carleton's farewell visit found Mr. and Mrs. Rossitur not at home. They had driven out early into the country to fetch Marion from her convent for some holiday. Fleda came alone into the saloon to receive him. "I have your rose in safe keeping, Elfie," he said. "It has done me more good than ever a rose did before." Fleda smiled an innocently pleased smile, but her look changed when he added, "I have come to tell you so and to bid you good bye." "Are you going away, Mr. Carleton?" "Yes." "But you will be back soon?" "No, Elfie, I do not know that I shall ever come back." He spoke gravely, more gravely than he was used, and Fleda's acuteness saw that there was some solid reason for this sudden determination. Her face changed sadly, but she was silent, her eyes never wavering from those that read hers with such gentle intelligence. "You will be satisfied to have me go, Elfie, when I tell you that I am going on business which I believe to be duty. Nothing else takes me away. I am going to try to do right," he said smiling. Elfie could not answer the smile. She wanted to ask whether she should never see him again, and there was another thought upon her tongue too, but her lip trembled and she said nothing. "I shall miss my good fairy," Mr. Carleton went on lightly. "I don't know how I shall do without her. If your wand was long enough to reach so far I would ask you to touch me now and then, Elfie." Poor Elfie could not stand it. Her head sank. She knew she had a wand that could touch him, and well and gratefully she resolved that its light blessings should now and then rest on his head. But he did not understand that. He was talking, whether lightly or seriously, and Elfie knew it was a little of both. He was talking of wanting her help, and was ignorant of the help that alone could avail him. Oh that he knew but that! What with this feeling and sorrow together, the child's distress was exceeding great, and the tokens of grief, in one so accustomed to hide them, were the more painful to see. Mr. Carleton drew the sorrowing little creature within his arm, and endeavoured a mixture of kindness and lightness in his tone to cheer her. "I shall often remember you, dear Elfie," he said. "I shall keep your rose always, and take it with me wherever I go. You must not make it too hard for me to quit Paris. You are glad to have me go on such an errand, are you not?" She presently commanded herself, bade her tears wait till another time as usual, and trying to get rid of those that covered her face, asked him, "What errand?" He hesitated. "I have been thinking of what we were talking of yesterday, Elfie," he said at length. "I am going to try to discover my duty, and then to do it." But Fleda at that clasped his hand, and squeezing it in both hers, bent down her little head over it to hide her face and the tears that streamed again. He hardly knew how to understand or what to say to her. He half suspected that there were depths in that childish mind beyond his fathoming. He was not, however, left to wait long. Fleda, though she might now and then be surprised into shewing it, never allowed her sorrow of any kind to press upon the notice or time of others. She again checked herself and dried her face. "There is nobody else in Paris that will be so sorry for my leaving it," said Mr. Carleton, half tenderly and half pleasantly. "There is nobody else that has so much cause," said Elfie, near bursting out again, but she restrained herself. "And you will not come here again, Mr. Carleton?" she said after a few minutes. "I do not say that. It is possible. If I do, it will be to see you, Elfie." A shadow of smile passed over her face at that. It was gone instantly. "My mother will not leave Paris yet," he went on. "You will see her often." But he saw that Fleda was thinking of something else. She scarce seemed to hear him. She was thinking of something that troubled her. "Mr. Carleton," she began, and her colour changed. "Speak, Elfie." Her colour changed again. "Mr. Carleton, will you be displeased if I say something?" "Don't you know me better than to ask me that, Elfie?" he said gently. "I want to ask you something, if you won't mind my saying it." "What is it?" said he, reading in her face a request that was behind. "I will do it." Her eyes sparkled, but she seemed to have some difficulty in going on. "I will do it, whatever it is," he said, watching her. "Will you wait for me one moment, Mr. Carleton?" "Half an hour." She sprang away, her face absolutely flashing pleasure through her tears. It was much soberer, and again doubtful and changing colour, when a few minutes afterwards she came back with a book in her hand. With a striking mixture of timidity, modesty, and eagerness in her countenance, she came forward, and putting the little volume which was her own Bible into Mr. Carleton's hands, said under her breath, "Please read it." She did not venture to look up. He saw what the book was, and then taking the gentle hand which had given it, he kissed it 2 or 3 times. If it had been a princess's he could not with more respect. "You have my promise, Elfie," he said. "I need not repeat it." She raised her eyes and gave him a look so grateful, so loving, so happy, that it dwelt for ever in his remembrance. A moment after it had faded, and she stood still where he had left her, listening to his footsteps as they went down the stairs. She heard the last of them, and then sank upon her knees by a chair and burst into a passion of tears. Their time was now, and she let them come. It was not only the losing a loved and pleasant friend, it was not only the stirring of sudden and disagreeable excitement. Poor Elfie was crying for her Bible. It had been her father's own. It was filled with his marks. It was precious to her above price, and Elfie cried with all her heart for the loss of it. She had done what she had, on the spur of the emergency. She was satisfied she had done right. She would not take it back if she could, but not the less her Bible was gone, and the pages that loved eyes had looked upon were for hers to look upon no more. Her very heart was wrung that she should have parted with it, and yet what could she do? It was as bad as the parting with Mr. Carleton. That agony was over, and even that was shortened, for Hugh would find out that she had been crying. Hours had passed, and the tears were dried, and the little face was bending over the wonted tasks with a shadow upon its wonted cheerfulness, when Rosaline came to tell her that Victor said there was somebody in the passage who wanted to see her and would not come in. It was Mr. Carleton himself. He gave her a parcel, smiled at her without saying a word, kissed her hand earnestly, and was gone again. Fleda ran to her own room and took the wrappers off such a beauty of a Bible as she had never seen, bound in blue velvet with clasps of gold, and her initials in letters of gold upon the cover. Fleda hardly knew whether to be most pleased or sorry, for to have its place so supplied seemed to put her lost treasure further away than ever. The result was another flood of very tender tears, in the very shedding of which, however, the new little Bible was bound to her heart with cords of association as bright and as incorruptible as its gold mountings. Chapter 15